top price for our beef, beautiful San Francisco weather. What more could we ask?
Well, a few days out of the saddle.
By golly, we'll have that too. Listen, as a change from Hop Sink's chuck wagon, I'm throwing a little supper party tonight. Oysters, steak, champagne, the works. After that, 5 days for all of us in San Francisco with nothing to do but have a good time.
Oh, that's what I've been waiting to hear you say.
What's the matter, Johnny?
Mr. Cartwright, I think you made a mistake here. I got too much pay.
No, you haven't. You and Ham both deserve a bonus. Now, you're going to have a good time, but remember, this is not the Ponderosa, it's San Francisco, so be careful.
Thanks, boss, but don't worry about us. After riding trail with these boys of yours, this town is going to seem downright tame.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Come on, Ham.
Don't be late for supper. Fine, boys. Now, with hands like Johnny and Ham, we won't have any trouble running the Ponderosa. Go on, let's get back to the hotel.
Sounds some fun.
Ham, I'm beginning to like this San Francisco town. You know something? You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy that sweet wife of mine a whole bolt of Chinese silk.
Silk? You say silk?
I said silk. Nothing too good for that sweet wife of mine.
Gentlemen, I just happened to overhear. Now, as you see by my card, I'm a silk merchant, and I just happen to have a brand new shipment from the Orient. It's the home of the silk world. Now, if you'll follow me to my establishment...
Why, sure, neighbor.
Yes, gentlemen, right back here. I have my shop because it's wholesale. Right this way, gentlemen. I hope Shanghai Pete takes them off my hands. That ship sails for Hong Kong at midnight. Take them in, boys.
That's very strange. Johnny and Ham should be here by now.
Worry about them two, Paul. They'll be here. They ain't gonna turn down free oysters and champagne, I'll guarantee you.
He's right, Pop. Hey, I feel kind of guilty.
Oh? What?
Well, here we are. Having ourselves a big time while Adam's home working himself to death.
Oh?
Yeah, doggone it, I do too, Paul.
Really? Well, it's too bad you boys didn't think about that before you rigged those straws you drew to see who'd come on this trip.
Hey, Paul. What about Hop Sing? Is he gonna come along?
Oh, I doubt that very much. He's got 100 relatives in town he wants to visit.
We sure help Johnny to hurry up and get back. After supper, me and little Joe sort of figured we'd go over one of them places where they got them good-looking waiter gals.
Yeah, now you're talking, brother.
Now you're talking, brother. If you think I'm going to let you and little Joe wander around the Barbary Coast at night alone, you've got yourself another thing coming. This is San Francisco. It's a big city, and it's a wild city.
Yeah, but Paul, you let Hamp and Johnny go.
Well, you're not Hamp and Johnny. Haven't you ever heard of Shanghaiing?
Yeah, it's got something to do with sailors, doesn't it?
You know there isn't a ship in this harbor that isn't short of sailors. You could be slugged over the head and on your way to Singapore before you ever knew what happened.
Well, that sounds like a pretty good deal to me.
Oh.
No, really, there's a lot of good-looking women in Singapore.
In Singapore, but not on board a ship. And how'd you like to eat nothing more than sour salt pork for more than a year?
Oh, I wouldn't like that.
No, I guess not. Well, you boys take care of yourselves. This is San Francisco. It isn't the Ponderosa.
There's Hamp and Johnny now.
It's about time.
Hop Sing. I thought you were with your relatives.
Something wrong, Hop Sing?
Not know for sure. The number 3 cousin, he see 2 cowboy go in alley. Hit on head, not come out. Cousin, come quick, tell Hop Sing. Think maybe it's Mr. Hamp and Mr. Johnny.
Hamp and Johnny?
Wait a minute. What makes you think it might be Hamp and Johnny?
They not in hotel room.
Thought maybe Horse and I ought to check on it.
I think we'll all check it.
They're probably just over in some saloon having themselves a good time.
4 more before midnight if you want to get paid. That'll be all, boys. Cowboys. What can I do to make them look more like sailors?
Oh, Hoss. Any luck?
Not a bit, Paul.
Any luck?
Nothing.
Well, I'm going to the police.
Hey, listen, you mind if Hoss and I have a look around some more?
Well, I guess it doesn't take 4 of us to talk to a policeman. Just a moment now. Remember, this is not the Ponderosa, so you two stay out of trouble. Do you understand?
Oh, Pa, you know us better than that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Come on.
Just one old drink.
Are you the man in charge here?
What can I do for you?
My name is Cartwright, Ben Cartwright. I just drove a herd of cattle across the Sierra.
Well, San Francisco can certainly use a decent beefsteak.
Sergeant, I didn't come here to discuss beefsteaks. 2 of my top hands have disappeared.
Well, it does happen.
Well, is this or isn't it the San Francisco Police Department?
It's exactly that.
Well, I just told you, 2 of my top hands have disappeared, and I've come here for help.
And I suppose you expect me to drop everything and go find them, hmm?
Well, yes, that's exactly it.
Mr. Cartwright, men are always disappearing in this city.
And you do nothing to try to find out what happened to them?
Do you realize how many policemen it would take to keep an eye on every Shanghai hideout on the Barbary Coast?
Well, Sergeant, I'm not interested in how many men it would take. I came here for help.
Mr. Cartwright, this is a seaport. Ships come here from all over the world. Ships need sailors.
Oh, sailors, yes, but not cowboys.
Oh, you'd be surprised how many cowboys become sailors. Now, I suggest that you do as all the ship captains do when they find themselves short-handed. Set out and find yourself a new crew.
Do you sit here and condone the buying and selling of human beings?
I don't condone it, but I don't have enough men to do anything about it, so I accept it as an unfortunate fact. Now, please, if you'll excuse me.
All right, Sergeant. You mark my words. I'm going to find those 2 men of mine, with or without your help.
All right, you go right ahead. But I warn you, look out.
Hey, we're getting pretty close to that waterfront, ain't we?
Figure it out. If you were going to Shanghai somebody and put them on a ship, where would you take them? Out on the desert?
What do you keep talking about Shanghai for, little Joe? You know as well as I do that Hap and Johnny are right around here in some of these little joints. The only thing is these bartenders don't seem to want to give out much information, do they?
That's because they're all in cahoots.
Oh, quit worrying. Come on.
Hey, now, wait a minute. Look, we're not going to get anywhere this way. Boss, why don't you cover that side of the street? I'll take this side. Hop Sing, go check with your cousin, see if they've seen anything.
Not think it could you boys be here on Barbary Coast.
You're as bad as Paul Hopsing. Now, I've heard tell a man can have himself a lot of fun down here on this Barbary Coast.
Hey, well, you know, brother, I've heard the same thing.
Get going.
For a couple of friends of mine. I thought they might have come in here. 2 cowboys.
Sonny, we serve out drinks here, not information.
Yeah, well, I just
And you look too young to drink, so why don't you get out of here?
Wait a minute, all I... Thank you.
fast around here. I think I better tell Mr. Pringles.
Mr. Cartwright.
Yes, Mr. Cartwright. Where's Hoss and Little Joe?
They go Barbary Coast.
What?
Not good. On Barbary Coast, hit, slice, cut, push. Very dangerous. Shanghai.
Little Joe didn't have enough sense to know that. Hoss should have. Why didn't you tell him?
I tell him. He say look like fun.
Look like fun. Better find those two before they get into some real trouble. Barbary Coast.
Hobson, go find cousin.
Joseph! At least I found one of you. Now where's your brother?
Oh, he's looking for Hamp and Johnny.
Didn't I tell you two to stay together?
Oh, we thought it would go faster this way.
Isn't that Hoss? Hoss, didn't I tell you to stay out of trouble?
Oh, I ain't no trouble. This here's Busthead Brannigan. He's a box fight champion of the whole Barbary Coast. Come on, Mr. Busthead, wake up.
Hey, you mean you did this for money?
Sure. I told you it's gonna be fun down on this Barbary Coast, little Joe. Look there, more than $100. Makes me madder than mischief to think about how much talent I done wasted for free. Come on, Mr. Busthead, wake up. Come on. Come on. Mr. Busthead, like I told you, I don't want your championship. It was nice of you to offer to help us. Come on. Mr. Busthead, I want you to meet my pa. Busthead Brannigan, this is my pa.
No, over here.
Mr. Busthead?
Champion?
Boy, he's a real fine fella.
Well, champ, have you any conceivable idea of the seriousness of the situation we're in?
Serious? Paul, you still think Johnny and Hamp are in trouble?
I don't think it. I know it.
Hey, you mean Shanghai?
Yes, I'm in Shanghai.
Dad, burn it. Let's tear this dang town apart,
We'll
then.
do no such thing. We're not going to invite trouble unless it's forced on us. And that goes for you two particularly.
Well, just don't stand there making a spectacle of yourself. Go get your clothes on.
Put your shirt on.
Mr. Busthead, it's a real pleasure meeting you.
You'll be a great champion.
Mr. Hoss. Mr. Hoss, number 3 cousin, he like to talk to you.
何先生，我好歡喜有機會嚟見你，你真係強壯啊！我一世未見到人有咁強壯㗎。
Ain't it something, old Hop Sing's relatives being so dang glad to meet me?
Why not? He win $100 on fight. You all be careful.
Huh?
Cousin say everybody on Barbary Coast talk about man and 2 sons. Say they ask too many questions.
Everybody's in cahoots. I don't see how we're ever going to find out anything.
Well, we won't find out anything if the three of us keep barging in like we're going to tear the place apart.
No, we used to do it that way.
Well, it won't work now. Now, you two boys, you get back to the hotel and you stay there and don't move until you hear from me. I'm going to see what I can find out alone.
Hey, Paul, don't you think we want to go along with you?
No, I don't. If I find out anything, I'll send Hop Sing for you.
Paul, you stay out of trouble, you hear?
You make sure you listen to your own advice, young man. You too. Come on, Hop Sing.
嚟啊！嚟啊！
Sure hope Pa knows what he's doing.
Don't you worry about Paul. He knows what he's done.
You boys wait here. Well, fine looking place you have here.
Thank you. We try to keep it up.
Here, If it isn't too much bother, could you make me a brandy squash, please?
No bother at all. That's what I'm here for.
Thank you.
What?
Thank you. Now, there's a surprise.
What's the matter? Something wrong?
Wrong? Why, sir, this is the finest brandy squash I've ever tasted in my life. And I've tasted them all the way from New York to Chicago to New Orleans.
Well, I'm glad you like it.
It's an art. Bartending. It's an art. Not many men have the talent for it. Did you ever work in New Orleans?
No, can't say as I have.
Oh, too bad. Why, a man with your talent could demand any wage he asks for. Yes, sir. Fine profession, bartending. And you meet a mighty lot of interesting people.
All kinds, no doubt about it.
Yes, I can imagine. I wager that with drinks like this, practically everybody in town drops in here one time or another.
Well, we get our share.
I have two friends in town I just gotta bring in here and show them what a good drink really tastes like. Say, I wonder if they've been in here already.
Well, I got a pretty good memory for faces.
A couple of cowboys. They work up on a ranch in the Sierras. Drove a herd of cattle into town.
Let's see now. You say, I want to get this straight. You say that there were two of them.
That's right. Those two are inseparable. Two of the best hands they ever had.
Well, hello. My name is Alexander Pendleton. I'm the proprietor of this establishment. I don't believe I've had the pleasure of seeing you in here before.
No, I think not. My name's Ben Cartwright. I've just been complimenting your bartender on the excellence of his drinks.
Well, that's very kind of you. Why don't we go down to the end of the bar? It'll be quieter, more comfortable.
All right.
Over in the corner's better.
Thanks. You say your name is Pendleton?
Yes, Alexander Pendleton. Would you care for another drink?
Well, thank you.
Bartender?
Yes, sir. A real squash this time.
For the road.
Boss, are you sure you know what you're doing? Haven't you had enough trouble with those two cowboys you bought from Cut Rate Joe? That's their boss. You just dropped through the floor.
I need 3 more men to fill out Captain Shark's crew. And I don't prefer to buy them from Cut Rate Joe. And if you're thinking of asking for a raise, don't. The man was lying to you. You make the worst drinks in town.
I'm getting worried. They've been going over an hour.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing, Little Joe. If we don't hear from Hop Sing or Paul One the next 15 minutes, I'm just about ready to go down there and tear this dang Barbary Coast apart board for board. Where's Paul?
Not sure.
What do you mean you're not sure?
Where'd you leave him?
Mr. Cartwright tell Hop Sing wait. Hop Sing wait a long time. Mr. Cartwright no come back. Hop Sing worry. Come see you boy.
Hop Sing, you shouldn't ought to done that. Paul comes out of there and you ain't there. What's he gonna do?
Number 5 cousin wait.
Well, Joe, you don't reckon anything's wrong with Paul?
Pa, don't worry. He can take care of himself.
Mr. Cartwright.
Huh? Johnny, you boys all right?
Yeah, all
How
right.
did they get you in here?
You'd never believe it. After me telling the boys, to stay out of trouble.
I know what you mean.
Oh, if Johnny hadn't wanted to buy that silk for his wife, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Well, never mind about that now, Ham. The point is, how can we get out of this mess?
There's nothing we can do. You raise a fuss, they come in and beat you over the head.
I've got some fine sailors for you, Captain.
Excellent, excellent.
It sounds like that Mr. Pendleton.
Well, you promised me 6. There are only 3.
You've got to give me time.
I need those men. My ship sails at midnight.
Mr. Pendleton,
Excuse me.
I want to make a deal with you.
A deal, Mr. Cartwright?
I don't know what you expect to get for us, but whatever it is, I'll pay you twice that amount if you let us out of here.
Twice?
Fair enough?
Oh, no, you don't. A contract is a contract. You agreed to give me 6 men.
So I did. An interesting offer, Mr. Cartwright, but due to circumstances beyond my control...
3 times the going price.
A contract is a contract if you want my business in the future.
As you say, a contract is a contract.
Good. The one who's talking, he isn't drunk.
Perhaps he just holds his liquor well.
You know my principles.
Don't want him, huh?
The 2 sailors, yes. The sober one, no. Unless you get me 4 more men within the hour, I'll take my business to Cut Rate Joe.
All right, boys, come get them.
Mr. Cartwright, I feel pretty low down about all this.
Oh, John, it's my fault for not keeping us all together.
All right, come on, let's go. Don't do it, Mr. Cartwright. You'll just be getting a beating for nothing.
Believe me, it's best.
All right, come on.
Look, boys, we'll get out of this somehow. My boys are bound to be looking for me now.
No, not that one. The captain turned him down cold.
Come on, let's go.
Have any luck?
Not a dud burn bit.
Boss, I'm getting worried.
Yeah, me too. I'm getting just about ready to tear this dad blame town apart. Come on, little Joe.
I brought you something to eat.
Well, I'm not hungry.
Oh, well, you better be. You know, Shanghai Pete is pretty mad about not being able to sell you.
The Shanghai Pete, is that what that Mr. Pendleton calls himself?
Oh, well, you got it wrong end, too. Shanghai Pete sometimes calls himself Mr. Pendleton.
Mr. Pendleton.
You better eat this. It's all right. It ain't got no knockout drops in it. You're real quality, ain't you?
What?
Oh, well, I mean is, we don't get your kind in here often. Mostly drunks, sailors and farmers and cowboys like them other 2.
Well, I'll have you know that them other two the finest men I've ever known. Just because they happen to go out in a little celebration.
It wasn't a little one. It was a real good one. Oh, I don't know why men have to act up so. It just gets them in trouble. I wish someday I'd find just one man who wasn't always wanting to get into trouble. Oh, well.
Wait a minute. Don't go.
What? Why not?
Sit down. What's your name?
Kathleen.
Kathleen. Well, that's a right pretty name.
I think so. Your name is Ben Cartwright, ain't it?
Kathleen, tell me, what's a nice girl like you doing in a place like this?
Ain't that funny? So many men have asked me the same question. And I've given it a lot of thought. And I think the reason is I like the money.
Well, you're certainly an honest sort.
You think so, really?
Oh, yeah. Why are you surprised?
Well, I don't know. Sometimes, you know, you can't just trust everybody.
Well, Kathleen, I trust you.
Oh, I was sort of hoping you would.
Kathleen, now tell me, if this Shanghai Pete or Mr. Pendleton or whatever his name is, if he sells me, do you get anything out of it?
No, I don't. Not a penny.
Well, wouldn't you like to?
Oh, yes, I would. I've been asking to be put on commission.
Kathleen, if you help me out of here...
Mercy, no.
Well, I have the money.
Well, I don't see how you could. Wait, the men that brought you in here picked your pocket first.
I mean, I don't have it with me, but I own a ranch. I can get all the money I want without any trouble.
How much?
If you help me get out of here and tell me where I can find the other two men, $500.
$500?
$500.
You wouldn't back out.
Oh, I give you my word, the money's at my hotel. If you help me get out of here, you get the $500.
You know something, Mr. Cartwright?
What?
I was thinking about getting you out of here the minute I came in.
You'll help me then, Kathleen.
I'll be back in a little while.
Joe, this ain't no good.
I know.
Ain't getting us no place.
Look, you go on down the corner. See if Hop Sing knows anything new. If he doesn't come on back, and the two of us will take this place apart.
That's what we should have done in the first place. My temper's on a short fuse, Joe. I can just feel it.
Well, you're not alone, brother. Hurry up.
Hop Sing, you heard anything new?
It's very bad news.
What do you mean?
Number 5 cousin, he see Mr. Ben go in saloon. No see Mr. Ben come out.
What saloon?
That one, on other corner.
Hop Sing, are you right sure?
Very sure. Have more bad news. Number 6 cousin, he work on dock. He say ship short-handed, no can sail. Ship now ready. Hop Sing think maybe Mr. Johnny, Mr. Hemp, no longer cowboy. Is sailor man now. Hop Sing think maybe Mr. Ben sailor man too. Mr. Hoss, where you go?
I'm going over that Y-to-B saloon.
You better wait for little Joe. You only one man.
Yeah, well, that ain't but one saloon, is it? Mister, I want me some information. I want it straight, and I want it quick. Now, mister, you better get to talking. Otherwise, I'm going to twist your diesel pipe out. My pa was seen coming into this saloon, and he wasn't seen coming out. Now, where is he? You two better just stand right where you are. Otherwise, you're going to be waking up with somebody tapping you in the face with a spade. Now, mister, I'm looking for Ben Cartwright and 2 of my best friends.
Here, what's going on here? What is this?
Mister, you're going to find out what it is if I don't get me some information and quick.
Well, now, is this any way to get it? This is a respectable establishment, son. I'm the proprietor, Alexander Pendleton. Have I had the pleasure of seeing you in here before?
Don't make no difference whether you have or not. I want me some answers.
Now, son, please try to calm yourself down. What is it you want?
I want my pa. His name's Ben Cartwright and 2 of his ranch hands.
Then why all the shouting? I talked to Mr. Cartwright just a short time ago. Told him where he could find his men.
Mister, are you telling me the truth?
Now, why would I have any reason to lie to you? Won't you please put that thing away? I have a reputation to maintain here. That's better.
Don't you forget, I can draw it out again right quick.
Laddie Buck, I'm only trying to help you. Do you want to hear about your father or not?
I reckon I did get a little too excited. But dad burn it, I've been worried plumb sick.
Well, now, why don't you try to calm yourself down? Everything's all right. Here. Why don't we come down here at the end of the bar?
What's quiet? Relax.
Have a drink. Bartender? What do you have?
I'll have a beer if it's all the same to you, sir.
Down the hatch.
Yes.
A fine piece of merchandise.
Here, matey. Let me give you a hand. Oh. Well. Thank you, matey. There. I can't swim. Well, now, this is going to be real interesting, ain't it? Yeah. I got a funny feeling like you're standing down here waiting for me to fall down through that hole in the floor. No. I'm getting a stranger feeling that I ain't the only member of my family that's been down through that hole tonight. No. Yeah. Oh, no. You seen a man with gray hair and dark eyes and a deep voice? I can't remember. You better start remembering, Buster, because I'm a cowboy. I ain't no sailor. And I like dry land. There's one way I can get it that I can think of, and that's holding you under till you drink all the water in this bay. You starting to remember? Yeah, that's real good. You just took the first step to establish the basis of a friendship between me and you. Now, where's my paw?
We'd better hurry. They'll be back in a minute.
Kathleen, I'll never forget you for this.
Oh, I believe that. You're a friend of mine.
Remember, you promised to help me find my men.
Oh, you're fine.
Kathleen, what is this? Explain to them.
Well, Cutright Joe, let's get down to business.
But you work for Mr. Pendleton.
I work where I make a buck.
You.
Look sound to wind and limb.
You know me. High-class merchandise. Don't do that, Mr. Cartwright. You're worth less if you're all battered up.
Double-crossing witch.
Well, quick, Buck Katie, how much do you want for him?
$100.
100? I offered you 500.
And then turn me into the police afterward. Oh, I know the likes of your kind. $150. The price has gone up.
Oh, come now, quick, Buck. You know better than that. This is stolen merchandise.
This is carriage trade, and you know it.
Double-crossing rats, the lot of you.
He won't be too easy to turn over. I'll have to buy him new clothes. The overhead has eaten me up, Katie.
All right. I'll make it half price. $75, and it's a deal. But only because I've got to get back to the store before I miss.
Quick, Buck, you're a thief, and you know it. But I do need the merchandise.
Oh, quiet, Mr. Cartwright. Quiet. You'll see your crew. That's what you want, ain't it? See you later, Cartwright. Have a pleasant trip, Mr. Cartwright.
All right, boys, let's see what we can do with it.
Close the door. Come in this room, but quick but Kate. What you brought Cartwright is supper.
Oh, hello, sweetie.
Don't sweetie me, you little double-crosser. You sold Cartwright to Cutright.
But, darling, only because it was costing you money to keep him. All that good food. And especially if you couldn't sell him quick.
Now, don't do that.
I wouldn't cheat you, sweetheart, now would I?
I'm not so sure.
Oh, little Katie wouldn't hold out on Shanghai Pete. Here you are. See?
$25. Is that all you got for him?
Captain Shark already turned him down, and Cut-Rate Joe's going to be stuck with him. No, you're not mad at little Katie now, are you?
Lucky for you, you caught me in a good mood. Besides, I've got another Cartwright. And is he a beauty? A live one, a real live one. All right, bring him in, boys.
I don't see my paw. Where is he?
Now, wait a minute, Lighty. Wait a minute. Your dad isn't here.
Where's my paw?
Now, listen, Cut-Rate. I'm a lover, not a fighter.
Where's my paw?
Hopsing!
你個大哥啊，佢就係走吧，開始好耐嘅，等我一命出嚟，我等佢走你。Relax.
Now, what happened?
Mr. Hoss, he go in saloon. Long time no come out. Hopsing go in saloon, no see Mr. Hoss. Something happened, Mr. Hoss, too.
What saloon? Forget it.
Joe, that ain't no way to treat a lady.
Well, you know, brother, I think you're right.
As I told you, I've seen this man before and turned him down.
Not at this price, Captain. Only $100. I'm letting him go to sacrifice because I'm after your future business. Besides, your ship sails at midnight.
Cut-Rate Joe, you know my principles. I'm a fair man and a temperance man.
I'm not offering you a drink. I'm offering you a sailor.
I'm not a sailor. Sir, I do not approve of the practice of Shanghaiing. Then what are you doing with two of my men? I would not resort to it except I find myself so often short-handed.
Now, what kind of an excuse is that?
Sir, I have dedicated my life to stamping out the evils of drink. It is abominable. Any man who is so drunk that he doesn't know what's happening to him deserves to be shanghaied. This man is perfectly sober. I can't use him. Well, thank you, Captain. I can't say I agree with all of your principles, but...
Take a smell, Captain.
The reek of demon rum is nauseating to me. This man is obviously drunk. I'll take him.
All right, boys.
All right, what's your part in this?
Honestly, I just happened to be walking by.
Well, you just better happen to start remembering a few more things.
Oh, now, laddie, you wouldn't be harming little me, would you?
That's such a beautiful arm. It'd be a shame to tear it off.
Oh.
Start talking.
I don't know what you want to know.
We want to know about a man named Ben Cartwright.
Oh, I don't know. I sold him.
You sold him? Where?
To Cut-Rate Joe's. Down the street in Embarcadero Alley.
You sold our Paul?
Yes.
How much did you get for him?
Oh, Hoss, for Pete's sake, who cares how much you got for him? Let's get down to this Cut-Rate Joe's before Pa and the boys are on their way to China.
Let me get my hat.
On the
Little Joe, Mr. Horse, this cousin number 3. He see Mr. Ben. They take Mr. Ben away on ship. 你快啲啊，叫陸姨嚟啊。Okay. You follow me. Come.
Don't fight it, Mr. Cartwright. Just ain't no use.
If Johnny hadn't wanted to buy some silk for his wife, he wouldn't be in this mess.
Oh, we've been in worse messes. Back in the Ponderosa, we've always been able to get out of them.
I know it. My heart just ain't in it.
Well, my heart is in it. And after what I've been through, the ship and 40 sailors is beginning to look pretty small. Captain! Captain! I demand to see your captain. Come on now, where's your captain?
I want to see you. Sailor, in the future, if you want to see me, you come to me. Don't send for me. It isn't done.
Oh, it isn't it? Will you listen to me?
Have you ever heard of mutiny?
Mutiny? Why, you're worse than a pirate. You and your high principles and your temperance, I'll see to it that your license is revoked on every sea in the face of this earth.
Just who do you think you are?
I'm Ben Cartwright of the Ponderosa.
The Ponderosa?
The Ponderosa.
I know her well, Captain. A four-masted schooner out of New Orleans.
The Ponderosa is a ranch.
A ranch? I always wanted a little chicken ranch. There's a place up in Santa Rosa.
Now, I'm an American citizen. I know my rights on board of every ship.
Take Mr. Ben on that ship.
I have enough men in those mountains to sink every ship in this harbor, and so help me, I'll do it.
That's our pa's voice. Music to my ears.
Just like a bugle call saying charge.
Another thing coming.
Let's go.
You keep a civil tongue. The lovers were being boarded.
Hey, Paul, where you been hiding? Huh? Where you been hiding?
Hang on, old horse. All away, Humphrey. No, son. No, son.
Oh, I thought I told you to stay out of trouble.
Well, it took you fellas long enough to find me. Here, son.
Thanks, Bob.
Oh.
Toss?
I'd darn sight rather eat it, Paul.
I know.
Paul, how much that little red-headed gal get for you?
I wouldn't tell him, Pa. If she did get enough, we might want to sell you back. If she didn't get enough, you wouldn't want to admit it, would you?
Very funny. Come in.
Hi. Here are your clothes, Mr. Cartwright.
Oh, how'd you get them?
We had a little business left to finish with Cut Rate Joe.
Yes, I see that.
You know what that little weasel was doing? He's going back into business. Second-hand clothes.
He was trying to sell our outfits.
Come in.
Mr. Johnny, have surprise for you. Number 7 cousin in silk business. Make you present. 1 fold fine China silk for your wife.
Gee, I sure would like to have me a courting shade made out of that.
I wouldn't do it, Ham. Silk can get a man in a whole lot of trouble.
Well, at least we're all together again.
Oh, yes, and thanks a lot, boss, for everything.
And tomorrow morning, bright and early, we're going to start out on a little vacation. How about it?
Well, Pa, I'd just as soon we went back to the Ponderosa.
Well, you're the one who was yelling about getting a vacation.
I know, but a vacation's time for a change, isn't it?
Yeah?
Oh, I think I got my change.
Us?
Well, Paul, if it's all the same to you, there's a little den of wildcats on the Ponderosa I think I'd rather tangle with than any more of these city folks.
You mean you want to go back to work?
Well, I reckon I do, Paul, and that way we could let old Adam have a vacation.
Well, all right, then. Tomorrow morning, bright and early, we'll head back to the Ponderosa.
Hop Sing have 1 more big surprise. Number 9 cousin is cook in hotel dining room. Hop Sing help fix special fine supper. Oyster, champagne, steak.
Hey, what are we waiting for? Let's get cleaned up. We'll get down to the dining room. Come on.
Oh, no, you stay right here. Hop Sing bring up. You no leave a hotel room. You go Barbary Coast. Very dangerous. Hit, slice, kick, push, Shanghai.
You know, I think he's got something there at that.
Hey, Paul. Sure enough, how much did that little gal get for you?
You'll never know.
It's a doggone shame, ain't it, Charlie?
Yep, sure is. Doc said she had pneumonia. Time he got here, wasn't much to do but call the sheriff.
Well, didn't anyone know she was sick?
First thing anybody knew was him riding all the way in for the doc by himself.
Not a soul, Ben, except an uncle back east, and the boy's father, of course.
Well, where's the little fella gonna stay?
Well, how about it, folks? None of you want him?
We got our own to worry about.
Well, I guess I could put him up in one of the cells till his uncle can come get him.
He's only a little boy. He's all alone now. He needs a home and affection.
He's tainted, that kid. Bad stock, the whole tree goes rotten sooner or later. I don't want him around my home. Come on, Sarah.
Well, I can't stay here all day, Ben.
Sheriff, send for the boy's uncle. I'll keep the boy with me on the Ponderosa.
All right. He's all yours, Ben.
It's a pretty flower.
Weeds will choke it out before it takes root.
Son, you'll be staying at my ranch till your uncle can come for you.
Pa said he'd come back for me. And I'm gonna be waiting right here until he does.
Well, we'll see. We'd better get your things from the cabin.
I'll go myself.
There's a lot of hate piled up inside that boy.
Yes, sir.
Well, Billy, what have you got there?
It's nothing.
What is it, a secret?
It's nothing.
Well, you don't have to show it to me if you don't want to. Let's just have a little talk.
Mr. Cartwright, look, you've let me sleep here and you've let me eat here. All right, thanks. But I can do chores. I can help
Now,
with
hold on there. You don't have to pay me back. We're friends. I want you to trust me. Well, there's no one else left, son.
There is two. My paw.
Do you know where your paw is? Why he went away?
He had to go away. My ma said so. My pa promised he'd be coming back, though.
Well, you know, Billy, sometimes we promise things and we mean to keep the promise, but, well, something happens and we can't.
My pa promised he'd be coming back, and I'm gonna be waiting here until he does. He doesn't tell lies.
Why is he so touchy, Pa? Why don't you get close enough to reach him with a 10-foot pole?
Well, how should I know why he's so touchy? If I knew that, I'd be so dang worried. Take your feet off the table.
Hey, Hoss, how do you suppose you and I grew up to be so sweet-tempered with such a grouch for a pa?
Oh, no, little Joe. I reckon he must have been a mite more mellower when he was younger.
I guess I had that coming. That boy has me so worried.
When's his uncle coming?
Sheriff hasn't heard yet.
Well, look, he's got to know about his father sooner or later. Maybe you should just tell him.
Mr. Cartwright! Mr. Cartwright, come quick!
Hop Singh's having trouble again.
Mr. Cartwright!
What is it? What's wrong?
Him bad. Him very bad boy.
Oh, what did he do?
He take Hop Sing knife, the big knife.
What, the butcher knife?
I see him. I say you give back. He say no. Very sharp. You better get back quick.
All right, I'm saying all right. Well, I've just got to discipline that boy somehow.
Wait a minute, Paul. Let me talk to him.
Well, don't you think I'm capable of talking to him?
Well, yes, sir, you are, but maybe you've been talking to us roughnecks so long you done forgot how to talk to a little feller.
No. Maybe you're right. Go ahead. Hoss.
Yes, sir?
Be careful of that knife.
Find one of Hop Singh's knives out here?
I didn't find it. I took it.
Oh. Go ahead, let me see you chuck it. Go on. Hey, that ain't bad.
It's hard to throw.
Well, I don't wonder. Come here, let me show you something. See, this here knife's got a thick edge here on the back and a thin edge here on the front.
Sure. That's the cutting edge.
That's right. You see, this knife here was made for carving up meat, not throwing, not like an Injun's knife.
I didn't want it to throw. I wanted it to whittle.
Hey, how'd you like to have this one?
No, thanks.
Well, Billy, I wasn't going to give it to you. You got to earn it.
How?
Well, by doing some chores for me tomorrow.
Well, all right.
Here, go ahead and take it. You just hold on to it sort of as a loan until you can do them chores for me.
Thanks, Mr. Cartwright.
Just one other thing. Son, it ain't right to take something that don't belong to you.
Let me take that knife back.
Let me take it in to him. Old Hop Sing's pretty riled up right now. Won't you let me take it in to him, then you can go by and tell him you're sorry later.
All right, if you want it that way.
Hop Sing!
Mr. Hoss. What happened to little boy? What you doing in Hop Sing kitchen?
I just brung your knife back, Hop Sing.
That's so? The little boy take knife. The big boy take a donut. Bad boy. Very bad boy.
I got some real important things to be doing, Hop Sing. I'll see you.
Who's there?
Me, Hoss.
Just a minute.
I sort of thought I'd come up and show you some real fancy whittling.
I'm sort of busy now, Mr. Cartwright.
Billy. Where'd you cut yourself, feller?
What do you mean?
Bill. Don't you think it's about time me and you quit playing around like a couple of puppy dogs? Don't know when they're fighting for real or just funning. Let me see it. I knew you'd cut yourself when I first come up here. I should have come right on out and said it in the first place. It hurt?
Nah.
Yeah, I got some medicine here for it.
Will it sting?
Well, it's not a bad cut. They always seem like they bleed a little bit more when they're on the thumb, though.
Here's your knife back, Mr. Cartwright.
Billy, that wasn't your fault. It was all mine. Any fool ought to know better than to give a man something that he don't know how to use right.
I shouldn't have told you I knew how to use it.
Everybody makes mistakes, Billy. But it takes a real man to admit it. You go ahead and use that knife till I learn you how to use it.
Gee, thanks, Mr. Cartwright.
Hoss. If that thumb don't get the feeling better, you let me hear, you know. Billy. Are you hungry?
Yeah, I guess I am.
Well, what do you say me and you go down and get us a couple of them donuts while Hop Sing ain't looking?
Would that be all right?
All right. Why, you'd be downright insulted if any of them things was left by supper.
Well,
Besides that, I'm bigger than he is.
you're about bigger than anyone, Hoss.
Come on.
Hey, Hoss, you want to see something?
Well, yeah, I reckon I do. What?
Just a minute. It's a picture of my ma and pa. Has Ellen and Vance on the back.
Jamal was a real pretty woman, Billy.
That's the only thing that's really mine. Except for this knife now. You know something? Sure is gonna be fun when my pa gets back. Ain't it?
Yeah, Billy. It's liable to be a while, though.
I can wait.
Come on.
Come on out, Vance. It's safe now. I said get out!
Safe if he's got something. I can use on this iron. I can barely walk.
You old fool. You've come too far to play games. Here, stone chisel. That ought to do it.
Yeah.
Look at this. Plenty of paper money.
That's luck.
We can get straight to Sacramento now.
No, Pike. We agreed. I go for the boy first.
I ain't getting killed for no kid.
We need him, Pike. He can get food for us. It's a long way through those mountains.
You wouldn't try and lose me, would you, Vance? You know these mountains and I don't. How do I know you'll come back for me?
You keep the money here with you.
All right. I'll give you 48 hours. If you're not back, I go on without you. No money goes with me.
I'll be back.
Sure you will. Now, you better get that thing off your leg while I get us a change of clothes. Then you and me will find me a place to wait for 48 hours.
Morning, Ben.
What brings you out our way, Fred?
It's not election time again, is it, Sheriff?
Where's the boy, Ben?
Well, Billy? Oh, he's off fishing with Hoss. Say, did you hear from his uncle?
No, but we sure heard from his father. Him and a killer named Pike broke out of the penitentiary.
When?
3 days ago. And yesterday I got word a stagecoach was held up about 30 miles from here. The driver and guard both killed.
You think it was Vance?
I don't know, but there ain't been no trace of them since they killed a farmer right next to the prison.
Probably on their way to California. They'd be safe there.
That's what I figured. Vance knows this country well enough to slip right past us into the mountains.
Yes, he does. And there are 3 passes into the mountains from the Ponderosa.
I was hoping you and your boys would point him out for us.
Oh, well, we'll be right with you.
Thanks, Ben. We'll wait for you.
I'll take some men to the truckee. Adam, you and Joe will have to take the sheriff all the way to the Donner Gap.
I'll take a couple of days.
Hoss better look after the boy. I'll get back here as fast as I can. Tell Hop Sing to rustle up some food.
Right, Pa.
Hey, Hoss! Hoss! Got me another one, Hoss! Best fisherman west of the Mississippi. Ha!
I done caught the biggest dang fish in the world. Hey, what are you laughing about? I got a real fish here. Not one of them puny little outfits like you got over there.
Ow.
Hear what I done caught. Well, I ain't never seen no fish like that before.
You're not sore, are you, Hoss?
Pistol, you know I ain't sore at you. I told you I'd catch something, didn't I? Even with my eyes shut. Now, I'll tell you what else I'm gonna do. I'm gonna throw you out there with the rest of them things. 1, 2, and 3! If I ever hear anything about this from Little Joe or Adam, I know a little boy that's gonna have a mighty sore bottom.
Oh, I wouldn't tell on you.
Well, I wouldn't spank you either, Billy. I was just teasing.
Hoss? I wish I were this happy all the time.
I do too, Billy.
Hello, son.
Pa!
I'll come back for you, just like I promised I would.
I knew you would, Pa. I just knew it.
Easy, boy. We can't talk much. I need your help, son.
Sure, Pa.
Do you think you can keep a secret? Just between the two of us?
Yeah, but there's something I gotta tell you.
About your mom? I know. I heard before I got here.
I couldn't help it, Pa.
I know. Listen. You gotta pretend you ain't seen me. You mustn't tell nobody, here? This is what I want you to do. Tomorrow night, I want you to make sure everybody's asleep. Make real sure. Then get some food. Do you remember the cave on the back hill up Spider Creek that you and me found?
You mean our secret cave?
That's right. I want you to bring the food to me there. In a couple of days, you and me are going to California.
California?
I can't stay no more.
Pa? You didn't tell me where you were all that time.
Son, I kept my promise, didn't I? Like I said I would.
You sure did, Pa.
Trust me, son. I'll tell you everything later.
Pa?
I'll be waiting. And remember, son, this is our secret.
Hey, Billy! Come on out, we got company.
Hello, Hoss.
Howdy, Mr. Sherman. How are you, sir?
Fine.
Orville?
Hello, Hoss.
Paul's got the contracts ready for you, Mr. Sherman. Come on in.
Good. Well, how's the lumber business?
Well, don't reckon it can be any better, Mr. Sherman. These dang trees keep growing as fast as we can cut them.
That's good. Keep building in the city, and I'll make you Cartwrights the richest men in Nevada. Orville, wait outside here. Daddy won't be long. Oh, boy.
I'm Orville Sherman. Who are you?
here at the desk.
Sheriff must have sworn in a dozen extra deputies just to help find that boy's father.
Yeah, I reckon folks will be blaming them two convicts with everything that happens within a 100-mile radius of here.
Probably so. How's the boy taking it?
Well, sir, he just lost his maw. Don't seem hardly fair to me to have to tell the boy about his paw right after that.
I suppose not.
My father told me he broke out of jail. You're a liar. Your pa's nothing but a dirty old convict. He is not. He is not. Murder. You liar. You liar. Say it. Say he's a murderer or eat dirt. No. Say it. Say he's a murderer or eat dirt. No. Say it. I'll break your arm. Say it. Say he's a murderer. You're gonna eat dirt. Say it.
Orville.
He called me a liar, Pa.
I'm going to have to take a switch to you, rolling around in the dirt like a barroom brawler. Now get in that buggy. Go on.
Billy, you all right?
He said my pa was a convict.
Are you hurt?
It's all right, Mr. Sherman. I'll take care of it. You go ahead.
Children can be very cruel sometimes.
Yes, sir.
He said my pa was a murderer. And that he'd escaped from prison.
Billy, it's true. I should have told you a long time ago. They think he might be coming this way.
Couldn't make me eat dirt.
You're proud of that, ain't you?
No one's gonna say anything about my pa.
Billy, I ain't saying they should. The thing is that it don't matter what your ma or pa was, son, 'cause you ain't them. Now, my ma was a real pretty woman, but that don't mean that folks have gotta enjoy looking at a big ugly cuss like me, does it? Don't you see what I mean, Billy? It's more important what you are than what your ma and pa was, or what people might say about them, good or bad.
But Hoss, my pa promised he was gonna come back for me. When he does, he's gonna explain everything to everybody.
We better get you fixed up. I hate to lose a hand with just me and you running this ranch by ourselves, wouldn't you?
From now on, it's just the two of us.
We haven't got any friends?
Folks ain't interested in you and me, son. I never was, and I ain't never gonna be.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Pa? Would it be all right if I said I love you?
Sure. That's a good thing. For a man and his son. To say to each other, we better get back to the cave.
Pa,
Yeah?
you said you were gonna tell me about where you've been.
You don't know?
A boy said you were a convict and a murderer.
Billy, I shouldn't have been sent to prison. But nobody cared. So that's why they sent me. It was pretty bad there, son, so I got out. And I come back for you like I promised I would.
I knew you would, Pa.
You'd have done the same for me, wouldn't you, son?
Sure, but no matter what.
No matter what. You better get going.
Pa, do you have to go back to that cave?
Yeah. But maybe by tomorrow night, we'll have enough food so we can go to California. Now, you hurry. I don't want no one to find you gone.
Be back tomorrow, Pa.
Let me go, Hoss.
I ain't aiming on pulling this trigger unless you make me.
Don't you remember me, Hoss? I'm Vance Allen. I rented my farm from your pa.
I remember you, Vance.
You could say you never seen me.
I can't do that. I can help you turn yourself in and then do what I can for you.
I got a bad deal once, Hoss.
Vance, you got a fair trial. A jury found you guilty. Now, busting out of prison ain't gonna help you none.
I'll go to California. Nobody knows me there. I'll go through the mountains. Nobody's got to know.
What about the little boy?
I won't wait for him. I'll go now. I'll send for him later.
He brung you that food, didn't he?
Yeah, he's a good boy. You could tell him, Hoss. He'd understand.
Vance, it just ain't no good. Come on, let's go.
Can't you understand? They kept me in a cage like an animal. I had to get up when they say, eat when they say, sleep when they say, work when they say. I can't go back!
Vance.
Good morning, Mr. Cartwright. You take enough food along?
Yes, everything was fine, Hopsing. House up yet?
He never get up until he smell cooking.
The other boys get back?
No, sir.
Well, I'm hungry enough for 3 people. Unsaddle the horse to see that he's fed. Oh, Hoss, I thought you were upstairs asleep. What are you doing up? Vance.
Paul, I couldn't help it. He pulled a gun on me, Paul. I didn't even have time to aim.
Sure, son.
He came back for Billy just like he said he was.
Tell the boy.
Paul, I'll tell him. Ain't nobody can do it for me. Billy? Oh, Billy.
He's dead, son.
It's your horse.
Sorry, Billy. I'm terrible sorry.
You said you were my friend. You knew he was coming back for me. You killed him.
Billy, he didn't leave me no choice. I'm terrible sorry, Billy. I'd do anything to bring your Paul back to you, but I can't. I'm sorry.
I hate you, Aunt. I hate you. I hate you. Kill my pa. I hate you. You killed him.
I'm sorry, Billy. I'm terrible sorry.
I hate you.
Billy.
I wish I were big enough. I wish I were big enough to kill you, Aunt.
Horse, it's not your fault.
Leave me alone, Paul.
Hoss, that boy was not responsible for what he said. You did what you had to do.
Paul, I never had to do anything like that. I hope I never have to do it again. I didn't even sight my gun, boy. I just pulled the trigger.
And if you hadn't, he'd have killed you.
If I hadn't butted in, he never would have drawed on me, Paul.
Hoss, Vance was a fugitive from justice. You obeyed your duty to the law.
There ain't no law that says I can go out and take a man's life away from him. I ain't got no tin badge that says it's all right for me to kill a little boy as Paul. A little boy that trusted me.
I wish I had some words to take your pain away, Hoss.
What am I going to say to him? What's he going to think about trusting folks and letting folks be his friends now after what I done to him?
What did you think when your mother died?
I thought the world had come to an end.
But you got over it. And so did I.
Paul, I can still feel him little fists hitting and hitting me. And it hurts, Paul. It hurts worse than anything.
I know, son, I know.
I've been sitting here praying as hard as I know how that God would tell me what to say to him. We was friends, Paul. And I killed his papa with that. Paul, I got these big hands, Paul, and I can lift a heifer clean off in the ground. And I can whip most near any man I ever met. But I'd cut them both off. If it'd make that little boy quit looking at me like he wanted to spit. Why don't God help me, Paul? Why don't he tell me what to say? Why do I have to just be a big, dumb horse?
There's nothing you can say. He'll have to understand by himself.
you want me to go along with you?
Oh, thank you, Paul.
All right, I'll go on ahead. I'll try to find Adam and little Joe. What about the boy?
He's gonna come along with me. I reckon we ought to let these old ponies rest here a minute. Still cool.
Howdy. Sure, I'm glad to find you, mister. Near dying of thirst.
What happened?
My horse broke his leg last night. I must have got lost. Who you got under there?
It's Vance Allen. He's one of the two escaped convicts the sheriff's looking for.
What about the other one?
I don't know.
Well, you sure are lucky, mister. You just found me. Don't try anything. Now put your hands in the air. You, kid, keep your mouth shut.
Mister, sheriff's got every man in this country looking for you. You ain't got a chance.
Oh, you're wrong. I've got every chance now. I've got all this and you to show me through the mountains instead of Vance Allen.
That's where you got it wrong. I ain't helping you.
Oh, you're gonna help me, all right. Or I'll kill the kid right here.
You what?
I ain't no pushover like Vance Allen. Now, what's it gonna be? The kid? Or are you gonna show me through those mountains?
Run, Billy!
You're the one I need now. It may take me a while to convince you, but you'll show me through those mountains, won't you?
It's Billy.
Well, Billy, what are you doing out here?
Where's Hoss?
He's with that other man, back in the woods.
What other man?
The one that was with my pa.
Where are they? Can you lead us back to where they are, Billy? Now, listen to me, boy. That man is desperate. Now, he could kill Hoss. I want you to lead us back to where they are.
Hoss killed my pa. I hope he does kill Hoss. I hope he does.
Did you hear what I said, Billy?
Take it easy, Pa.
Billy! Billy! Billy Huss is my son. And to you, he's big and tough. But he's my boy. Now, I know how you felt about your father. You loved him, no matter what he did. And he loved you. And that's a good thing between a father and a son. Now, Billy, that's the way it is between me and my boy. No matter what you think of him, I love Hoss, Billy. He's my son. Now, you understand how I feel? I'm begging you to save his life, Billy. You're the only one who can.
I'll show you. That man, he's beating her.
Well, big boy, did you have enough? You gonna take me through those mountains now?
Easy, boy. Easy. You took quite a beating.
I reckon I'm lucky. My old head's as hard as it is, Paul.
We'd have never found you if it hadn't been for Billy.
He's a good boy.
He's gone. We better go after him.
Wait. Let me go. Catch many fish without a pole, can you?
You're alive.
Yep, I'm alive now.
My father. He was like that man, wasn't he?
Boy, I reckon he had a little mean streak in him, Billy, but lots of folks do. Billy, your papa loved you, son.
But he did come back for me, didn't he?
You bet he did.
Can I go back to the ranch? Until my uncle comes?
Come on.
see any sign of tracks.
Not a sign.
Look, why don't we split up? Meet up by that rim rock.
All right. Be mighty careful, little Joe. If we get that old timber wolf all boxed in, he ain't gonna be at all sociable.
Right.
That ain't no Lobo.
I sure ain't.
What is she, an Indian girl?
No, it looks like a gypsy to me.
Yeah. Hey, I ain't never seen one of them up close before.
I almost killed her.
How?
I thought she was that wolf.
Gypsy girl.
Well, we were aware of that, Doctor. Is she going to be all right?
Can't hurt a gypsy. They're built to endure.
I don't know, Doc. She looked like she was pretty well shook up to me.
Oh, she'll come out of it all right. Just give her a day in bed and then send her on her way.
Yeah, well, where's that?
Wherever her people are.
Well, we don't exactly know where her people are, Doctor.
Oh. Well, soon she's on her feet, you'd best turn her over to the sheriff in Virginia City.
Oh, what for? She didn't do anything.
She will, boy. She will. Just give her a chance. She's a gypsy, isn't she?
Is that as bad as being an Indian?
Sometimes it's worse. Well, evening, Ben. Little Joe, pause.
Good night, Doc.
Good night, Doc.
He doesn't care much for gypsies, does he?
I guess a lot of people don't trust her much.
A lot of people don't trust no tumbleweed folk much.
Well, I don't think that little girl can do much harm while she's here with us. Maybe when she wakes up, we can find out where her people are.
She sure is pretty, ain't she, little Joe?
She sure is, like nothing I've ever seen.
Well, sounds like she's waking up. Better take a look at her.
Well, I'll check it, Pop.
Hey, Paul, how come Adam didn't come back with the doctor?
No, he's staying in town overnight.
Go away.
I won't hurt you.
Where is this place?
It's the Ponderosa, Nevada. How's your head?
Go away.
It's cold. It's cold, and I think that you want to keep the cover over you.
Hey!
Hey, what'd you do that for? All right, you just go ahead and freeze if you want to.
Well?
How is she?
Well, gypsies are supposed to be mean. She's doing fine.
What'd you do to your hand?
She bit me.
She bit you?
Uh-huh.
Now, listen, little Joe. If a gypsy bites anything like a polecat, you're in trouble. If you start foaming at the mouth...
Yeah, I know. Drink plenty of Jamaica ginger.
Why did she bite you?
I don't know.
Say anything about her folks? Or what happened to her?
No, nothing.
I'll talk to the girl in the morning.
I wouldn't get too close to her.
You see that star?
Yeah, it's the North Star.
I would like to reach up and pluck it out of the sky.
Oh, that's a long ways up.
No, it's so close I can feel the cold on my face.
Oh, maybe you better get back in bed.
Night is the inside of a black bell. It rings forth the spirits of the dead.
Don't worry. It's just that Lobo wolf we've been trying to catch.
Go away.
And will you bite me again if I don't? Where are the folks you belong to?
I have no one.
Come on, everybody has someone.
Why do you care about me? Is it because I am pretty and you want to kiss me? Come and do it. I am waiting for you.
Now look, I don't know what's bothering you, but I brought you here and I feel responsible for you. I want to find out where you belong, and that's all.
You're walking in your father's shoes.
And what does that mean?
You're playing like you are a man, but you are a little boy.
And what makes you so grown up?
I'm past being grown up. I'm old and withered. I am dead.
And I don't know what you're talking about. You're the craziest girl I ever ran into.
Go away before I turn you into a toad.
You don't have to eat crumbs, young lady. Have a decent breakfast if you want it.
I don't need your food.
Well, you are welcome to it if you should need it. My name is Ben Cartwright.
You are a rich man, Ben Cartwright.
Well, I do have much to be grateful for.
I would have to steal to have so much.
Well, there are other ways. Tell me, what were you doing out there all alone?
Howling at the moon.
Well, I suppose that is respectable for young wolves, but not for young ladies. Where are your people?
Why do you want to know? Would you invite them to eat with you?
Well, I want to know so that I can return a young girl to them. I think they've lost one.
They did not lose me. I am not like them. I'm different.
Well, how? What makes you different?
There is no one in front of me and no one in back. I may go anywhere I want to go and be whatever I wish to be.
What is it that you wish to be?
I wish to be free. I do not like your house.
What's wrong?
Go away.
What's the matter? Hey, give me that. Not till I find out what's going through that crazy head of yours. Why do you try to kill yourself?
I'm Gafe. I am a witch. The animals, they know it.
If you mean those horses, it was your dress that spooked them. They're not used to bright colors, nothing else.
No, it is the dark star. It is the dark star.
Look at there, boy. It looks like them gypsies are going to make camp right here on the Ponderosa.
Now, they probably come to pick up a young friend.
How'd they know she was here?
Well, doctor. Imagine it's all over Virginia City by now.
They did not come for me.
Now, look, young lady, I don't know what problems you may have had with your people before, but don't you think it's time to straighten them out now?
You do not understand.
No. I guess you're right, I don't. I have 3 sons and no daughters. I always found women a mite harder to understand than men. They're more sensitive. And now, look, I'll forget about those dishes if you'll come along now and give things another try.
No.
Well, those are your people. You belong with them.
No.
All right. If Muhammad won't go to the mountain.
Zurka, we have visitors.
Oh, welcome, friends. I, Zurka, welcome you.
I should be welcoming you. My name is Ben Cartwright. My son, Hoss. This is the Ponderosa, Cartwright land. You don't mind my asking, how did you get through our fence line?
Oh, it is in need of repair. Fences are always in need of repair.
I presume you came to pick up the girl.
The girl?
Yes, we found her half dead in the timber country. Gypsy girl.
You are Barosan, my brother. You're a great man, I can see it. I'm sure that you will let my people stay on your beautiful land until the dark sky clears. We are heading across the mountains in the place where the Mustangs run wild.
What about the girl?
She's no longer one of us. She's Gafe, a bringer of misfortune.
She's a child.
Oh, the devil is fond of children.
You mean to say that poor little girl, you think she's bewitched?
We know it, Barosan.
You left her here to die.
We left her behind us.
She's a human being. She's not an animal. And we have laws in this country governing responsibility.
We stay away from the law, and the law stays away from us.
Well, maybe you won't be able to do that this time.
Well, I'll think it over, Barosan. You will let us stay, huh?
On one condition. That you take the girl and go when the weather clears.
I can promise you that we will go.
Right.
But now, Barosan, when we are here, maybe we can do some business. We have fine horses to sell.
Well, we buy our horses in Virginia City.
But none like the beasts of Roman. Aspiro. Backs like iron. Hoofs like the wind.
Well, Paul, it can't do no harm to take a look at them.
Well... What do you want for the stallions?
150 apiece.
How much?
For both. All 3?
Oh, they aren't worth half that.
Oh, you're a hard man to deal with, Barosan.
No, not usually. These horses have been fixed. Oh, the Indians have been known to use similar methods. The teeth have been bored and filled with birchwood to hide their age.
This one's leg's been blistered on this side to balance up with that lame one on the other one, too, Paul.
Touch of arsenic in their feet?
You insult us.
I was right. You're a great man, Barosan. With an eye of a gypsy. I like you. My wife will tell you a fortune. For nothing.
I'm afraid not.
No, but we will talk. You will tell me your life and I'll tell you my life.
Another time.
Huh? No, tonight. Tonight is All Hallows Eve. It's a big celebration. We'll have a roast pig and we will dance and drink Kimmel, a lot of Kimmel. You'll join us.
I'm afraid not.
But you must come. You must bring the pig. You do have a pig, huh?
Yes, we have a pig.
So bring the pig and you are welcome.
But I'm afraid we're saving our pig for a little celebration of our own.
So don't bring the pig and you are welcome too.
Thanks anyway. Enjoy yourself. And remember what I said about the girl. I expect you to come for her.
And stay in good health, Barrison.
Hi. You know, I still don't know your name.
Tirza. Why do they call you Little Joe?
That's just a nickname. It doesn't mean anything.
Venom of spiders protects us from wild animals and savage dogs.
Colt 45 will do the same thing.
It will not rain tonight.
Tirza, what did you mean about the Dark Star? Being a witch?
When I was a little girl, I sat by a stream like this. I watched the fish and dreamed that I was one of them, slipping through the warm silence, my silver scales reflecting sunlight.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I used to want to be a grizzly.
I can be a fish if I want.
What are you doing?
Digging for wild artichokes. The gophers store them, and I am hungry.
You're sure a funny girl.
Why did you stop me?
When?
Before?
Why'd you try to kill yourself?
For the same reason I bit you.
And why's that?
Because I'm a witch.
Are you strong, Tirza?
Yes, strong and well.
I'm Joe Cartwright.
Go away, Guile. Back to your own kind. Go watch over your kingdom. Leave us alone.
Tirza wants me to leave, then I will.
What do you want, Spiro?
To see that you are happy. I did not know they left you behind until it was too late. It was the old woman's work.
And if you had known, what then?
I might have changed her mind. The Bruja is my grandmother. I can influence her. A glass of metaxa. A laugh or two. She would listen to me.
And all you would want for that service is to hold me in your arms for all the nights that are to come.
Maybe not all.
I would rather lie in the arms of a snake.
Drop it. I said drop it.
All right, get on your horse and clear out.
Remember my face, Gallo. It'll be the last one you see in this world.
Not only do they think she's bewitched, she thinks so too.
Sounds like they've been driving it home hard enough to her to make her believe it. Where's she now?
She's asleep. She's quite a girl, though. Isn't she, Joe?
Yeah, Pa.
Adam, you don't think there'll be anything worthwhile at the auction?
No, I didn't like the looks of those Mustangs. Kind of runty. I understand the gypsies tried to peddle some of their broken-down geldings that they'd fixed up.
Did quite a good job, too. You know, the average buyer probably wouldn't notice the difference for quite some time.
Well, they'd have to go something out, Fox. You, Pa.
Hey, Paul. Well, our little Poland China pigs is plumb gone.
Seems I was supposed to supply a pig one way or another.
And looks like you did get out, Fox.
No, I didn't, because they're going to pay for that pig one way or another.
I don't know, Paul. That old gypsy Zerka, he could charm his way out of a Comanche scalping.
He's not going to charm his way out of paying for that pig.
Well, yes, I got to see.
Yeah, me too. How about you, Adam? Come on along.
No, I think I better keep an eye on the house in case they back in one of the wagons and take out the furniture.
It's a pleasure to have you here, Baro-san.
I'm sorry to barge in like this, but I have the strange feeling that that pig belongs to me. Does it?
I don't know. I really don't know, Baro-san. It wandered here into the camp, poor lost soul. Do you think it is yours?
Now, Zurka, you know it is. That's a very expensive animal.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Baro-san. I don't know how to repay you. I have only a few dollars. But maybe you would consider a barter. Wait. Baro-san, it is not much, but it is pure silver and carved with a loving heart.
This is worth much more than that pig. No, I couldn't possibly take it.
But look, I took your pig too. It will ease my conscience. Please take it. Let's not talk about it, and we'll have a drink.
I don't know.
No, but you must taste some of your pig.
What's that?
This is milk, mixed with the blood of an unborn calf.
It's a delicacy, horse.
Give you strength.
Yes, sir.
Zurka, tell me, why do you think the girl is bewitched?
Oh, she was born on a dark star. Her mother died in her efforts. It's very bad.
Well, does a mother's death make a child evil?
Sometimes. You know, our beliefs are old and strong. And we must live as they tell us.
Well, is there nothing in your beliefs about mercy, compassion?
Yes, but is it possible to have mercy and compassion for a girl who can turn herself into a wolf? After your son, Barusan.
Zurka, I respect your beliefs, but I'm not a man who goes along much with spirits and witches and the like. You know, I've found that the only evil in this world is the humankind.
But the evil in man doesn't come from nowhere. It is born in a dark world beyond the world we know, and it's sent here on purpose.
You really believe that girl can turn herself into a wolf?
Yes, she must plague our house. The devil drives her. He possesses our children and drives them against us. She's evil, believe me.
Oh, I can't believe it. I don't think so. I do think that poor girl is suffering, not from an evil in her, but from some kind of despair and loneliness because her own people rejected her and persecuted her.
You're a Gaio, you're a civilized man. The understanding for the devil and his ways is being bred out of you.
Zurka, have you ever seen any real evidence of the devil in her? Or are you afraid of her because she was unlucky enough to have been born under some weather-obscured star? You know, a man, possibly you've never heard of him, once said, "The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves."
I like your words. They're good words, but not our words. I've seen too much of evil. Go after your son. He's in danger.
The danger is in the flesh, not fantasy. My son can take pretty good care of himself in that department. Zurka, give the girl a chance. You may be wrong.
Maybe, but I'm not.
Well, I guess it's not going to storm after all. Well, thanks for the Super Bowl.
And thanks for the pig.
You run faster than any buck deer I ever saw.
Little Joe, little Joe, like a black panther from the depths of night, in a dark dream, once I saw my lover steal away.
Why'd you come to the camp and dance like that?
To frighten them, to see their faces.
There's so many things I just can't understand about you.
We live in two worlds, little Joe. In my world, there are demons and spirits who eat up living souls like grain and fly about the night in wagons made of smoke. I am one of them. I know it, and my people know it.
You listen to me. I don't want you talking that way anymore. You know more a witch than I am. Somehow they've got you thinking things that just don't make sense.
You are a tree. I see you as a tree, so firm, a part of the land, with your roots dug deep into the ground. Your arm is like a branch. I wish I were a tree. I would stand over little children and guard them from harm. Maybe I am not a witch. Maybe I am good to think such thoughts.
Of course you're good. I know you are.
Your heart is beating. Is it because I am near you?
Yes.
Am I beautiful?
You're very beautiful.
Can we talk of love sometime? Hold me. Hold me. Little Joe. help me.
You refused our help. You were driven away from our house.
The devil is in me. Help me.
There is only one way to help you. Do you know what that means? That means pain beyond anything you ever known. Agony that will tear at your mind and sear your soul.
I don't care. Even if it would mean my death.
Where's Tirzin? She's in the mountains. There's nothing you can do for her now, Gaio. She is the devil. She has changed herself into a wolf and slaughtered chickens. My people are going to help her.
What do you mean, help her?
They're going to stake her to the ground and pick at her soul until she screams for mercy. But they will only dig deeper until they have found the rotten spot and scooped it out. And then they will leave her body limp and her mind a useless thing. I could have killed you both on your moonlit rock of love. It would have been easy. It would have been too easy. It would have only given me a moment or two. This way, I can see them scar her mind as she has scarred my face. I can make you crawl as I have crawled.
I know what they're trying to do, Tirza. Don't let them!
But I want them to. Don't you see?
No, I don't see. All I see is a lot of talk that doesn't make sense.
But it does. The devil is in me. They will take him away and make my soul as clean as air.
Tirza, don't!
Asmodeus, the Bruja is here. She will drive you back into the world of the dead. At the end of the world, there's a hole through which one can descend in the underworld. This can be reached by following the direction taken by the setting sun. The journey should be made on two cocks, harnessed together. Underworld. It is time to sleep. It takes 2 months walking through darkness before one sees a light. It is a cavernous passage guarded by 9 white dogs. The passage leads directly to the castle of the Black Man-Eating Emperor. The castle is in that flagon. And when it bursts, he shall be released from the soul of this girl. What's your name?
Tirza,
How old are you?
19.
How long has the devil been in you? How long?
Since my birth.
Why does he possess you? Tell me, tell me.
Oh, I can't breathe. I can't breathe.
What is the devil's name?
I don't know.
What is his name?
Asmodeus.
Asmodeus. Can you see him now?
No.
I want you to see him. See his goat's face and fiery eyes, the hairy, twisted body, and the cloven hoof. Blood, bones, claws, hoofs, horns. Can you see him now?
No.
Three times from east to west, and 3 times from west to east. Scorpions, feathers, spiderweb. I conjure thee, Asmodeus. I exorcise thee, O ancient serpent, by the judge of the living and the dead, that from this girl thou, with fears and afflictions of thy fury, speedily depart.
Little Joe, I am free.
No, thanks. I wanted to talk to you.
Go ahead, boy.
Well, you remember once you told us that we could have a piece of this land when it was time.
That's right. Is it time, boy?
Yes, sir.
Well, if that's what you want. Tess is a fine young woman. I'd be proud to have her for a daughter. Zurka, come in, please.
Well, Barusan, the sky clears, so we are on our way as I promised. It was a good land, and we are grateful for the hospitality. The girl is coming with us. Our house is her house now.
Tirza's not going with you.
You want her, young man?
Yes.
But it is our way that if a man marries, he has to join the girl's family. You have to become a gypsy.
Tirza's going to stay here with me.
No, little Joe. I cannot stay.
What do you mean you can't stay?
Remember the fish in the stream? I wanted to be one of them. I am one of them now. I've waited so long to see love in their eyes instead of fear and hate. It is in my heart to go.
Tirza, you can't go. Do you understand I love you more than anything in my life?
You are a tree, Joe, not a fish. You must stand tall and watch over this land that is yours.
Tirza,
Stay here and think of me sometimes when the stars are in the skies. I will have memories of you always. Goodbye, little Joe.
You're a good son. I always wished to have a son like this. So many times I tried to make a son of Spiro.
Yes, I'm sorry about Spiro.
He's better off in the land of the mulos. He'll find peace and judgment for his sins.
Then you know what he was trying to do.
Yes. We found a wolf's paw on his body. It was still wet with blood. It was our mistake.
You know, Zurka, sometimes it's possible to see the devil when you're looking for the devil.
Our mistake was that we didn't see the devil in Spiro.
Maybe so.
Goodbye, my brother, and may you have a long life.
Hey, now, why don't you look where you're going?
I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
Well, you don't sound half sorry to me.
Look, I said I was sorry. Why don't we leave it at that?
If you don't mind, we'll call the shots. Now, suppose you use the other side of the street. Joe! Joe, come here! Your daddy's calling you, little boy.
Right, I'll take you one at a time.
Joe!
What's the matter, Joe? Didn't you hear me calling you?
You see what they were trying to do?
Yes, I saw what they were trying to do. I also saw the half-dozen men across the street ready to back them up.
Yeah, well, I don't care how many there are. Look, what's got into this town? You can't walk down the street anymore. We're just going to stand by and let them get away with it.
Now, look, do you think that walking into a trap they deliberately set for you and getting your head broken is going to stop them? Now, get along to Mr. Cameron's store and help horse load the supplies. I'll round up Adam and join you.
Now, Cameron, what's your answer?
You know my answer. I won't back down for you or Sam Bryant or any of the gang.
Well, now, that's just plumb too bad.
No.
Now, whatever make you say a thing like that?
Sure.
Hey, Sheriff, what kind of town you running here? Gonna stand there and let that fella hold a gun on me?
Sheriff, he killed my husband.
Well, Miss Cameron, you don't mean that.
You killed him.
Miss Cameron, that's a terrible thing to say. Why, I got some friends that'd be downright upset to hear you say a thing like that.
We know who your friends are. Why don't you leave her alone?
Here, let me handle this. Come on. I don't know what make her say a terrible thing like that.
You killed him, Perkins, and you know it.
I'll take care of this, Cartwright. All right, Perkins, let's go. I'm locking you up.
All right, Sheriff. If that's what you think you ought to do. Nice, neat place you got here, Sheriff. Real nice. Yes, sir, you keep it up real nice.
You know the way, Perkins.
Anything you say, Sheriff. Anything you say.
Right in there, Perkins.
Waste of time you locking me in here. You know that, don't you? But if that's the way you want to do business.
Howdy, Sheriff. Hey, tell me you got one of my boys in here. How much is bail gonna run?
Circuit judge is in town, Brian. I ain't setting no bail. That's a judge's job.
Well, I suppose the judge has got to earn his money, too.
That you, Sam?
Sure is, Farmer. They treating you good?
Just fine, Sam. Just fine as can be.
They don't treat you right. You just let your old friend Sam Bryant know, you hear?
Don't tell me to let Perkins go already.
No, they ain't. But it might be a real good idea. Not this time, Bryant. Judge Scribner's in town. He says he'll hold a hearing on Farmer Perkins down at Town Hall just as soon as he can get there. You know something? I sure hate to see outsiders like the judge get mixed up in our private affairs. I think outsiders ought to tend their own business. And that goes for you Cartwrights, too. See you later, Sheriff. John. You want to see Farmer Perkins get a fair hearing now, don't you?
Well, sure.
All right, now sit down, everybody. Go right ahead, Your Honor.
Are the witnesses present?
2 of them are right here, Your Honor. Your Honor, before you start, I think you should know these 2 didn't say a thing.
Are you acting as lawyer for Mr. Perkins?
Well, Your Honor, I'm acting like just what I am. Farmer Perkins' friend.
I'll not have any more of these outbursts. All right, Mrs. Cameron. Is Mrs. Cameron present in the court?
Your Honor, if I may.
Yes, Doctor?
Mrs. Cameron is in no condition to testify at the present time.
Yes, but she was an eyewitness to the alleged crime.
Do you measure emotions by the clock, Your Honor? This woman just saw her husband shot down in cold blood.
Doctor, you please resist passing judgment. I ask you if Mrs. Cameron is present in this court.
No, she is not. She's in my office, a very sick woman.
May I ask the nature of her illness?
You certainly may. It's the same sickness that afflicts this entire town. Fear.
Can we now hear from the other witnesses?
Well, sure, we're all witnesses, everyone here.
Hey, that's right. I'll be witness for you anytime, Farmer.
Order, Your Honor. These here are my character witnesses. Best money can buy.
I'll not have a travesty made of my court.
I'll testify, Your Honor. My brother and I were outside of Cameron's store when we heard the shot. We ran in and found Farmer Perkins. Mr. Cameron was on the floor dead and his wife was standing over him.
That's exactly the way it happened.
But you did not see the actual shooting.
No, Your Honor, we did not.
All right, Mr. Perkins.
Well, now, Your Honor, my good friends here, the Cartwright boys, they've already said all I know. It was the same thing with me, exactly. I heard a shot. I ran in, and that was poor Mr. Cameron. And that right pretty wife of his. Don't suppose she shot him, do you?
Hey, that's right there, Farmer. She must have done it.
Are there any other eyewitnesses to the alleged shooting? I mean, other than Mrs. Cameron.
Judge, you know as well as I do what kind of man Farmer Perkins is.
At this moment, Mr. Perkins's character is not on trial. Due to the failure of our only eyewitness to appear, I must adjourn this hearing. I said adjourn it. Only until Mrs. Cameron is available to testify. Meanwhile, the suspect is to remain in the custody of the sheriff.
Hey, now what's he talking about?
Just a minute. He's subject to bail, isn't he? I mean, he hasn't been charged with anything yet.
I've already drawn up the paper, Your Honor.
Hey, what was he talking about? Come on, give him a drink.
All right, Ben. You saw it. All legal, right down the line. I could have told you it'd happen.
Well, I just don't know what's gotten into the people of this town. They're just going to stand by and watch them get away with a cold-blooded murder, because that's all it is, a cold-blooded murder.
Oh, I'm not sure the people of this town care one way or the other.
And what you're saying is that this case is closed. Is that it?
Well, you saw what happened. I arrested Perkins, I had a hearing, and he's out there walking around.
Look, Sheriff, if you want to do something, why don't you start by arresting Sam Bryant? He's the head man.
On what charge, son? Associating with bad company? Keeping order in the mines? That's what he was hired for. That's what him and his men do.
No, it's gone a lot further than that, Sheriff. They've taken over the whole town.
So they have.
We could have stopped it before it went that far.
By myself, with no deputies, not a soul to back me up. What is it you expect me to do?
Well, I don't know what to expect of you, but I know what I'm going to do. I'm going to get Beth Cameron to testify. And if she does, the judge is going to reopen the hearing and set a trial immediately. And if that's done, will you rearrest Farmer Perkins?
I'm a practical man, Ben. And a sociable one. I don't like taking chances on my life. But if I'm going to, I won't covet him. Now, I got the right to swear in deputies. And deputies is what I want before I go after Farmer Perkins again. Now, you made the complaint, Ben. Now, I've offered the same chance to half the people in this town.
I know Beth Cameron will testify. There was a hearing a while ago. You were needed at that hearing. You weren't there.
What do you want me to do? Isn't one killing enough? My husband's dead, isn't he? My husband tried to stand up to Sam Bryant and they killed him. And if I try to stand up to them, they'll kill me. Is that what you want?
No, of course not. And it won't happen. Suppose my sons and I promise to protect you. Would you testify then?
Can you promise to protect all of Virginia City? And the judge? Can you promise to keep Perkins in jail, that he won't go free or break out and come after us?
All right, Mrs. Cameron. Let's just say that your husband died for nothing.
Ben, wait. Please, help me.
Judge Scribner will be in town for a few more hours only. He says he'll hold a trial if he can have witnesses.
Will you come for me, Ben?
You can depend on that, Mrs. Cameron.
All right, you're so smart, you do it. Come on. Come on, you take it. Come on, big strong man. Come on, wait, come on. Okay, go. Come on there. Come on there, Jim. Come on, man. Come on there, take him. Come on, go get him. Go get him. Put him down there. That's it, Jim. You got him. You got him. That's it, boy.
I ain't never lost yet. Well, you just run out of luck.
Oh, go on, Farmer. You can take him.
Come on, Sean.
Come on now.
Come on, go get him.
Come on, Farmer.
Come on, Farmer. Come on, take him. Come on, I want to take him there. Come on.
All right, boys, leave them right where they are.
Now, you wouldn't want to spoil all the fun, would you, boys? The trial's going to resume at 1 o'clock.
Trial? Again? That judge sure is a glutton for punishment, ain't he, boys?
Yeah, wait. What trial are you talking about? That trial's
It's
over.
all right, boys. Don't get excited. We're going to have a repeat performance. Come on down to the courthouse with me.
Yeah, don't worry.
Don't worry, Farmer. We're all with you,
boy. We're with you, Farmer.
Take care now.
Will you answer the question, please, Mrs. Cameron?
Farmer Perkins threatened to wreck our store unless my husband paid him for what he called protection. My husband said he'd never back down. Farmer Perkins drew his gun and shot my husband.
Thank you, Mrs. Cameron. The defendant will please rise. Since you waive trial by jury, it becomes my sworn duty to pass sentence on you. I I hereby find you guilty of murder as charged. Mr. Perkins, I sentence you to hang by the neck until dead. The execution is to take place in the yard of the town jail tomorrow at dawn. This case is closed.
You hold the top cars, temporarily. Not for long. I promise you, Cartwright, you'll never live to see the day that Farmer Perkins hangs.
I've never seen a jail cell before.
Well, this isn't a cell, Mrs. Cameron. This is the sheriff's room.
Do I have to spend the night here?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, ma'am. See, we haven't got enough men to watch your house, and Pa thought you'd be a lot safer in protective custody.
What are they doing?
Can't have a hanging without a gallows, ma'am.
Killings and beatings and now a hanging. Won't we ever have a decent town to live in?
That's what we're trying to get, Mrs. Cameron. You have to believe that.
Well, Judge, all I can say is that the example you set us today was a very necessary one, and I can assure you that by the time you get back here next month, things will be a lot more peaceful around here.
Well, thank you very much, Ben. Please don't wait around. The stage will be leaving in a few minutes.
Oh.
Your boys will be needing you at the jail.
As a matter of fact, Judge, those boys can get along without me very well. Although I wouldn't want them to know that. But we are a bit short-handed. Good night, sir.
Good night, Ben, and good luck.
Yeah.
Tie his hands. Keep an eye on it. Norton, take a couple of the boys and circulate around out there. Let me know if you hear anything.
Right, Sam.
That's all, boys. Game's over. Got some writing to do.
Sure that Gallus is going to be ready on time?
What time is dawn?
5 o'clock, a little before 5. But I've got the hanging set for 5 o'clock sharp.
We won't keep the farmer waiting.
What is it, Sheriff? What's the matter?
Hey, sir, where's your hurry? You running for re-election?
Where's your dad? What's keeping him? You ought to have been here a half hour ago.
I know, I'm getting worried about him.
The judge has probably trapped him into some long-winded discussion of the law or something.
No, not tonight.
I just wanted to make sure this was no crazy man's idea of a joke. Read that.
Hang Farmer Perkins and we hang Ben Cartwright.
Set Farmer Perkins free, give him a horse and a half-hour head start, and we'll send Cartwright back to you.
Shut up, Perkins. You'll still hang. Or Willie. Now, I don't want to rub it in, but you boys got us into this. Now, if you've got any suggestions for getting us out.
Have you?
Just this. Before you three go off half-cocked, let me give you a little advice. There's only one sensible way to get out of this mess.
What's that?
Let Farmer Perkins go.
We don't see it your way, Sheriff.
No, we don't.
All right. You boys think you're a match for old Sam Bryant? One of the toughest, smartest gunmen that ever shot up a mining camp? Him and his men outnumber us 5 to 1. He's got this whole town in his grip. They're so scared of him.
Has he got you scared too, Sheriff?
I got just one life, Joe. It's against my principles to bet it wildly. But now, if you boys want to play games with your father's life as the prize, you got the authority. Now let's see if you can come up with a practical plan.
We got 6 hours. We ought to be able to come up with something.
Like what?
Well, like a search. Search every house till we find Pa.
How do you know he's in town? Maybe they've got him hid in a mine or someplace. Besides, we got neither the time or the men for a search.
Sheriff, let me ask you something. What would happen if we went right ahead with the preparation for the hanging just like nothing happened? Then they never would know whether we got that message or not.
Could just send another messenger.
That's right. And we'd be waiting for him.
And we'd jump him.
No. We'd follow him. We'd follow him right to where they're holding our paw.
Now, that's the first good suggestion I've heard tonight. Adam, you stay here. I'll take the boys, stake them out so we can keep an eye on anybody that might come around. Let's go.
Howdy, Doc. There's some of us you can count on, Sheriff. We're spotted around watching the jail in case Sam Bryant and his men try to rush it.
Well, that's not Sam Bryant's way of thinking. But I'm much obliged to you anyway, Doc.
All right.
Hey, Doc.
Yes?
We're expecting a caller. Don't stop him. Just keep out of sight.
We'll do that.
Thank you. Hoss, over there by those stairs. Joe, get back here in the alley.
Right.
Keep your eyes sharp. sheriff here.
We sure needed that one alive.
Yeah, there's nothing I could do. Not if I wanted to stay alive myself. See what we can do for the sheriff.
Joey's hit pretty bad. You go get the doc and I'll get him over to his house.
Right.
What's happening? What was that shooting going on out there?
How should I know? Can't see a thing from here.
It was Allen. They shot him down. He got the sheriff.
How far away? They didn't see you come here.
No, they didn't see me. Sam, why don't we give it up? They got guns guarding that jail.
I'm giving up nothing. I'm getting Farmer Perkins out of that jail. And I'll still be running this town.
I like the way you talk, Sam. I'm with you. You can count on me.
Good boy. Makes it.
Doctor's doing everything he can for him, Adam. Besides, it's our Paul we ought to be worried about.
Well, we already tried one scheme, and all we did was kill the messenger that might have led us back to him.
You talk like we might as well give up. What are you figuring on doing? Just sitting there?
Well, now, if you've got any ideas, I'd like to hear them.
Well, I'm with Hoss. We got to do something.
Well, just exactly what?
Well, we could at least go around to the saloons and see if we couldn't pick up something.
Look, Sam Bryant's got his spies all over the place. You'll only pick up what he wants you to pick up.
You sure think he's smart, don't you?
Yes, I do, because he is. I'm beginning to feel the key lies in Bryant's mind.
What do you mean?
A couple hours ago, when the sheriff was all set to let Farmer Perkins go, you were both against it. Now, do you still hold to that?
Well, Adam, that was a couple hours ago. We still thought we could find Paul by dawn.
And now you're not so sure.
Well, you're not making it any easier the way you're going about it.
Look, all I asked was if you're still intent on hanging Farmer Perkins.
I don't know. I don't want to stand here and play question and answer games. They got my father out there and they threatened to kill him. Maybe you forgot that, brother, but I haven't.
Joe, I feel the same way about it you do. I done told you that. But Pa sure wouldn't want us all fighting among ourselves.
Right, then let him start making sense.
Well, if you give me a chance, maybe I will. Now look at it this way. What would Bryant do if, say, come dawn, we simply went ahead and hung Farmer Perkins?
Regardless of what Sam Bryant said he'd do to our pa.
Regardless.
Now, what would you do if you were wrong, Adam? Would you go out to my father's grave and say, "I'm sorry, Pa, I made a big mistake"?
Joe, he's my father, too.
Adam, I sure hope you're right in your thinking. Because I don't like the sound of it any more than Joe does.
Look, if we let Farmer Perkins go, then Sam Bryant has proved that you can get away with murder in this town. And he'll have no qualms about going ahead and hanging Pa anyway.
You still haven't told me how we're going to get Pa away from him.
On the other hand, we go ahead and hang Farmer Perkins and we show that we punish murderers. And Sam Bryant will see that his only chance is to let Pa go.
Oh, come on, Adam. First you stand there and tell me how smart you think Sam Bryant is, then you say he's going to back down. He's never been afraid of the law in this town.
No, but he's never been charged with murder either. And once Sam Bryant knows that he's facing a murder charge, I figure he'll be smart enough to back down. And that's why we got to go ahead and hang Farmer Perkins.
I'm sorry, Adam. I can't go along with it. It's too big a gamble.
Adam, you go right ahead thinking like that if you want to. But you're going to have to do it alone. We're going to go find Pa. Come on, Joe.
Try it one more time. Only shorten the rope a bit. That farmer's a tall one. Don't want his feet to touch bottom.
Old Comstock staying up for the hanging.
Yeah, there's no lack of people. Not one single lead on Pa.
Come on, little Joe. We still got lots of looking to do.
What you looking at?
I just wanted to see exactly what kind of a life I'm putting in the balance with my father's.
Before you let me go, huh?
What makes you think I'll let you go?
You don't worry me none. Brown will get me out of here. He's smart. And besides, what kind of son would swap his own pa's life for mine?
You got 90 minutes left. You want to talk to a preacher?
Preacher.
What's so funny?
I killed a preacher once. Back in Kansas, I think it was.
What for?
For preaching at me.
Want you to write a note. To whom? To your sons. Tell them I'm running out of patience. Tie it off. Tell them to let Farmer Perkins go. In 1 hour, the father will be wearing a new necktie. I raised my sons to make their own decisions.
got him out there somewhere.
Yeah, if we just knew where.
But even if we knew, 3 of us against 10 or more of them.
It's a risk I'd be willing to take, Adam, for what we got at stake.
All right, so would I. But in a wild gunfight, who'd be sure and get killed? One of Bryant's men would take it out on Pa first. Come on in here.
Where you going?
Guild Saloon. I'm going to announce exactly where I stand so it'll be sure and get back to Bryant.
Well, if you can convince that bunch over there, you can convince me.
Well, just remember, a lot of Bryant's men will be there to stir the mob up against me. Lock the door after us.
You better hurry back. The hanging's at 5.
Bring Cartwright over here. Sorry we couldn't build you a fancy gallows like the town. We'll just have to make do. Get up on the table.
Ain't you gonna wait to see if they hang the farmer?
Sure. Just want to see if the noose is high enough. What's the matter with you, Norton? Something bothering you?
No. Nothing.
I'll hang him. I like doing it. Whether they hang my friend Farmer Perkins or not, I'll enjoy it.
Perfect fit. Cartwright, you never looked so good to me. Get down.
Now, I want Sam Bryant and all of you to understand the following. From now on, all murders will be hanged in Virginia City. And the first hanging to take place will be that of Farmer Perkins this morning at 5 a.m. as scheduled. And any future murderers will also be hanged. And if Sam Bryant wants to escape hanging, he'll let my father go.
I know Bryant, kid, better than you do. He don't fool around. You're signing your pa's own death warrant. It's that badge, that stinking badge is going over there.
Is it the badge? Is it the law, the principle?
It's only part of it. So that's the way Pa would think.
And it's all a matter of your thinking that you know Bryant's mind. That you can outbluff him in this little poker game you're playing.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to that.
But Adam, it's Paul's life you're gambling with. What if you lose?
Don't you think I thought of that?
Cartwright, his son Adam's now acting sheriff. Says he's going to go ahead and hang Farmer Perkins regardless. And then leaving it up to me whether or not you swing. Good. Good for him. He's bluffing. You think so? You know how stubborn we Cartwrights can be, if we want to be. Yeah, stubborn, but not stupid. Still time to write him a note. Bring him to his senses. Why? He's doing exactly what I'd do. And hang. Then you'll hang. Because that'd be the last straw this town would need to bring it to its senses. Tell me, Bryant, how do you think it'll feel to hang? In about 30 minutes, you're going to find out, Cartwright. Remember, that's my rope over there. 30 minutes.
I'm getting out of here, Sam.
Norton! You make another move toward that door, I'll kill you.
No, you won't, Sam. You ain't got the guts to do your own killing. And don't you do it for him, McNeil. One shot, and that'll bring a crowd running in here. And you'll be the one that's gonna hang for killing me, not him.
No, I stick by Sam and he sticks by me. He's sticking by the farmer, ain't he? Well, he ain't gonna let the farmer hang, is he?
I don't know, McNeil. Why don't you wait and see? And when you find out, you come and let me know. I'll be around.
Where's Hoss and Little Joe?
They're outside watching things.
Adam, I know what it's like to lose someone. Do you? And to know that you're the cause of it? Adam, Ben Cartwright's worth 10,000, Farmer Perkins. There's still time. Let Perkins go.
Come on, get up. Put the noose around his neck. All right, get down. Come here, I want to show you something. Get on down the corner. You can see the jail from there. Now, when they turn Perkins loose, come on back here and let me know.
What difference does it make? We're gonna hang Cartwright anyway, ain't we?
Just get down there and let me know.
Okay, I just want to be in on the fun, that's all.
You know, there wasn't any need to send the boy. Because they'll hang Perkins, all right. And after they do, they'll be coming here for you. Let them come. They've been after me before. They haven't got a thing they can prove against me. They will have. After you hang me. Shut up, Cartwright. Shut up or I'll yank this table out from under you right now.
Go through with it.
What's so funny?
Old Ben Cartwright. I bet he ain't so high-minded with a rope around his neck.
Let go of me! Come on, let go! Let go of me!
Get boy. Move, boy.
Let go of me!
We found him down by the corner.
It's McNeil, one of Bryant's men.
What'd you do with my pa? Where is he?
It's 5 o'clock.
You hung the farmer.
We told you we was going to, boy.
All right.
You want to know where your pa is? I'll tell you where he is. He's down at the old stable, hanging on the end of a rope. You thought you'd back Sam Bryant down. Well, you go down there and see.
No. No, stable.
Listen to me, all of you. Look, I brought Ben Cartwright back. I didn't do nothing. Now, look, I'm giving him back his gun. You done right hanging Farmer Perkins.
You turned yellow. You let the farmer down. You're just like Norton said you was. You let other people do your killing for you.
Feel all right, Pa?
Yeah, I'm all right. Fine. You know something? You boys look awful good to me.
This whole town ain't deaf?
Well, it looks like we made it clean, Pardo.
They sure sleep sound in Virginia City, don't they? Let's go.
Sam. Ponderosa's off in that direction.
Well, I reckon I can find it.
You know what you're going to do when you get there.
We've been over it 97 times, Pardo.
Just once more.
All right. I go to the Ponderosa and I hire on as a hand, and I keep my ears open. And if a search party comes down this way, I let you know first. Especially if it's a platoon from the Army.
Then what?
Well, then when things quiet down, I come on back and we light out.
Mark that big old dead tree. We'll be a mile and a half south of here. You'll see a big granite boulder. Leads into a box canyon. That's where we'll be waiting.
You just let old Sam take care of it.
You're my eyes and my ears. I'm dependent on you, Sam. Let's go. Sam, cover up those hoof prints. They'll probably want to know where you came from. Tell them about that ranch you used to work on. That fella was always talking about the Ponderosa. That ought to convince them.
What if it doesn't?
What?
What if somebody starts getting extra nosy?
You got a gun, haven't you, Sam?
I told you he was too much horse for you, Adam.
You're next, Bronc Buster.
That's what they call me.
Hey, Joe, you ain't been making no rash promises to Ellie McClure, have you?
I hadn't had a chance.
You sure? Because there comes her paw and the sheriff right now.
Hey, I wonder what they want.
I don't know, but now, me, I always sort of went for June weddings with lots of apple blossoms.
Hey, well, you know, a fella could do a lot worse than Ellie McClure.
Oh, excuse me all to pieces.
Well, are you going to ride this thing or not?
Coming up. If you'll excuse me, ladies, it's time for your riding lesson.
Now we'll see some fun.
Ride him, Joe! Ride him, Ride him, Joe! Keep his head up, Joe! Ride him, Ride him, Joe! Keep his head up! That's the way! That's the way! Get him! Come on, boy! Ride him! Stay with him, boy! Ride him!
I told you!
Well, I'm glad somebody enjoyed it.
I'm sorry. I didn't know it showed.
What can we do for you?
Well, you wouldn't happen to have an easy job in a cool place now, would you?
Yeah, but my brothers and I take all of those. What else do you do?
Well, I've accidentally managed to break a horse or two in my day.
Yeah, well, we just happen to have one on hand.
Yeah, well, I was hoping you'd take my word for it.
Now, what's this?
Cowboy wants to try his luck on that hammerhead.
You ever busted any broncs before, Button?
One or two, I guess.
Well, if you ain't for sure, right now it'd be a real good time to back out.
Well, no, I don't reckon I'd want to do that.
You think we should let him do it?
Well, it's his hide.
Some fellers have to learn the hard way, Joe. That's what I call riding a horse.
Oh, well, you gotta admit I tired him out a little bit.
Well, you might as well face it, Joe. Some people just better with horses than others. Nice ride, kid. I'm Adam Cartwright.
Sam Kirby.
These are my brothers, Hoss and Little Joe.
Howdy.
Hi. Pleased to meet you.
You looking for a job, Sam?
Well, Ed Lemp said you might be hiring some hands.
Ed Lemp, you friend of his?
Well, he ramrodded an outfit I worked for down in Arizona, the Bar B.
I see. Ed give you a letter to show?
Well, yeah, I got it packed in the saddlebag there, if you really want to see it.
If you say you got it, you got it. How's old Ed in here?
Oh, he's meaner than ever. Still thinks mighty high of the Ponderosa, though.
Well, we pay $30 a month, bunk and beans.
Well, you just hired yourself a hand.
Now, as far as posses are concerned, we got them here, here, and up here.
Looks like you're well covered.
Now, I've been on the telegraph to every lawman in the territory, so I believe we got them pretty well sealed in. That is, within this general radius.
Yeah. Oh, boys, come in, please. You know Mr. McClure, Sheriff Coffey?
Yeah, Sheriff. Sheriff, how you doing? Hey, Mr. McClure. Are you getting all set for that birthday party Sunday?
I'm hoping we'll be able to have a birthday party, little Joe.
Well, why? What's the matter?
Mr. McClure's bank was robbed last night.
I thought that bank was pretty near robber-proof.
Yeah, so did I. How much they get away with?
Just about all there was. Right now, we'd be lucky if we could pay off 5 cents on the dollar.
Boys, that information is not to leave this room.
You mean the people don't know about it?
Well, they know we've been hit, but they don't know how bad. We can't afford to have a run on the bank right now. If we can get that money back by the first of the month, we got a chance to weather it.
You'll be fine, Tom.
Any idea who did it, Sheriff?
Yeah, it could have been the John Potter bunch. He pulled a job just about like this up in Butte last year.
Well, what are we waiting for?
Now, wait a minute, Joe. The sheriff has plenty of help up north. He's holding us responsible for the Ponderosa.
Chances are they'll hold up for a while anyway, till this thing cools down a bit.
And we're to see to it that they don't hold up on our land.
So keep your eyes open for anything unusual. You know, smoke, tracks that hadn't ought to be there, drifters that got a lot more money than they ought to have, anything like that.
Well, we'll let you know if we see anything, Roy.
Much obliged to you, Ben. More than likely they won't come down this way at all, but it don't do no harm to make sure.
No, it doesn't.
Bye.
So long. Mr. McClure, I sure hope Ellie can have that birthday party.
I hope so too, little Joe. We're waiting to hear from Fort McKay. We're trying to get help from the Army.
Well, I'm sure they'll want to help. So do we, Tom.
Ben, when I think about some of the small ranchers around here, I'm just not man enough to tell them that they've worked 5, 10, 15 years for nothing. It's a tough thing to face up to.
Now, Tom, that's enough of that kind of talk. They'll find Potter and his outfit. You mark my words.
I hope so. Thank you, Ben.
So long, Ben.
So long, Roy.
Must finish breaking those horses, Pop?
No, forget about the horses for now. There's still time to do some looking before it starts getting dark. You boys saddle up and tell the horse and the men.
Hey, Pop, I was just thinking about what the sheriff said about drifters.
Huh? What about them?
Well, we just hired one a little while ago. I just thought I'd mention it.
Well, now, come on, Joe. Just because he outrode you doesn't mean he's a bank robber.
Look, I told you to stop kidding me.
Wait a minute now, wait a minute. Now, what about this new man?
Well, Ed Lemp sent him. He's all right. Fell over there by the corral. Sam Kirby. In the gray shirt.
Well, if Ed Lemp vouches for a man, that's good enough for me. Tell Hoss and the men to saddle up. We'll cover more ground if we split up in twos. Joe, you take the Arroyo and everything east.
Right, Pa.
Horst.
Yes, sir.
You go down south as far as the wash. Adam and I'll take the west part. All right, take a man and let's get busy.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll bird dog him out of there. Come on. I don't know about you. I think I'm going to stretch a little.
Well, don't you think it's getting kind of late? Shouldn't we get back?
Yeah, after I work out a few schemes.
Wonder how the others are doing.
I don't know. I hope they're doing better than we are. It's funny.
You find something?
Yeah. This bush here. It's been broke off fresh. You reckon how that come to happen?
Well, a stray, maybe.
No, I don't see no tracks. It's peculiar, ain't it?
Well, it's deer brush. Maybe some Indian took it for his fire.
Maybe. Let's me and you take a look around in here.
Plus!
What's the trouble, Joe?
Nothing, I guess. Just from back there, it looked like he was drawing down on you.
Who, Sam here?
Well, I just heard somebody coming. I just wanted to be sure.
Joe, you letting this whole thing spook you, boy.
Yeah, I guess so.
I reckon you was right about that deer brush. Come on, let's get on in for supper. Sure a fine supper tonight.
I never had roast beef that good in my whole life.
Get your gear stowed away?
No, I better get to it.
Want some help?
No, thanks. I don't have that much.
If you need anything, Sam, just holler.
Do you suppose it's something serious?
I don't know. I think the cat's got his tongue.
No, I was just thinking.
About Ellie McClure, no doubt.
No doubt.
No, I was thinking about Sam Kirby.
Well, now you can't still be stewing about him breaking that horse this morning.
No, I told you that had nothing to do with it.
No, it's like I was telling you before supper. He's all bothered because he thought he caught old Sam drawing down on me out there in the wash. Forget that, Joe. He told you how that happened, didn't he?
Yeah, he told me.
What's the matter with you then?
I don't know. It was just something about him.
Well, on Friday, we covered the south and the west part. Then yesterday, we took the east. And this morning, we split up and swept north.
No luck, huh?
Nah, not unless Adam found something.
I didn't.
Oh, what kept you?
Well, Sam saw some smoke up around Bitter Creek. Turned out to be Ollie Ludlow's posse.
Yeah.
Ollie's been watching the Dayton Road. Don't I know you, son?
I couldn't say, Sheriff. I don't think I know you.
Roy, this is Sam Kirby. He's working for us now.
Since when?
Since Friday.
Hard on Friday, huh? Where were you Thursday night, Sam?
You mean the night the bank was robbed?
Mm-hmm.
I was on the trail.
You can prove that, of course.
Not unless you want to take the word of my horse.
Sam's all right, Sheriff. Ed Lemp sent him up here from the Bar B.
Oh. How's old Ed?
Meaner than a snake.
Well, I guess, Sheriff, that...
Sheriff, got a message for you from Fort McKay.
Thanks, Rudy. Get my glasses.
Come to town for the picnic, Mr. Cartwright?
Oh, you mean Ella McClure's birthday party? That was being called off, wasn't it?
It looks like they call it back on again. You know about ladies and parties and such. They say it's going to be a real do.
Hot dogs, and that's what I call real good news.
And here's some more good news. The Army's gonna bust loose with a whole troop of horse soldiers. Says they'll be here tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow? Well, that is good news, Sheriff. That changes things considerably.
Now we can organize a search that'll really mean something.
Well, Tom McClure will be happy to hear about that.
Oh, what's up, Rudy?
Who's that young feller in there, Joe?
That's the new hand we hired. Why?
Well, nothing. I just thought maybe I saw him in town with 2 other men the night the bank was robbed.
You sure?
Well, he sure looks like the feller I seen.
Hell, maybe you ought to come in there and tell the sheriff.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I ain't that sure. Anyway, it was kind of a dark night that night.
Well, I'll see you back at the Ponderosa, Mr. Cartwright.
All right, Sam.
Aren't you going to the picnic, Sam?
No, No, I'm not much good at picnics.
Oh, you ain't never seen the kind of picnics we have around here.
Well, I think I'll just ride on back to the ranch, Hoss.
Oh, won't you come on? It'll do you good.
Well, some other time.
Old Joe and me are gonna look pretty silly packing you all the way over there, now, ain't we?
Oh, maybe he's got something better to do, Hoss.
All right, you win. I'll go.
Well, hope she's got some of that blueberry pie. Yes, sir. I sure relish a couple of them blueberry pies for supper.
Now for the team of Adam Cartwright and Troy Fuller. Adam Cartwright.
Come on, show, man.
Nothing to worry about, Jim, baby.
Get him in there now. That's it.
Get in there. Easy one, Jim.
Easy. Hey, let me catch you swing there, you got it. All right, player, come on, boy.
Take care of that.
Let's see what you got here. Easy. Hey, let me catch you swing there, you got it. All right, player, come on, boy.
Ellie, I wouldn't do all this work for just any girl. I hope you know how much I like you.
You mean I'm the only girl you ever carried a picnic basket for, little Joe?
Well, let's just say you're the only girl I'd carry one for now.
Little Joe Cartwright. Right in front of all these people.
Yeah, well, you know, we could go behind that wagon. All right. All right, I'll get the rest of the groceries.
The pickle fork. Pickle fork. Where did I put the... Horse Cartwright.
Ma'am, there was a great big old horsefly here, and I was just...
I know what you was just. You Cartwrights. If it isn't one thing, it's the other. There'll be no refreshment served until after the games.
Yes'm. Miss Ellie, ain't that your pickle fork over there?
I don't see any. Horse Cartwright!
Remember, ma'am, I'm just a growing boy. Hey, Sam. Hey, Sam, come here. What you doing sitting off over there all by yourself?
I'm just watching.
Well, that ain't no way to do it at a picnic. You gotta get around here and meet some of these pretty gals.
Oh, no, don't bother. I'm fine.
Yeah, but you'll be a lot finer when you meet some of these gals. Come here. Miss Ellie. Miss Ellie, I want you to meet a friend of mine. This here's Sam Kirby.
How do you do, Mr. Kirby?
It's my pleasure, ma'am.
Hey, you better be nice to Miss Ellie. Her father owns a bank.
Is that so?
Oh, if you two will excuse me, I better find Paul and Adam and learn them something about shooting them horseshoes.
Do you like picnics, Mr. Kirby?
Well, I don't exactly know.
You don't know?
You see, this is the first one I've ever been to.
Didn't they have picnics where you grew up?
Not hardly.
What kind of a place was that?
I don't think you'd much want to hear about it.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be inquisitive.
It's my fault. I didn't mean to give you a short answer.
That's all right. If you'll excuse me, I've got to finish setting this table.
Is there anything I can do to help you?
Thank you. I didn't think I was going to have a party today at all.
That's so.
You heard about the bank being robbed.
Yeah, I heard.
Papa's been awfully upset. And Mama and me, too, naturally.
I guess you would be.
So many people trusted Papa. The Wilsons and Ludlows. Even the Cartwrights. I think it would just kill Papa if they were to lose everything.
Well, I don't see where it's his fault.
He feels responsible to his friends. It doesn't matter now anyway. We had some real good news today.
Suppose you mean about the army coming in?
Yes, isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, wonderful.
Ellie? Have you seen the napkins?
Yes, Miss Shoemaker. They're in that basket over there.
Well, come on, girl. The party can't wait all day. Mind setting them out?
Of course not, Miss Shoemaker. It was nice meeting you, Mr. Kirby. I hope to see you again.
Thank you, ma'am.
Well, as a matter of fact, there's a dance next Thursday. Doesn't amount to much, but the Cartwright boys usually come. Why don't you come along with them?
Well, thank you, ma'am. I think I'd like that.
Thursday, then.
Yes, ma'am. Oh, let me get that. What are you trying to do, Kirby? I wouldn't say I was trying to do anything.
Now, little Joe, Mr. Kirby and I were only talking.
Yeah, sure, I saw the way he was talking. It looked to me like he was trying to put his arm around you.
Joe Cartwright.
What business is this of yours, Cartwright?
I'm making you my business, Kirby.
Just because I've gone out with you once or twice, it doesn't give you the right to think of me as your personal property.
Now, you stay out of this, Ellie. There's a lot of questions I've been wanting to ask you, Kirby. Now's as good a time as any.
Well, I'm not answering any questions.
Yeah, well, you're going to answer this one. Where were you Thursday night?
Joe! Mr. Kirby, please.
Break it up. I say break it up. I mean break it up.
It's all right, folks. Everything's all right. Boys were just getting a little hungry, that's all. I think Mr. McClure would like us to adjourn to the tables for a little food.
Yes, friends. Over here. We have fried chicken.
Sam, we didn't mean no harm. We didn't know your back was scarred up like that.
You suppose it'd be all right if I went along now?
Well, where do you want to go, Sam?
Back to the ranch. If it's all right.
Of course it's all right.
Sam, little Joe didn't mean nothing. We just wanted you to have a good time, that's all.
Hoss.
Sam? Put this on. It'll cover your back. Wasn't much of a picnic for him.
Paul, you reckon what to do a man's back like that?
But the only thing I could figure is bullwhip.
What are you all looking at?
Oh, forget it, Joe. Ain't nobody looking at you.
Well, all right, what was I supposed to do?
You didn't have to poke him.
Oh, I didn't have to poke him. Look, he's the one who threw the first punch.
Come on now. You've been down on him ever since he rode that horse.
I told you that's got nothing to do with it.
Well, what is it then, Joe? What do you got against that boy?
All right, I'll tell you. Rudy told me he saw him in town Thursday night. I wouldn't be surprised if he had something to do with a bank robbery.
Hey, Joe, that's going a bit too far, ain't it, boy?
It's a pretty serious charge, Joe. Do you have any real evidence to support it?
Now, Rudy told me he thought he saw him in town.
He thought he saw him in town. And you call that real evidence?
I guess not. I'm sorry, Pa. I should have known better.
All right.
Look, maybe I better ride after him, tell him I'm sorry.
Yeah, good idea.
How's the boy?
Just fine, Pardo.
Things quieting down?
No. They're getting hot. There's an Army troop of cavalry headed in from Fort McKay.
When?
Well, they're due in Virginia City tomorrow afternoon.
What time?
Well, I'm afraid they didn't say that.
Oh, well. We'll have plenty of time. Where are the posses?
Well, I got them all spotted.
Yeah, you sure?
I had a good long look at the map in the sheriff's office.
Sheriff's office? They must have trusted you pretty good.
Yeah, they trusted me fine. Why?
No reason. Where'd you get the new vest?
Adam Cartwright. He gave it to me.
Gave it to you? I gotta hand it to you. You sure got away with you, Sam.
Yeah.
All right, we'll take out of here in the morning before the cavalry pulls in.
Now, what's so funny?
That Cartwright fella giving you his vest.
Ramos!
There's one thing still left for you to do, Sam. I want you to go back to Ponderosa. Spend a little more time with your friends.
Why?
For one thing, you might want to return that vest. You're thinking of turning on me, Sam. You better forget it.
And what makes you say that?
I don't know. I just said it. Now get back to that ranch and find out which way the soldiers are coming in.
Pardo, do I have to go back there?
Yeah, you have to go back there. Where'd you find him?
Looks like he was trailing Sam. Ramos and me thought you might be interested.
You know him?
Yeah. It's Joe Cartwright.
It's a small world, ain't it, Kirby?
I thought you said you had him fooled.
No, not all of us.
What's that mean?
Nothing. Just keep him here. I'm going back to the ranch. Leave him alone!
You going soft, Sam? Oh, tie him up. Get on back to Ponderosa before those Cartwrights get suspicious. And find out which way those horse soldiers are coming in, you hear?
I hear you.
That you, little Joe?
Oh, it's me, Sam.
Oh, I thought Joe'd be with you.
Well, you thought wrong.
It's funny, he rode out of town right after you did. He felt kind of bad about what happened at the picnic today. He went after you to tell you he was sorry.
Oh? Well, you tell him I said not to lose any sleep.
Sam, I haven't known you for very long, but I count you as a friend.
Let me tell you something. A man's only got one friend. One guy in the whole world he can count on who'll go out on a limb for him. And that's himself.
All right. The sheriff's inside.
Sheriff?
Wants to talk to you, Sam.
Well, why me?
Why don't you ask him that yourself?
That Ed Limp. I tried to convince him to stick it out in this territory, but
He never did think this country to amount to much. Hired out to Arizona.
well, did pretty well out there. But had all that gold and silver right here under his feet.
Yeah, and the lumber and cattle.
Sam? Well, you know, Sheriff.
Yeah.
Sit down, Sam.
No, thanks.
Sheriff tells me he has some information about you. I thought you'd want to be here when he told us.
That's nice of you, Mr. Cartwright.
Seems Sheriff Coffey here got to worrying about you this morning after we left his office.
Well, that was real nice of you, too, Sheriff.
I sent a telegraph message about you down to Barbie Ranch. Old Ed Limp. Here's the answer. It says they let you go more than 6 months back on account of your prison record in Texas.
Did you check on that, too?
Didn't have to. I sent the whole story.
Funny thing about a prison record, Mr. Cartwright. They say you do your time and you pay your price. But don't you believe it.
Sam, did you serve your time out?
8 years. And I was pardoned. I suppose they left that out.
It's all there.
Now, Roy, what's all this about? Since when do we hound a man who's paid for his mistake?
It wasn't exactly a mistake.
Just what does that mean?
He murdered his father in cold blood.
Is what he's saying true?
Yeah. Some. He was my stepfather. And he needed killing.
Nobody needs killing.
He did. I was 6 years old when my mother died. You know what he did when we come back from the funeral? He took a whip to me. Just to show you, he says. Just to show you things are going to be different from now on. That was my stepfather.
See?
From then on, he beat me every day I can remember. Except when he was too drunk.
And it was he who did that to your back.
He did. So I waited. I waited till I figured I could handle him. And I waited till he was stone cold sober. I wanted him to know what was happening and who was doing it.
That's premeditated murder.
Yeah. And then one night he came for me. And I was ready. And I killed him. I was 14 years old.
And that's what you served your sentence for?
For 10 years. I served 8.
I think you better come along with me, boy.
Sheriff, I'm not going anywhere with you.
Kirby, you haven't got a chance against the 4 of us.
Sam. Sam, put up your gun. Put it away. All right. Now, what's the charge against him?
No charge. Don't need any. He can't prove where he was Thursday night, and he's got a prison record. That's enough to take him in.
Well, it's not enough to take a man off this ranch.
Now, what does that mean, Ben?
Roy, half the people in this territory couldn't prove where they were Thursday night. And as for a man having a prison record, once he served his sentence, his debt is paid, and that's it. The boy stays here.
You're refusing to cooperate with the law.
I'm refusing to allow you to lock the boy up without a valid reason. No law in the world says you can do that.
I could deputize some men.
Well, Sheriff, I reckon you better get you a whole bunch of them.
All right, Ben. But it's your responsibility. Ben, you're sticking your neck out a country mile because if you've made a mistake, you're going to have to account for it.
Well, Sam, looks like little Joe and the rest of us owe you a new shirt.
Yep. You go down and get the best one you can find, Sam, with pearl buttons and all.
Sam, what's been said here has been said, and that's the last of it. I want you to know that you have a home here in the Ponderosa for just as long as you want it.
Pa, you'll have to excuse Sam. He has some theories about people going out on a limb. Guess they kind of fell apart, huh?
That's where you're mistaken. Y'all just made me see how right I am. So I got a home in the Ponderosa, have I? Well, I can't use it.
Sam! Now look, what did we say?
Forget it! Just don't you do me any favors. And don't you expect any.
What got into him?
I guess he's not used to being treated like a human being.
Wonder why little Joe didn't come back with him.
Oh, boy, he probably got halfway out and decided to go back and make up to Ellie.
Should have been home hours ago. Strange boy, that Sam Kirby. Well, I guess that's what happens when you've never been given a helping hand.
He got himself so far out on that limb, he didn't quite know how to get himself off. Well, it's been a hard day, Pa. Better get to bed.
Don't worry about little Joe, Paul. He can take care of himself.
Good night, Hoss. Good night, Adam.
Good night.
Night, Paul. He's sure enough worried about Joe, ain't he?
Well, you know how he always is about him.
Hey, where are you going?
I'll be right back.
You think you'll need any help?
Couldn't even wait till morning, huh? Why are you so touchy, Sam?
No reason. I just want to get out of here.
Then nothing my father said made any difference to you, huh?
Why don't you Cartwrights leave me alone? I'm full up to here. And here's your vest. I don't want it.
Sam, is it really the kindness that's killing you, or is it something else?
I just don't like a lot of people asking me questions.
Why not? What have you got to hide?
Who says I got anything to hide?
Little Joe right about you all along? Is that what's bothering you, Sam?
Adam, you around? What's the matter?
I got hit in the head. Kirby slammed into me and ran off.
I guess he had us all fooled.
And particularly me. I think the sheriff is right about him. Little Joe, too.
He might have the answer to Joe's whereabouts. Well, let's get Hoss and get saddled up and pick up his trail as soon as it turns light.
All right, once more.
You're wasting your time.
Which way?
About time you were getting here. We gotta get moving.
What are you doing to him?
What did you find out? Did you find out which way the horse soldiers were coming in?
No, I didn't get a chance.
Maybe we still have a chance. He probably knows which way they're coming in. Why don't we just have you make him tell us?
Yeah, why don't you make me talk, Sam?
Go on. After all, you're practically one of the family.
Oh, what are you waiting for?
You ask him.
That living with the Cartwrights is making you go soft. It's his kind that put you in jail and took 8 years out of your life. You forgetting that?
No, I'm not forgetting that. But I know the Cartwrights well enough to know that he won't talk. Now, if we stay here any longer, we'll never get out of here. Let's get going now.
You'll never get out of here. When my pa and brothers find out I didn't come home all night, them and the cavalry will be all over the place. You're not gonna make it.
Maybe we won't. But you won't be alive to know it. Kill him.
Hold it, Link. Now, he just gave us the answer.
Yeah?
Yeah, take him with us. Joe Cartwright, riding out there in front. Then if we get trouble from any of the other Cartwrights, he gets a bullet right in the back.
Might work. Ramos, go get Andy and saddle up the horses.
Link, get the money out of the cave. All right, Pardo. Pardo!
You sure waited long enough. You took 10 years off my life.
Well, I just hope I didn't take 10 years off my life, too.
Now, don't worry. You got friends now. Friends that'll stick by you.
I know that. I'll be all right. What about those other two?
Yeah, let's pick them up.
Looks like little Joe didn't wait for the army.
Hey, he's got Sam with him. Looks like we was wrong about Sam, Paul.
Yeah. Looks like we were all wrong about Sam Kirby.
Now can I have that drink?
Not until you finish your story, Charlie.
You have to tell us about General Fremont. Let me see, where was I? Oh, yeah. Hey, well, that was the time that me and the General come through here together. That was in the summer of '47. As a matter of fact, there wouldn't have been no Virginia City if it hadn't been for me and the General.
I told you to shut up your lying, didn't I?
I ain't lying.
You are lying.
Ain't you? Yes, sir, yes, sir.
Now, wait a minute, mister. Old Charlie here don't mean any harm. He's just an old man hanging around the saloon. We like to hear his stories. Well, I don't like to hear them. Now, did anybody ask you to put in your 2 bits worth?
I tell you, I did scout with General Fremont. I tell you, I did. Why did you leave me be?
All right, old man. Let it go. Give me a knife.
What you aiming to do?
Well, now, anybody that's fought as many Indians as you claim you have ought to have a few scars, shouldn't he?
Oh,
Suppose we just scratch off some of this beard and... so we can put on some more...
man, we're just gonna carry the cake out of you.
People!
Come on, Charlie. Let's get you out of here before you get in any more trouble.
Thank you, Otis. Thank you.
My friend Charlie don't like to be treated like that. I don't like it neither. Drop something. Fremont Expedition, 1847. Presented to Charles Trent, Chief Scout, for services above and beyond the line of duty. Charlie, you wouldn't want to lose that.
You're about the only real friend I got in town. All I seem to do is to cause you trouble.
Charlie, you promised me solemn you wasn't going back in that saloon again.
Well, I didn't mean to. Just them fellas wanted to hear some of my stories, that's all.
Yeah, for a couple of drinks.
I guess you won't give me another chance, will you?
Dad, Bernie, Charlie, how many chances you gonna have to have? I talked Paul into giving you a job on the ranch, and what do? The first payday you take off, and we don't see you again for a week, and you come back drunk.
That was a mistake, Hort.
Charlie, it's that way with every job you got around here. There ain't nobody around here gonna give you a chance now.
I guess you're right, but I ain't gonna bother you no more. I can promise you that much. Because I'm gonna take up scouting again. General Fremont, he'll be sending for me any time now, today, tomorrow for sure.
Charlie, I wouldn't count on it too much. General Fremont's a busy man with war talk and all.
Oh, I know. He wouldn't go back on me. You see, him and me, we crossed the Great Salt Flat together. I better go fix up a little, though, I guess.
Charlie, it just ain't no use. I done made up my mind what I'm gonna do with you.
What?
Well, I'm gonna go in there and get some money, and I'm gonna fix you all up nice and clean. I'm gonna put you on the first stagecoach out of here for San Francisco.
That's mighty kind of you, Hoss. I appreciate it. But I can't go to no big city. I belong out here. I got to stay here.
Charlie, I've been all wrong about maybe you getting a new chance here. The big city's the only place for you. You stay right here. Don't you go no place, you hear?
Hoss!
Hold on, Cutter. Where are you going?
I heard a couple of friends of mine was passing through. Thought I'd talk to them is all.
Well, I have a strict schedule on this mission. You'll be back here and ready to lead out in 1/2 hour. Cutter?
Captain, I think it's about time you and me had us an understanding. Now, I've been loaning it through this territory for a goodly time, and I ain't never taken no orders yet. Not from a savage and not from no soldier boy.
You signed an Army contract to scout trail. You're going to fulfill it into the letter, or you'll be relieved.
Why, mister, you got about as much chance of crossing that desert without me as a blind hootie bat has of reaching the sun.
All right, carry on, man.
Captain, I know that whole desert. I mapped out the first trail in Salt Lake City. I know the whereabouts of every water hole.
Yeah, well, I can't sign on anybody just because they claim to be a scout.
You don't believe me, huh? Here, look at that. Look at that.
Fremont expedition.
Yeah, and you can read what's written on the other side, too.
Presented to Charles Trent, Chief Scout for Services. Trent.
Yeah.
Are you the same Trent that scouted for the border expedition against the Apaches?
Yeah, that was back in 53.
I wouldn't have known you. I mean, it's been so long. Of course, you wouldn't remember me. I was just a shavetail, but that was my first assignment. I guess it would have been my last if you hadn't let us out of that Apache trap. Charlie Trent.
You'll give me a chance, then?
Not Charlie. That gold shipment's vital. Maybe with a war coming on, you've got a scout. Perhaps next time I make a trip, Charlie.
Captain, that old bum's pretty drunk thinking he can scout for you, sir.
Corporal, that old bum was the finest scout in the United States Army. Whatever I know about this territory, I learned from him.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
I am too.
Give us a bottle. Give old Buzzard Bait a drink here, too.
Wake up, the man's buying you a drink.
Charlie.
Oh, did I ever tell you about the time I led an expedition up the Columbia River?
Yeah, you told me, Charlie. Come on, let's go down to the stable and you can clean it off.
I tried. I was honest, I tried hard. You asked them soldier boys if I didn't. That captain, he just didn't want me.
Joe, give me a cup of coffee and a sandwich.
Cutter's in here, Captain. You ain't making no friends with none of us, Cutter. Where you treating the captain?
I told you to be back and ready in half an hour.
Seems to me I do remember you saying something like that. Well, don't you mind now. I'll be along a little while. Barkeep, set my friend the captain here up a drink. Last man that grabbed me like that was the Blackfoot chief. I cut his liver out. A man don't live long without a liver, Captain. That's a pure medical fact.
I'm giving you a direct order. Get outside and join the detail. Now.
Oh, what?
Oh, you're through.
Well, now, that don't seem so likely, mister. You need a scout, and I'm the only one there is.
You're a long way from being indispensable, Cutter. There's a man knows the wasteland country better than you or any scout alive. Charlie Trent.
Trent? Where are you going to find him?
Charlie?
That? Charlie Trent? great Charlie Trent, huh? Remington Massacre. You remember Charlie? You led them soldier boys right into an ambush. Right smack dab up to where them Indians was waiting. He's just the kind of a scout you need, Captain.
Collect your gear from the wagon and clear out.
Take along plenty of water, soldier boy. Plenty of water.
Charlie. Charlie, you asked me for a chance. This is it. Now, don't give me any cause to regret it. We'll provide you with your mount and your gear. Get anything else you need. We'll move out as soon as you're ready. Well?
Captain, Mike. He'll do it, Captain.
Charlie!
Captain, my name's Cartwright. I'm a friend of old Charlie's. I'll see to it he's ready to go in no time.
We rode together.
Captain, let him ride with you again.
I haven't much choice.
Thank you, sir. I'll get him. Charlie, I've been looking all over this town for you. The captain's down there waiting for you. You gotta get your gear and...
Leave me alone, please, sir. Please leave me alone. Just go tell that captain man you couldn't find me, that's all.
Charlie, he's offering you the chance you've been waiting for.
If it was just me, I wouldn't mind. But you see, it's Pender and all his men depending on me.
Charlie, you led the first map party across that desert. The first white man that ever crossed it. Now, if you can do that, you can lead Bender and his men now. Or was that just one of your lies about leading that map party?
No, cause that was true, Hoss. That was true.
All right, then. Now, Charlie, you listen to me, and you listen real good. If you let Captain Pender and those men go out across that desert without somebody to scout the trail for them, you are going to be a coward and a murderer. Charlie, you got to do it.
If you help me, if you come with me.
Charlie,
Just like you said yourself. This here's the chance I've been waiting for. Will you please help me? Will you please come with me?
Yes, sir, I'll go with you.
Thank you. Oh,
Well, goodbye, Captain, and good luck.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Detail. Forward.
Forward!
Ha!
Oh!
Hey, Charlie. This time don't go letting them Indians get your scalp.
You stand there laughing like you just done something great, Cutter. But all you've done was to mess up things real good.
It's working out just the way I want it, Buck.
And how do you make that? We had a plan to get the gold. Now we've got nothing.
I changed plans for a better one. We still get the gold.
Maybe you'd better tell us what you got in mind.
Way it works out now, I don't have to explain me surviving. They get lost, sand covers everything, ain't a trace of nothing left. And everybody figures it's old Charlie Trent led 'em raw.
You were going to lead them soldiers out into the desert. What if this Charlie takes them another way?
Them renegade bands down south would like nothing better than to get their hands on that gold. Cheyenne on the warpath up north, they got nowhere to go but across that desert, with us following them.
Dismount.
Looking for something, Charlie?
Oh, no, I wasn't looking for nothing. I just looking.
A bottle?
What bottle?
You ain't gonna find it.
Horse, that was all I had. I didn't want to drink it. I just wanted to know it was here, that's all. I wasn't aiming to drink a drop of it. I promise. Cross my heart.
I poured it out this morning, Charlie.
I can't make it without a drink, Horse. Horse, I can't make it.
Charlie, you done made it almost a week now, just on a pint.
Yeah, what we've come through is nothing. Like taking a walk down a boulevard on a bright, sunshiny day. You wait till we get across that mountain and hit the great salt flats. A man's gotta have something in his insides when he tackles that desert. And you done took and poured my insides right out on the ground.
Charlie, you're just gonna have to grow some new ones. Because if you don't take us across that desert, we're all gonna die and rot out there.
All right, I'll try, Horse. Honest, I'll try.
Here. You drink your coffee and quit worrying. You're gonna make it.
My, there they be, getting ready to bed down like nice soldier boys. Come dark, we're gonna ride. From here on out, we stay ahead of them.
What's our line of march?
Due east, Captain. You see, once you hit that there desert, there ain't no landmarks to guide you. You have to kind of sense things, you know, kind of feel your way along.
Charlie, that's what we're depending on you for. You take us to that first water hole in a 2-day march, and then after that you'll have to lead us to the next water hole, then on to the last one. Can you do all that, Charlie?
I've been thinking it over, and I reckon it might be our best bet to head due north, you see, and that way we can circle the desert entirely, you see.
With Yellow Star and the whole Cheyenne Nation on the warpath? Look, I didn't bring you along to tell me how to get us all killed. We have to cross that desert. Now, you signed on as a scout to lead us over it. Now, can you do it?
Me and Horse will lead out.
Prepare to move.
Bring him out.
Forward!
Forward!
You aiming to take them on tonight?
Nah. You ever see the Zuni's hunt fox?
Oh.
Well, they just let them keep on running till their tongues are all swole up and hanging out. Then they walk up to them real peaceful like and club them to death. Yes, sir, we're gonna let those soldier boys just ride on a piece. Far enough so there ain't no way back.
Sort of like being out on the ocean, ain't it? The only difference is that we're looking for water instead of land. You got your bearing yet, Charlie? You don't reckon we could have circled back on ourselves, do you, and gotten lost?
No. So,
Ain't much daylight left, Charlie, and you said we'd sure find that water hole before sundown.
that there water hole has got to be within an hour's march of here, I'm telling you. You go back and tell the captain. And tell him to bring them soldiers of his up here right away.
You sure, Charlie?
Sure, no, of course I ain't sure. But I gotta act like I was. I gotta fool them soldiers into thinking I'm sure. 'Cause if just one man panics, it'll spread like wildfire. We'll find ourselves a bunch of buzzard bait. You said you had faith in me, didn't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
Well, hang on to it, son. Hang on to it. 'Cause that's all I got to hang on to myself.
I'll tell him.
Now, when I find that there water, I'll fire 3 shots in the air.
Yes, sir.
Detail! Detail! Halt! Oh!
Captain.
Dismount.
How?
Captain, just a little piece further.
I made a mistake trusting him. I think it's time we admit it. Both of us, we're lost. You know it.
Captain, you're wrong.
With the captain's permission. Me and the men would like the captain to tell us straight out how we stand.
Captain.
And you got a right to know.
It's Charlie. He found the water.
That there water's been poisoned. See the animal over there? It was the same thing that'll happen to any of us that drinks this here water.
We don't need a scout to find poison water for us.
Sergeant,
Yes, sir.
move the detail to that area up ahead. Make camp. Issue half rations of water to the men and the mules. None to the mounts.
Detail. Forward.
All right, Charlie. How far to the next water hole?
It's about a day's march. But me nor nobody else can say whether that water will be any more fitting to drink than this is.
Can you find it?
Found this one, didn't I?
What do you think, Captain?
We can make our water last another full day. We'll have to lose our mounts. The mules can keep going as long as they get some water.
You got to make the decision, Captain.
If we turn around and go back, the men and the gold will be saved, but if you go on up ahead and that water is poisoned too, it'll be too late to turn back. There's nothing in my orders about turning back. Charlie will move out just before dawn while it's still cool. Poison this one too?
That's what I'm gonna do, Buck.
They're liable to get suspicious.
That don't make no difference. Besides, they can't never know just how it got done. Now go on, do like I told you. Start brushing out our tracks.
Look, all we've been doing is riding around this miserable desert. Now I say we stay here and finish off them soldiers.
All I want is to split that gold. And I ain't got nothing so far but sunbaked.
Where'd they go?
I'll side with them.
Now, them soldiers have got to come here. All we got to do is wait for them. But if you feel you'd rather not make the stand with us, you can clear out. No hard feelings.
No hard feelings, huh? Now you listen to me. Every last one of you. There ain't one of you got a chance of leaving these salt flats alive less than I lead you. Now where would you ambush 8 men on flatlands like this? But up ahead, there's places where we can pull it off. Now go on, do like I told you. Start brushing out our tracks.
We'll return to tonight's story of Bonanza in a moment.
It's poison.
Get out of that water! Get out! Get out of there! Get out! You lost your head! The water's good! It's not poison! And let me have some more! Kelly!
You just drunk your death, man.
The water's good! The water's good! It's not poison!
Time pass.
Charlie, make sure. Test that water again.
No need to, Cap. Kelly himself will prove I was right.
You drunken old sot! That belly is loaded with so much poison down from liquor you don't know what you're doing. Your pip is worthless water. You don't...
Sergeant, bring a canteen. Ain't no use doing that, Captain. He can't swallow none nohow.
Move him over under the wagon, cover him with a blanket.
There's 4 riders and 1 spare horse. All headed away from here, riding fast for the next water hole.
And poison that one, too.
Another thing, Captain. Only a scout would know his way around here like them bushwhackers are doing.
A scout. That'd have to be Cutter. Go ahead while we still have some water left and try to fight our way through.
Captain, there's rocks around that there water hole. Best place in the world for an ambush. They'd pick us off before we ever seen them.
We're not going to stay here and die now without a fight. You got an idea better than that?
Yeah. If they are still at that water hole, that water will be good until after they finish us off.
That makes sense, Charlie. Go on.
Yeah, but we gotta make sure they are still there. So when the moon sets, I'll start out, see? I should make it in an hour or 2.
No, Charlie, no. I'll go with some of my men. Sergeant, you and Johnson will go with me. Corporal?
No, Captain. I'm a scout. I can do a better job alone.
All right, Charlie. But after you get there, what then?
Well, if they ain't there, and the water is still good, I'll fire 3 shots. No. Well, Cutter may have heard that signal before. So this time I'll fire 3 shots, wait a while, then fire 2 more. And, Captain, when you hear them 5 shots, you come a-running.
And if I don't hear the 5 shots?
If you don't hear them, you head due north. 4 smarts, traveling by night. Now, with any luck, you ought to make the highlands and water in about 2 days. Of course, the Cheyennes might be there, too. But then maybe it's better to be scalped than to die of thirst, huh?
I'm sorry I ever doubted you, Charlie.
Oh. Thank you, Captain. Thank you. My horse.
Charlie, when I promised to come along in this deal, I'm in all the way.
No, you've done enough for me already. I just ain't worth it. Can't you understand that?
If you leave me here, I'll just tag along after you.
Horse, you ain't a-coming with me. Besides, I travel faster alone.
Charlie, if I let you go out there alone, I'd feel guilty the rest of my life.
That's better than being dead, ain't it?
You know better than that.
Yeah.
5 shots, right, Captain? Charlie, you ain't no sign up.
I don't mean them fellas ain't up there hiding in them rocks. Well, I don't like it. It just don't feel good.
We're gonna have to take a chance on it anyhow. Let's go.
All right, but you be careful, son.
Charlie? Is it going to take you all day to make up your mind?
Now ain't them a happy pair of fools? Drink your fill, boys. Then we're going to have a nice long talk about my good friend Captain Pender.
And now the exciting conclusion of tonight's story.
Why them soldier boys come with you? How many of them are there left?
I reckon that's something you're going to have to find out, mister.
Well, that's something I'm just going to find out. Cutter!
They're back in the other water hole.
Charlie!
There's 5 of them. 1 of them died. They're waiting for my signal to come on ahead.
Charlie!
Captain Pender got any suspicion of me?
No, of course not. No, if we'd had any suspicions, you don't suppose that me and the horse would have come walking in here the way we done, do you?
No, I reckon not. Being the scout you once was. What's that signal?
I ain't going to tell you.
You ain't going to tell me. Hey, Latigo, fetch me my saddlebag. You ain't gonna tell me. Charlie? This ought to make you talk, huh? It's all yours, Charlie. You just tell me what that signal is. I bet you got mighty dry for this, too. Smell it, Charlie, huh? What's the signal now, huh?
Don't you tell him, Charlie.
That's too good to waste on you. But tastes good, huh? Yeah. What's the signal, Charlie? And it's all yours, every last bit of it.
Signal 3.
Louder, Charlie. Louder.
3 shots.
Charlie.
3 shots.
The signal is 3 shots. And when Pender hears them, they'll move out and join us here.
3 shots, just like before. But I wanted to make sure. Hey, just like before, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Buck, untie him.
What about him?
Untie him. He ain't going no place.
Now, give it to me.
Here's your reward, Charlie.
Is it all right, Hoss?
Yeah, I reckon you earned that one, Charlie.
This ought to bring them running like a flock of dumb sheep.
3.
Go on, Charlie.
Just fire 2 more times.
5 shots, he said.
He's trying to warn us. They ran into trouble.
we sure fooled him that time, didn't we, huh? Carter thought he was tormenting me into telling the truth. And all the time it was Cutter himself that gives the signal for Panda to start moving north.
Yep. They're going to find out in a minute. When they do, they'll liable to be real mean, Charlie.
Yeah, well, you know, it's a funny thing. I got plenty of this doggone stuff. I don't seem to want it. It kind of burns me insides.
Hey, Cutter! Cutter, look! Here they come! 3 soldier boys. Only 3. Ain't none of them Pender. He's a smart one. Maybe he figures him going behind this butte and having himself a look-see. Hey, Latigo, you get up among them rocks. Keep your eyes peeled. You let me know, but don't you do no shooting, you hear?
I guess the only reason I drink the doggone stuff is so that I can stop remembering.
I just don't understand it. That wasn't a signal for them to come up here.
You see, Hoss, years ago, I led a whole detachment of cavalry into a Kiowa trap. They was all butchered and they died cursing me.
Wasn't your fault, Charlie.
Yeah, that ain't good enough.
Look, you keep watching that wagon. Morgan, you take those 2 and you keep them out of sight. I may need the old man later to weigh these on.
You 2 get over behind those rocks. And don't try to let them know we're here. I'll break this gun barrel right over your heads. Stay low.
No time at all now. We're going to be divvying up that gold. He must have spotted the others. Now you stay here, Buck. No shooting till I start it. You be mighty careful how you go hitting them mules.
2 of them coming from high up behind us. One of them's the captain.
Well, that makes it easier for us. We'll just let them sneak up on us before we start shooting. Come on.
We gotta do something, Hoss. We gotta
Shut up!
Old man, don't be so hoggy with that whiskey. Fill that cup.
Sure.
Bring it over here. Careful.
Good work, Charlie. You go get Buck. I'm going after Cutter.
Well, if they're down there and not giving it away. Let's get down to those 4 big rocks down there, see them?
Yeah.
I'll go first.
Doggone it, I had him dead to rights.
We got him pinned down now. We can blast him out of there easy.
Hey, the water's good, Captain. You can drink it.
It's just a crease, Charlie. Corporal! Corporal! Bring up the wagon. Get yourselves a drink.
Yee-haw!
Detail advance. Halt!
Scout. Lead us out.
Sure, Captain.
Detail. Detail. Forward. Forward. Ho!
We got the wrong man, Bob. That's Adam Cartwright. Come on, let's get out of here.
Who are you?
A friend.
A friend? You're sure a feather-footed one. Who are you?
Gerald Escott by name. Here. Perhaps this will relieve your mind.
U.S. Deputy Marshal. I can't say I'm sorry to see you. Who are they?
The Clevenger brothers. Friends of yours?
Hardly that. But you may have made a terrible mistake.
Just be thankful that you're still alive. And I'll be thankful that I've reached the end of a long trail. The Clevengers were wanted in California for bank robbery. I had the unpleasant duty of killing their older brother. He was caught robbing sluice boxes.
So you were the one.
I was only performing my official duty.
Mr. Escott, welcome to the Potteros. From what Adam tells me, we're greatly in your debt.
Well, I'm happy that I was fortunate enough to be in the right place at the right time.
We'll try to make your stay a very comfortable one. Please.
Thank you.
I appreciate a great deal what you did for Adam, Mr. Escott. For all of us.
Adam? Anything else you want to tell me?
Oh, I still can't believe it, pal. I mean, I'm not selling the Clevengers short. Roughest bunch of renegades I've ever known, but I just can't imagine them taking a shot at me.
You never know with that bunch. Old Gid Clevenger and his boys have made their own laws for so long, you never know when they might step over the line. And you did have the ranch payroll with you.
They must have thought it was somebody else.
Now, believe me, Adam, I know how you feel, but the marshal did have a warrant for them.
Well, there's one thing for certain, he isn't too upset about it.
Now, come on, we've got a guest to take care of. We'll decide later what to tell Gid Clevenger.
If he gives us a chance to talk.
The bucolic life is not for Gerald Escott.
Well, I put Mr. Escott's bag in the upstairs room.
Thanks, son.
Well, one would scarcely expect to encounter the épée out here in the wilderness.
Well, little Joe's mother was Louisiana French. He likes to play around with them.
You mean you actually use this?
Oh, I fool around with it just for fun.
He's faster than greased lightning, Mr. Escott. Come on, Joe, let's show him.
On guard, brother. You should never have given those two a chance to show off.
You know, they really have no intention of killing each other.
He has an admirable skill.
Whack him over the head, Hoss. You'll never get anywhere poking at him.
Touché. Nevertheless, your technique is not quite flawless. When you feint to the left, you're a bit off balance. On guard? On guard.
You could hurt somebody with that. Lost the button off the point.
So I did. This might have been fatal. Violence as such is vulgar. Any man who in anger takes a human life becomes a brother of the apes. He's an aesthetically impoverished man. Don't you think so?
Oh, yes, sir. I reckon.
And yet the skills and rhythms of disciplined violence have beauty. Like a painting by Rubens or Botticelli, unfettered by personal emotion. Yes. There, to that simple word, can be traced the downfall of most artists and many human creatures. Emotion.
You know, it's a very interesting observation, Mr. Escott. I don't think I could cast you in the mold of an average lawman.
I've been told that. Well, I think the elegance and hospitality of your home have made me forget my original mission. I'm here to visit an old friend. Would you happen to know a Mr. Jason Blaine?
What, do you say?
Yes.
Oh, yes, know him very well. And his wife.
Wife? Jason married?
Oh, yes, about a year. They were married right in this very room.
Then you do know him well.
Well, Jason has always been a little hard to know, but Mariette is practically a part of our family.
Mariette? What a charming name.
Yes, her father was a very dear friend of mine. When he died, he left the raising of Mariette almost entirely to my supervision.
Jason Blaine married. How very, very interesting. Is she a pretty girl?
Well, we always thought so, but of course we could be slightly prejudiced.
Oh, no, my dear Adam. I have a feeling I can trust your judgment in such matters.
Time to eat, please.
Oh, good.
Could I freshen up a bit before supper?
Oh, of course. I'll show you to your room.
Adam, what are you staring at?
Oh, I didn't realize I was.
Look, I know you feel bad about the Clevengers, but it's like Escott told Hoss and me. Bob and Bill had a bead right on your back. He had to shoot fast in any way he could. You gotta just be thankful he was there.
Yeah, I'll try to remember that.
Come on, let's have some supper.
Right.
And so, under the circumstances, there was little I could do. And that, gentlemen, is the way I shot my first tiger in India.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, number one cousin, can't you do anything right? Here, let me do that.
Mr. Cartwright, take you long time to know San Francisco. Take me long time to know Ponderosa. I help you in San Francisco, you help me in Ponderosa. All right? All right. Thank you.
You know, for years we had the most wonderful cook, Hop Sing. So he went back to Hong Kong and talked me into hiring his #1 cousin. I don't know.
#1 cousin? Doesn't he have a name?
If he's got one, he hasn't told us about it.
I'm sorry about this, Sheriff.
Think nothing of it. The same thing happened when I was dining with the Prince of Wales in Paris.
Dadgone, Mr. Escott, you ain't been just about every place.
And there's one place I never cease to enjoy going to.
Where's that?
Bed. I've had a long ride, and I'm afraid I'm not much of a night owl.
Gerald, this has been an extremely pleasant evening. Extremely pleasant. I'm sorry about what happened at the end of it. Hoss and Joe, see that Mr. Escott has everything he needs.
Yes, sir.
Tomorrow morning, Adam and I will ride into Virginia City with you. We'll show you where Jason and Mariette live.
Fine.
Have a good rest.
Adam, I regret the circumstances under which we met, but I'm grateful that we did meet. A stranger in a strange community. It's heartening to have substantial friends.
Good night.
Good night.
Mr. Escott, did you sure enough have that old tiger cat for the tail? Sure enough.
That house makes the most wonderful audience, doesn't it?
I hope you'll go along with my little whimsy in wanting to surprise Jason. We were such close friends, and it's been such a long time since I've seen him.
Are you sure you can find the house?
My dear Adam, your directions are most explicit.
Don't forget, we want you to spend at least a few days with us at the ranch house. I know Adam and the boys will want to take you on that cougar hunt.
Ben, I can't tell you how much I appreciate your hospitality. And as I told you before, there's nothing in life I find as exciting as a hunt. Thank you again, both of you.
Adam, when you get through with the bank, meet me at the hotel. We'll have a bite to eat.
Right.
Go on.
Pardon me, dear lady, if I startled you, but I had wrongly assumed that no one was home and had started to leave. I'm glad that I was in error. You're Mrs. Blaine?
Yes, I am.
The Cartwrights told me all about you.
Are you a friend of the Cartwrights?
And an old and dear friend of your good husband. Gerald Escott is my name. Surely, Jason has mentioned me.
No, I don't recall it. Well, that is, I've never met any of Jason's friends. Did you meet him in California?
I did indeed. My dear child, Jason's mineralogy has surely been worthwhile. He's found a true jewel.
I don't know if you're making fun of me or not, but Jason is not at home.
Then perhaps you wouldn't mind if I waited a while for him. Ben and Adam have some business to transact in town, and I'm a total stranger here.
Oh, yes, of course. How rude of me. Won't you come in, Mr. Escott?
Thank you.
Oh, won't you sit down, Mr. Escott?
Thank you.
I'll make you some tea.
How very thoughtful of you. What a fine likeness of Jason.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Jason, good morning. How are you,
Adam?
Fine. Did your friend find you?
Oh, who's that?
Your friend from California, Gerald Escott.
No.
Is there anything wrong?
No, everything's all right. Escott, is he here in town?
Well, he stopped over at our ranch last night, and he rode into town this morning with us. Went to your house. He wanted to surprise you.
Thank you, Adam.
You have some very interesting things, Mariette. I couldn't help but notice this jewel box.
Oh, Jason took that for saying some ore. I'm afraid he isn't very practical. But he is sweet. We've been so happy here.
I'm sure you have. We thought most highly of Jason in San Francisco. Oh, how elegant these must look on you.
Oh, they're not real pearls.
But your beauty would make them appear priceless. Please, may I see them on you?
Oh, Jason, darling, there you are. Look who's here.
My dear Jason, after all of these years,
Esketh?
they're reviving the old case in Sacramento, Jason. And they couldn't very well proceed without the chief prosecution witness, you.
Is this something you two gentlemen would rather discuss privately?
No, not at all. My business as a law enforcement officer is public business, and I'm sure that you and your husband have no secrets from each other.
I'll fix you some tea, Jason.
Have you told her of this matter?
No. How could I? She's almost part of the Cartwright family. How much have you told her?
Nothing. I detest emotional display.
What's the matter, Jason?
Nothing, Marriott. Nothing you'd understand.
You're not aware of all the facts, Maria. He has a right to be a reluctant witness. His testimony will be against the most sinister forces in Northern California. They may seek retaliation.
Retaliation?
However, he'll be in my protective custody. Jason, I trust you to be ready for the journey, shall we say, at noon tomorrow? Does that allow you enough time?
You trust me?
I amend that. I trust your wife to see that you're ready. Thank you for the tea, Maria. It was indeed a pleasure meeting you.
I should never have tried to run away from it.
Jason, what do you mean?
I loved you so much. I thought I had a right to a little happiness.
But you did have, and you still have. I won't let you go back. We can leave and we can make another start.
Don't you see that that's what I tried to do, and this is the result of it? Nothing will change. I've got to go back with him.
But he said that it would be dangerous. I don't intend to lose you, Jason. I love you much too much.
Huh? Oh. Have you seen Esketh? He's probably still with Jason. Did you get that matter straightened out at the bank?
Oh, yeah. Good. But, as I was leaving, I ran into Jason, and I told him that, Esketh was looking for him, and he seemed very upset about it.
Huh?
I think Esketh is here as a friend to see Jason, or, is he here in an official capacity?
Well, I don't know. Esketh is the United States Deputy Marshal. Of course, what do we really know about Jason? Came in here, swept Mariette off her feet. Of course, he's done very well the year he's been here. He's been very good to her. I suppose that's all you could ask of any man.
Yeah, well, I'd feel better if I had a talk with Mariette and Jason. Just ask them if there was anything wrong. What do you think?
I think it's a good idea. And also remind Mariette that we still have family for as long as she needs us. Look, while you're over there, I'll go see Judge Rand.
Going someplace, my dear Jason?
I was young, Esketh. It was over 5 years ago.
Time gets away from a man, doesn't it? I'm curious, Jason. Why didn't you go back to Ohio? My arm isn't quite that long.
You know I'm a mineralogist.
Yes. I traced you through Arizona, Idaho, and all over the Comstock Lode. You changed your name a couple of times, but I found you.
Well, you can't take me out of Nevada territory.
Here are the extradition papers. I trust, Jason, you're growing tired of trying to run away.
Everything legal and above board, huh, Escott?
Always. Which reminds me, I must present my credentials to your local judge. I had a little official business on the way in. Billy and Bob Clevenger.
You saw the Clevengers?
Briefly, through my sights. They're both dead.
What about Gideon, the old man?
Always a good friend to you, wasn't he, Jason? No, I haven't seen him yet, but I'll plan to see him before he sees me. You, seem to have built up a nice little business here.
Oh, why don't you get it over with? Why don't you kill me and have done with it?
No, Jason. I'll kill you because that's what I came here for. But I'll pick my own time and my own place. Besides, I intend to get much better acquainted with your wife. She's lovely, Jason, completely lovely.
Hello, Mariette.
Oh, Adam, I'm so glad to see you.
What's the matter? Is there something wrong?
Oh, no, nothing. It's just that I haven't seen you for so long.
Where's Jason?
Oh, he went to the office to pick up some things.
Mariette, you're just about as close to being a sister as I'll ever have. Now, a big part of that pleasure is being able to help you. Tell me, what happened when Gerald Esquith came here?
Oh, nothing happened. I think Mr. Esquith is a very charming person. We even had tea. Oh, Adam, I just can't lie to you. I've tried, but I just can't.
That's more like it. Now, tell me about it.
Jason has to go to California to be witness in a trial.
Well, that doesn't sound so terrible.
I know, but the men that he has to testify against, they threatened to kill him. You see, that's why Jason left California.
I see. Did he talk to Judge Rand about this?
Oh, that was my first suggestion, but Jason didn't think it would do any good.
Well, Jason's upset. I think I'm in a better position to decide than he is. So why don't you and I have a talk with Judge Rand? I think we'll find that Jason can make a legal deposition right here in Virginia City.
Oh, Adam, could we do something like that?
Well, we won't know until we ask, will we? Come on, get your hat.
All right.
I'm sure when we know all the facts.
Adam. My dear Mariette. What a pleasant surprise this is. Forgive me, Your Honor. I am United States Deputy Marshal Gerald Esquith.
You're in my federal district, Marshal. If you have business here, you should have presented your documents to me.
I fully intended to do so, sir. As a matter of fact, I was on my way to your chambers when your messenger intercepted me.
Mrs. Blaine states that her husband's life will be in danger if he gives certain testimony in Sacramento.
To some extent, she may be right. I myself will not feel too secure as his pledged bodyguard. You will note there, sir, that this is the state versus Hadley Murdoch and a number of John Does, all of whom comprise a political machine known as the Murdoch Gang. Now, these are infamous men, sir, grown fat on terrorism and plunder, and so rich and powerful indeed that they now have most of the state of California under their rule of dread and fear.
Blaine is the key witness?
We, on the side of the law, earnestly believe that Jason Blaine is the one man who can send these culprits to the gallows.
Well, your husband's duty is clear, Mariette. And we can't very well call out the militia to guard him.
Well, I was planning a trip to Sacramento in a week or so. I could change my plans, go along with you. It would make Mariette feel better.
Oh, it would, Adam, it would.
Anything to relieve this dear lady's anxieties. And rest assured, we'll be joined by other officers in Sacramento.
Oh, I'm very grateful to you, to all of you. Mr. Esketh, I'm terribly sorry to have caused you all this trouble.
There's no trouble, my dear. On the contrary, I was delighted to see revealed that jewel which money cannot buy. Loyalty.
Marshal, you and Adam both, I'd like to talk to you. If it's all right with you, Mariette?
Of course not. Adam, Jason will be so pleased to know that you're going with him. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you.
It's about the killing of the Clevenger brothers.
Ah, yes. Distasteful duty, I assure you. But there is a warrant out in California for their arrest.
I was talking to your father, Adam. He was telling me that Gideon Clevenger came to see him.
Yeah, but he didn't seem to want to make any trouble.
Strange man, Gideon Clevenger. He'll brood about the death of his sons. Then he'll decide to take the law into his own hands. He can be very dangerous if he makes up his mind to it.
Well, the thought of any further bloodshed is completely repelling to me.
I'll rest a whole lot easier when you're out of town, on your way back to Sacramento.
Then you think that this Gideon Clevenger will make the death of his two sons a personal issue between himself and me?
I think that precisely.
I see.
Jason, I have the most wonderful news. I've just come from talking to Judge Rand.
You what?
Oh, it's all right, darling. He's going to write a letter to a friend in Sacramento, a judge. And then Adam is going to go with you.
No, he can't do that.
But Jason, Adam only wants to help.
Well, he can't go with me.
But why? Tell me why.
Because if Adam Cartwright goes with me, he'll never get there alive.
Jason, what are you trying to tell me?
Can't we make one move in our life without the Cartwrights getting mixed up in it?
But the Cartwrights are my best friends, and they're the best friends you ever had.
I don't want to talk about it.
Jason, now come on, this isn't like us. I'm your wife, and I have a right to know the truth.
Well, I have told you the truth.
Tell me something. Why did you say that if Adam went with you, he would be killed?
Because that is the truth, too.
Jason, I have never asked you anything about your past life before because it just wasn't important. But now it is. Now, do they want you as a witness for something you saw or for something you did?
What difference does it make? Eskis told you about the Murdoch gang, didn't he?
Yes.
Well, that gang isn't going to let me get to Sacramento alive.
Not even with Mr. Esketh and Adam to protect you?
Don't you realize that Eskis was sent here to kill me? Once I leave here, I'll be dead before I can get as far as the Ponderosa.
But why would anybody want to kill you?
Because that's why he came here. He is a hired, paid killer. Now try to understand that.
Jason, there must be something we can do. There must be.
What? You want me to get a gun? Go up against him? He would love that. Self-defense, everything above board, legal.
Then why don't you go to Judge Rand, tell him the truth, and he'll protect you?
You saw his papers. He is a marshal. He has every right in the world to take me in.
And you're going to stand there and let him do it?
Oh, what else can I do?
We can go away. We can go east. Jason, please, they can't reach that far. Even if we have to spend the rest of our lives hiding, I don't care. I'd much rather have you that way than not have you at all. Please.
we only could. If we only could. It would be like starting from the beginning. No West, no past tense.
Jason, we must do it. We must. We can. I know we can. You get some things packed.
There's still Esketh. Don't forget I tried this once before.
Oh, but don't forget, you didn't have me before. Now I can handle him. I think I know a ladies' man when I see one. Yes, I know how to deal with him.
No, I can't let you do that. He's too dangerous.
Oh, no, darling. Really, he won't be with me. Please trust me. Trust me. Now hurry. Hurry and get something packed, please.
Adam, I find this a land of unexpected pleasures. Little did I dream that you'd be making the trip to Sacramento with me.
Well, since I am, don't you think it might be a good idea to let me in on the truth?
Well, isn't that a rather strange way to put a question, Adam?
Well, as Pa and I both told you, we think a great deal of Mariette.
And so do I think a lot of her. That's why I tried to spare her the seriousness of Jason's case.
Then he's not just a missing witness.
No. A missing criminal. But on your honor, Adam, this is to go no further in Virginia City. By turning state's evidence, he'll be able to return here with no damage to his so-called reputation.
Well, I appreciate whatever protection you can give Mariette.
You know, I believe we think alike. I even had him listed in the documents as a witness, not as one of the accused.
Thank you for telling me. Pa, I'd like to get the best lawyer you can find.
Adam, I don't want you to think it rude of me, but under the circumstances, I think it best not to return to the Ponderosa. I'll take a room here at the hotel, and if it's convenient for you, we'll leave, shall we say, first thing in the morning?
Fine with me. I'll bring your luggage in with me.
And bring along your best suit, Adam. I know some pretty girls in Sacramento, and perhaps we can forget some of the more unpleasant aspects of a marshal's duties.
Very good. If I seemed a little cool towards you, it was only because of my concern for Mariette. Well, I better let Pa know what's happened. See you in the morning.
I'd hope this wouldn't happen.
Well, maybe we can reason with him.
No, Ben. Let me try it. Hello, Gideon. We haven't seen you for some time.
Save your words, Judge. I know Gerald Esketh's in this town. Now, where is he?
I really don't know, Gideon.
Look at me when I talk to you. I don't like fellers who can't look straight.
You've lost 3 sons trying to fight a private war. Why don't you just find yourself a rocking chair and live to a ripe old age, huh?
I've got a better idea that'll help a lot more people. You deliver Esketh to me, I'll get out of Virginia City and stay out. You don't? I got 20 more men anxious to ride in here.
You're not serious.
I have offered you a fair deal. Get me that back shooter.
Come in. Oh, my dear Adam. They tell me Gideon Clevenger's looking for me.
He's threatening to tear the whole town apart unless you're handed over to him.
He seems a truly dedicated scoundrel. Faithful to his purpose, honest to a fault.
I want you to know that Pa and I'll be backing you up.
Thank you kindly, Adam. Shall we look into the matter?
Well, you're certainly a cool one. I'll have to admit that. What are you going to do?
Make our friend a sporting proposition? He's in the saloon? Clevenger? Can you hear me?
I can hear you, Esketh. It's a voice I'm not likely to forget.
You made this personal, Clevenger, so let's keep it that way. There's no sense in harming innocent people.
You've made yourself a deal. But if the Cartwrights or anyone else tries to get into it, I'm cutting my boys loose.
You're free to change your mind any time.
Thank you, friend, but I find the arrangement most satisfactory. I've already planned my strategy.
I don't like this, Adam. I'm beginning to think Esketh knows what he's doing.
Make your play, you filthy little back shooter.
You first, my dear Clevenger.
Better finish the job, Esketh.
Adam, we better get the doctor, see what we can do for Clevenger.
How is Clevenger?
He'll pull through. He wants to see you.
I took the liberty of dropping in without knocking.
Well, I was sure the door was locked.
You grow lovelier each time I see you.
I must look aside.
A sight indeed. The very kind and inspired Wordsworth to rhapsodize. She was a phantom of delight when first she gleamed upon my sight.
Now you know that you much prefer those sophisticated San Francisco women to a country girl like myself.
I hope someday to prove the error of that statement by putting you beside them. A ruby in a diadem of glass.
Oh, you mean the ones from the Barbary Coast?
What lies has Jason been telling you about me?
Why, none. It's just that I know so little about San Francisco. It was only a chance remark.
And please accept my apology. I'm thin-skinned when it comes to matters of honor.
Oh, I apologize, too. I had planned to look much more presentable the next time we met.
Then it was rude of me to arrive so unexpectedly. But I thought I'd better tell you that Judge Rand suggested that I start back to Sacramento immediately.
Oh, so soon. You don't know how lonely it gets. I mean, Jason has to work such long hours. I've never met anyone like you, Gerald.
you come to the hotel to let me know when Jason is ready?
Just as long as you aren't too impatient.
Now, let us not misunderstand my honorable intentions.
I understand your intentions perfectly.
You're gonna learn just who you've been playing games with.
Who? What are you?
He's Murdoch's hatchet man. Around the Embarcadero, they call him the Dude Butcher Boy. It's my reckoning he came here to lead Jason Blaine to the slaughter because Jason knows too much.
Jason was mixed up with Murdoch?
He was a spotter for the bunch. That's easy for an essayer. Whenever he'd see gold bullion, he'd tell Escott. That slimy killer would lead his night riders, claiming they were vigilantes. That was a good cover for him. But Jason got sickened. He quit and ran away. Jason was too soft for Escott's shooting parties. I saw him later in Virginia City, but I figured let a feller go straight that's trying hard.
And your oldest son?
Escott backshot my boy at our California stamp mill while his outfit looted. The other two, you know about, Ben. They wasn't killers. They heard Escott was headed this way. They mistook Adam for him.
That fool Jason. Why couldn't he tell us the trouble he was in?
There's a thing called reputation, Ben. Especially if you're married to a woman like Marietta. I'd swear she never knew that Jason had a record.
No! Don't!
It's all right, honey. It's me. It's Adam. Oh, Adam. Where's Jason? Was Escott here?
Yes. He hit me. And he slapped me. And he wanted me to tell.
Did he tell you who he really is?
Yes. And he said terrible things about Jason.
Where is Jason? Where is he? Where is he?
The silver Corazon mine. I'm supposed to meet him there. He gave me a little trail map. He took it. It's gone. He took it. He took the map. He'll kill Jason.
Calm down! Now listen, I'll send somebody to look after you. Now don't go away. You stay right here. Okay.
Jason! Jason! You can't get away, Jason. Can you hear me? Would you like to hear what happened to your wife? She died in my arms, Jason. I held her. I watched her. Can you take that and run away with it?
In here, Escott! Come on! Come on!
the unruly emotions, Jason. But don't be ashamed because they've destroyed you. They've conquered more men than Napoleon's armies.
Go ahead. Go ahead and shoot. The sound will bring him right to you. I'm here! We're in here! We're in here!
Don't turn around. Jason?
Mary.
She's all right. I'm taking you in, Escott.
It's hot in here, isn't it? Or is it just the uncomfortable circumstances I find myself in?
No. It might have worked on Clevenger, but it won't work on me.
My dear Adam, you don't think that I'd be childish, so childish as to pull the same chestnut twice.
I wish you hadn't tried it, Escott.
I suppose I knew all along that this would happen someday. Thank you for your hospitality. I never dreamed that Gerald Escott would be defeated by emotions.
I can't believe you ever had any.
Oh, yes, I did. I was in love, you know. I was in love with Gerald Escott.
We'll miss you very much.
Thank you, Ben. Thank you for everything. Judge Rand said it shouldn't be more than a year.
And that will be the longest year of my life.
Well, I'm glad you made the decision on your own, Jason. When you come back, your house will be here waiting.
Thank you, Ben. Goodbye.
We'll be waiting, too. Things will be just the same.
Thank you, Adam.
Hey, Joe. Look who's coming.
Yeah, that's what I call a real fine-looking woman.
Yeah, you mind your manners, because she's a married woman. Howdy, Miss Edwards. This is a real pleasure, ma'am.
Hello, Horse. Hello, Little Joe.
My pleasure, ma'am.
Little Joe, why don't you see after Miss Edwards' horse while I help her down?
Well, little brother, why don't you see after a horse while I help her down?
Hey.
Joyce.
Ben.
Oh.
Oh, Ben. Oh, it's so good to see you again.
It's wonderful seeing you. You'll stay for supper. Adam, you remember Mrs. Edwards?
Hello, Adam.
I remember her. I just wasn't speaking because I was so busy looking.
You Cartwright certainly know how to please a woman.
Joe, run in and tell Hop Sing we'll have a guest for supper.
Right, Pop.
Oh,
Adam,
Ben,
Adam. Down in the cellar by the north wall, there are 2 cases of Lafitte. Bring up a couple of bottles.
Sir.
Ben, really,
Now, look, you've come all this way. Surely you can stay for a little while. Now, we need a lady in this house. You know, I've got these 3 grown sons, and somebody has to teach them manners. Now, please come in.
All right. But just for a little while.
I wouldn't go in there if I was you, Miss Edwards.
It's nothing, Ben. He's just our new hired hand. He must be lost. Pay no attention to him.
Suit yourself, ma'am. Only Mr. Edwards ain't gonna like this.
Ezekiel, you can tell Mr. Edwards anything you want to. But Mr. Cartwright is an old friend, and I'm going inside.
Anything you say, ma'am. But I'll be waiting for you.
Your house is so attractive, Ben. It gets nicer with the years.
It's been years since you've been in this house, Joyce.
Yes, I know. I've missed seeing it.
I've missed seeing you. All of us have. How's Tom?
Oh, all right.
Just all right? How is he really?
He's still bitter. He's been bitter ever since the accident. All day long, he just follows me around in his wheelchair. And every night, in front of Ezekiel, he calls me names. He says the most awful things.
Ezekiel, the man outside, the hired hand?
He's more than just that. Tom spends half the night drinking and gambling with his hired hand.
Drinking and gambling? I thought the accident left him incapacitated.
Only from the waist down. Tom drinks himself into a stupor, and Ezekiel carries him upstairs. He never knocks. He just brings him right into the room. And he puts him down on the bed next to me. Then he straightens up. And he looks at me lying there. And he says, "Good night, Mrs. Edwards." And goes. Every night it's this. But last night, usually Tom can't turn over, but somehow last night he managed to. I woke up and I saw him bending over me with a carving knife in his hand. He didn't move. He just sort of smiled at me. "You're so beautiful," he said. "I can't bear to think of my going first."
Joyce, surely you must know Tom meant no harm.
I don't know. He's always talking about death. His death. My death. I've got to go.
Joyce, please, stay.
I can't, Ben. Tom will be all right. If only he could find something to do to take his mind off himself. I've got to go.
Oh, Hoss, would you get Mrs. Edwards' horse, please?
Right, Paul.
Joyce, I don't like the idea of his following you.
Oh, it's all right, Ben. He'll keep his distance.
I'll ride along partway with you.
All right. Thank you.
Here you are, Miss Edwards.
Thank you, Hoss.
heard once it was Pa's gun that hit him.
Well, that's a lie.
Eat your supper, both of you, and stop talking about it.
Oh, look, I didn't mean he hit him on purpose. I meant he hit him accidental.
Well, that's two lies.
No, that's not what they say in town.
Well, that's Mr. Edwards, Joe. Sure he blames Pa. He claims he crippled him.
Well, did he or didn't he?
He did not.
Hey, well, how do you know? You weren't even there.
I was there an hour later. They were out after wild mountain sheep.
Mr. Edwards slipped and fell to a ledge, and Pa risked his life trying to save him. Ain't that right, Adam?
They were climbing up off that ledge when they fell to another ledge, and that's when the gun went off, getting him in the spine.
Well, whose gun?
Mr. Edwards' gun.
All right, then why does he blame Pa?
Eat your supper, it's getting cold. Boys? I'm sorry I opened the wine, Pa. I didn't know she was leaving so soon.
Well, we haven't had any of this since Christmas.
Yeah, it's a miracle.
This wine, imprisoned in this bottle for 20 years. And each year it seems to grow better.
Yep, well, I'm sorry Miss Edwards couldn't make the dinner tonight, but I'm sure glad to be taking part of this wine.
Me too.
Boys, I need your help. What do you think Tom Edwards could do?
What do you mean, Pa?
Well, they're out of money. He's squandered everything they ever had. They owe everybody, and he's always gambling.
That Zeke feller's, does he live with him? I'm sorry, Pa. I wouldn't want you to talk with your mouth full.
He not only lives with them, but they owe him, too.
Well, what about Virginia City? Maybe he could clerk somewhere.
You ever talk with him? Every time he opens his mouth, it's like poison pouring out.
Hoss, this was once a wonderful man, but he was struck down. Life struck him down.
Pa, I didn't mean to offend you.
They have a pretty good flow of water on their place, haven't they?
And who are we to say that if we were struck down, we wouldn't be pouring out poison, too? Now, what were you saying about water?
Oh, well, I was thinking that there's no mill around, and they have a pretty good stream there. We could rig up a water wheel, build a small mill house. They could grind grain.
That's a wonderful idea. A wonderful idea. Adam, I want to drink a toast to you.
Hey, Pa, can we drink to him, too? He's a mighty bright feller.
Downright bright and a real pride and joy to the Cartwrights.
Well, thank you, gentlemen.
Take care of my horse.
Anything you say, Mrs. Edwards.
Well, did you have a pleasant ride?
Yes.
I hope so. At least that will compensate a little for all that you have to put up with. Darling, I know it's dreadful of me to make such a fuss when you go out, but you've no idea how awful it is for me to sit here alone without you. Let me kiss you. Your skin is so lovely. Your cheeks are pink. Kiss?
I'm awfully tired. I think I'll go up to bed.
You told me where you've been.
I went to see the Cartwrights.
Why? To complain about your husband?
Tom, please don't start that again. I love you. I'll never leave you. You know that.
I expect Ben received you very warmly, didn't he? Did you get any money out of him?
Tom, please.
He's very rich. You're very attractive. We need money.
Yes, I did go about money. You know that property that my father left me in San Francisco? Well, Ben sometimes goes to San Francisco, and I thought that he might sell it for me.
Darling, what about that property your father left you in San Francisco?
What do you mean?
5 acres? That should be worth quite a lot, wouldn't it, Ezekiel?
Now, Mr. Edwards, you don't want to go gambling your wife's good land.
Oh, no. I'm doing it for her.
How's that, Mr. Edwards?
Well, she hates you. This way she could get rid of you.
Now, Miss Edwards, you don't want to get rid of me, close as I've been to your husband.
How would that get rid of him?
I'd bet the whole 5 acres against all we owe Ezekiel. If he loses, then we don't owe him anything, and he clears out.
Go ahead. Bet the land.
You surprise me, Mr. Edwards. You think I stay with you just for money? You think I take care of you? You think I carry you up them stairs night after night and put you to bed just for money? Now, believe you me, Mr. Edwards, I know I ain't fit to tie your shoe. But just living with you, sir, and Miss Edwards here, I've grown to you two like it was home almost. No, son. No offense, man, but I can't take that bet.
All right, all right. Play for $5. Will you lend me $5?
You did give me a scare, Mr. Edwards. I thought I was going to lose my home. Good night, Miss Edwards.
Morning, Tom.
What brings you around?
Well, I was riding into town. I thought I'd drop by.
See me? See my wife.
To see you both, Tom.
Sit on the porch if you want to. She's picking grapes.
Morning, Mr. Cartwright.
Yeah, that's it. It's a mighty fine stream you have here in the property.
I hear my wife paid you a little visit yesterday.
It was good to see her. Good to see you, Tom.
Is it?
Tom, I'll be straight out honest with you. I made a definite point of stopping by here this morning. I have a little business proposition I'd like to talk over with you. How'd you like to make some good money?
There ain't much Mr. Edwards can do, ailing chronic the way he is.
Tom, I want to build something in your property. A money-making operation. When I get my money out plus 15%, then it's yours to own.
Did you hear that? My wife goes to see my best friend, and suddenly I'm in business. I'm rich.
What's the proposition, Mr. Cartwright?
A mill. A grain mill. Now, there's none around here for miles, and people around here need a mill. Now, you have the water. I have a son who knows how to put that water to work.
What are you doing? Trying to get something from me?
Tom, I said this is a business proposition. Now, I'll put up the money, and my sons and I will build that mill for you.
What do you get, Mr. Cartwright? Water rights forever?
I've already said what I want. My investment back plus 15%. If I have that, I'm satisfied.
You mean... That sounds pretty good.
Not to me, it don't.
Would you be good enough to let Mr. Edwards make his own deal if he so sees fit?
Of course, sir. Excuse me.
Never mind, Zeke, Ben. We've been thrown together so much we're almost like partners.
My only thought, sir, is for Mr. Edwards.
That's enough, Zeke. Now, you keep out of this.
Mr. Edwards, we'd have all those people coming around, all that excitement. He don't hardly sleep nights as it is.
Tom, what do you say? Have we an agreement or haven't we?
15%, huh?
15. Now, you shake on that, we'll have that mill up in a week.
You make it 10%?
No.
12 and a half?
12 and a half. Oh, I'm mighty glad, Tom. Why, that mill will be a great thing for everybody.
What do you think of that, Ezekiel? Wait till I tell Joyce.
Well, all right, Tom, let's be getting on at the town. Oh, say, we can start bringing the stuff in tomorrow, if that's all right.
Oh, do that. You do that, Ben. Ben? We'll be friends again? Let me tell you, Ben, in my heart, when I'm not in pain, I mean, in my heart, I never blame you. It was my gun, my fault. Bless you for coming.
You buy them all, Tom?
Fine, Ben. Thought you owned me, didn't you? Thought I couldn't even get up to bed without you, huh? I'll show you.
I'll take you to your wife, Mr. Edwards. Would you like to go pick grapes with your wife?
I'll make me so much money I'll hire me a nurse from San Francisco. It'd be a real one, too, not just somebody like you.
I wouldn't get excited, Mr. Edwards. You're going to have another bad night.
You hope I have another bad night, isn't that it? You hope I'll have to call for you. Huh? Where are you taking me?
To your wife, Mr. Edwards. I won't take you to your wife.
You forget about my wife, you hear me? You get her right out of your head. Take me back in the house.
Yes, sir.
Ben!
Joyce.
Ben! Oh, how wonderful to see you. Does Tom know you're here?
Yes, I just talked to him.
You just talked?
I think I have some very good news for you. I suggested to Tom that we build a grist mill here and that he run it.
What did he say?
He's all for it. He likes the idea.
Oh, Ben! Oh, I'm so happy. If only this could make Tom happy, too. Remember the way he used to be?
I'll help you pick some grapes.
Ben, what you're doing is the most wonderful thing anyone could do for us.
Now, wait a minute. You're forgetting I'm making a profit, too.
I know what you're doing. And then about yesterday, I've never complained to you before, have I? I've never complained to anyone. But all these years, I've been dying too.
I know, Joyce.
Sometimes I think it would have been better for him if I'd left him. My health, just the sight of me seems to infuriate him at times. Just the sheer sight of me.
Just your beauty.
Oh, Ben. I forgot about that a long time ago. He's a cripple. And I'm a cripple, too.
How are you a cripple?
Because I don't stand up to him. Because I take every terrible thing he says to me. Sometimes he eyes me like a stranger would. He says things he shouldn't.
This may all come to an end. You know, he was so happy when I left him. I think the mill may change everything.
Oh, I hope so.
It's got to be a fine mill. You know, Adam's very clever with that sort of thing. He's made some wonderful drawings.
You're so fortunate in your boys.
Yeah. 3 fine sons. They could be half your life.
Only half.
Sons can't be everything.
Did you notice how blue the mountains were this morning?
Yes, I saw them.
Well, it's starting to look very good.
Coming along fine, Pa.
Hey, Pa, when's Hoss gonna get here with those millstones?
Should be real soon.
Well, we'll be ready for him any time now.
That's fine. Oh, Ezekiel. Glad to see you pitching in.
I wouldn't want to give you any wrong notions, Mr. Cartwright. I'm just doing this to please Mr. Edwards. I still don't think any good's going to come of it.
Well, why don't you give it a chance?
Well, I'll give it a chance. I'm just wondering one thing. What's really in this for you, Mr. Cartwright?
Hey, Pa. Pa, send me some more nails, will you?
Yeah, coming right up.
But it looks so complicated. How did you ever figure it out?
Well, it's really not original. The design is actually a combination. Some of it comes from the old New England mills, and some comes from the wheels that the miners built here in Nevada. As you see, we've built a flume leading to the top of the wheel. Now, at the proper time, we'll divert the water back through the flume. It'll pass over the top of the wheel, striking the blades, which will turn the wheel, which will drive the shaft, which will turn the upper millstone, and presto, you're grinding wheat. It's really quite simple.
Oh, Adam, I think you're absolutely marvelous.
Well, actually, the idea is thousands of years old. But imagine what it meant to man before the steam age. Hoss should be here soon with the millstones. Which reminds me, I better see how little Joe's coming along.
Oh, and I better see about Tom.
Hey, Professor.
What?
That's a mighty pretty assistant you got there.
Meaning what?
Oh, you're a sly one. I was watching you, standing close, bending over, sniffing her hair. I know you bright boys.
How would you like to shut your filthy face, huh?
Well, I'm just doing you a favor, friend. Don't let her husband catch you. He's still handy with a rifle.
Ezekiel! Come get me!
Excuse me, Professor. I was so busy watching you and Mrs. Edwards, I forgot all about her husband.
I don't know what you're up to, but don't make any trouble for Mrs. Edwards.
That's about time you got here, Professor. Did some of the heavy work.
Don't call me that.
What's the matter with you?
Just don't call me Professor.
Here, let me get that.
I'm perfectly capable of doing this myself.
Anything you say, ma'am.
Wheel me down there. I want to see how things are going.
Yes, sir. You think it'd be all right?
All right. Why shouldn't it be all right? Come on.
I mean, the ground's so rough, your legs being so weak.
Must you always remind him of that?
I didn't mean no harm, ma'am. I was just thinking.
Come on, come on. You know, Adam, I gotta hand it to you. I think this thing's gonna work.
Thanks. I'm sorry about blowing off all that steam a while ago.
Yeah, well, that's all right. I'm used to taking all the guff around this family. That's what I'm here for.
Oh, sure. You're really abused, aren't you? Here, put this plank up there.
See what I mean?
Got it?
Yeah, why don't you get some light wood?
Well, Ben, you're really making progress. Moving right along, Tom. Any reason why I can't be of some help? Why, not at all. As a matter of fact, I think I've got the very thing for you. Ezekiel, move his chair in closer to the wheel. You see these binder rods?
Yeah.
They need tightening. Now, here's a wrench. Get to work.
Fine.
Oh, Adam, isn't it wonderful to see Tom working again?
It sure is. What's the matter?
Just think you have the most wonderful father.
Now the alarm, folks. Just a signal.
Signal for what?
The arrival. Look to the east. Horse Cartwright, charioteer. Charging up with a ton of millstones. Come on, horse, drive him.
How was it, Horse?
Fine, Paul.
Have any trouble getting this load across the river?
You know, a little bit. Beat swimming with it.
Hey, can I get this?
Yeah, I got it. I got it.
Well, I don't know about you, Mr. Edwards, but I always go by the rule you ought to lock the barn before the horse gets away.
What are you talking about?
Just a certain party and your wife.
You know what I think I'll do with you? When this mill is finished, I'll put a rope around your neck and hang you from one of the rafters just to celebrate.
Mr. Edwards, you know I'm just protecting your interest.
Listen, you filthy snake, I trust my wife. And I trust Ben Cartwright. He's my friend. And if you ever again put one of your rotten, suspicious thoughts in my mind, so help me heaven, I'll kill you.
Your friend, Mr. Edwards? I wasn't talking about him. I was talking about his son, Adam.
Watch your hands down there with that, Paul.
All right. Let me get this out of there.
It's heat.
Easy now. Easy.
Easy.
Okay, let her slide down. Easy does it. Watch your hands, Pop. Let her slip.
Oh, no, I ain't saying she did anything, but the point is...
Look, just tell me if you saw anything or you didn't between her and Adam.
Mr. Edwards, I don't want you getting excited.
Never mind about that. Just tell me what you saw.
Well, Adam was... Well, he kind of brushing up against her here and there.
Did he touch her?
No, not exactly. Well, it's his eyes, you know, when she wasn't looking at him. His eyes was... Well, you know what I mean. They're just kind of touching her all over. Of course, gotta admit that Adam is a good-looking boy.
And with a little bit of luck, we'll have this mill running by tonight.
Tom! Tom, they think they'll have the wheel going by tonight. Isn't that wonderful? Do you know what I think we should have? A party. And let's dance and let's grind the first grain and have the neighbors in. Oh, wouldn't it be wonderful to have music again?
I'll bet you'd like to dance, wouldn't you?
Well, just to hear the music would be enough.
I bet you'd like to dance with Adam.
I beg your pardon.
What's all this between you and Adam?
Between me and Adam?
Ever since the mill started, you've been tagging each other around.
Tom, I don't understand you.
You understand me. You're a woman, aren't you? You're young, you're lovely. Don't tell me you don't know what I'm talking about.
Tom, on my word of honor, no such thought for Adam ever entered my mind.
Then why are you so happy? Why have you been smiling ever since this mill started?
Because of you. Because I thought it would start your life again, and my life.
You haven't been tagging Adam around?
No.
Brushing against him, leaning against him. Laughing with him at me?
No.
You have, both of you! You've been tagging each other around like a couple of simpering lovebirds.
What's going on? I don't know. Looks like Ezekiel has done his work.
Ezekiel, get me out of here!
Excuse me, Miss Edwards. You got him so upset, I better take him inside and lay him down for a while.
Ezekiel, do I have you to thank for this?
No, ma'am. I didn't tattle on you, if that's what you mean.
If you come near my wife again, Adam Cartwright, I'll kill you both!
Pa, I give you my word. It's Ezekiel. He's warped and twisted Edward's mind.
Pa, maybe we better stop working the mill.
Well, after I lug these stones in here?
We'll finish this mill.
Pa, a man as mixed up as that's liable to kill somebody.
Keep working.
Joyce! 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 Joyce!
Ben, please go away and leave me alone.
Joyce, come on now. Let it out.
I've never been so humiliated, so ashamed. I don't know what to do.
Now take it easy, Joe. You ruined the whole thing.
Look, I told you it wouldn't fit, Adam. You made the shaft too short.
Well, come on, now lift. Now lift, horse.
Dang it, Adam, if I lift anymore, I'm gonna lift the whole earth up.
Lift!
Oh, come on, will you, Adam? Let's call it quits.
Quit?
Yeah, quits. We did enough work today for 10 men.
Now, come on, Joe. Give me a few more minutes.
I'm hungry, Adam.
Adam, you give me one reason why I ought to break my back.
Because I want to see it work. I want to see this mill grind wheat. I want to eat bread from this mill that we built.
You do?
I do.
He does?
He does.
Well, why don't you say so, brother? Come on, let's get to work. All right, all together now.
All right, let's go. 1, 2, heave! All right, in she goes!
Hey.
Now get the other side over there.
Hey, wait till I get this board up.
Let's go. 1, 2, heave!
Heave! Hey! Hey, way to go, brother.
Hey, look, it won't.
Let's get up to the diversion gate. When I give you the signal, let the water in the flume.
Right.
Hey, Adam, don't you think we ought to wait for Pa?
I said to get it done, and that's what we're gonna do. Now get up there and let up that sluice gate when I tell you.
Aye, aye, sir.
No. Wait. Come on in, whoever you are!
Well, Cartwright, what do you want?
There's one thing I don't want is people shooting at me without a reason.
I got a reason, best reason in the world. My wife. Where is she?
That's right, where is she? Mr. Edward here's been worried about her, and it ain't good for him to worry.
How should I know where his wife is?
You ought to know where she is. She's with your father, ain't she? He run off after her.
Didn't think I knew, did you? I know. Ezekiel told me. I know all about your father, too, from a long way back. It's not the first time he betrayed me. He shot me in the spine.
My father didn't shoot you, and you know it.
I don't know any such thing. I know it was you Cartwrights caused all my trouble.
Mr. Edwards, you're wrong. Real wrong. But I didn't come here to argue with you. I just come to tell you that your mill is finished. We got it going.
You think the mill solves everything, don't you? You know what I'm going to do with your mill? I'm going to destroy it. I'm going to burn it to the ground. Does Ben Carter think he can buy my wife with a mill? You mark my words. Before I let him steal my wife, I'll kill him and her too.
Ezekiel, if you're really his friend, you'll get these wild ideas out of his head.
I am his friend, Mr. Cartwright. But what's right is right. Man has a simple duty to protect his home.
Ben, I'll always remember this time we've had together today. It was as though we had escaped to another world.
It's been that way for me, too.
Ben, look! The wheel is turning. Oh, isn't it beautiful?
It certainly is. Joyce, I just can't let you go back.
Ben, please,
At least spend the night with us at the Ponderosa. Don't go back to that house, not right now.
I'm not afraid. Tom and Ezekiel will be so drunk they won't even hear me come in. Besides, with the mill and all, perhaps it will be different again. I've got to give him that chance.
Well, just to be sure everything's all right, I'll ride by first thing in the morning.
Ben, thank you for everything.
Pa, we've been waiting for you.
Oh? Why?
I was a little worried about you.
It's mighty thoughtful of you, Adam, but I have a feeling I'm old enough to take care of myself.
I ran into some trouble over at the Edwards place.
What sort of trouble?
Tom took a shot at me.
No, I can't believe that.
Neither could I. I went up to the ranch to tell him that we'd finished with the mill, and he and that hired hand of his were glassy-eyed drunk.
Well, what started it? What brought it on?
I don't know. Tom had some wild idea about you and Joyce being off someplace together, and he was making threats about killing you if you didn't stay away from her. Where are you going?
Going right back to that house as fast as I can make it. That man touches Joyce.
Pa?
What?
Want me to go with you?
No. You stay here. I'll handle this alone.
Pa, Tom's suspicion about you and Joyce, it isn't true, is it?
Suppose it were, Adam. How would you feel about it?
I'd say that if there ever was a chance, she couldn't do any better. I'd be happy for both of you.
Thank you for that, Adam.
That does it, Mr. Edwards. It's my house now.
Your house. Your money.
Your strength that packs me upstairs and puts me to bed. This is my wife, Ezekiel. You hear that? She's my wife.
That's right. Your wife. You owe me quite a bit, Mr. Edwards.
I've got a mill. They'll grind flour. I don't make money.
Ain't you forgetting something? I won that mill.
I'll pay you some way. I'll pay you.
Now that you mention it, there is a way. An easy way. You like to gamble, don't you?
What are you driving at?
I just want to make one more bet with you. Just one cut of the cards. If I lose, you don't owe me anything, Mr. Edwards. Not a thing. You get the house back and all the money you owe me.
If I lose, what do I still own you don't already have?
Just one cut of the cards can prevent that, Mr. Edwards. A gambler like you ought to jump at the chance.
Somebody ought to kill you. Somebody ought to stop you.
Well, maybe somebody will. But that ain't gonna be you, is it, Mr. Edwards? Looks like my king beats your 9.
Ezekiel, would you mind bringing Mr. Edwards up to our room now?
I don't have to do that no more, Miss Edwards. That's my room now. That's where I'm gonna sleep.
Even drunk as you are, you know that's not true.
Isn't it? Hey, you ask your husband.
What does he mean?
Miss Edwards, there's some things going on here I think you ought to know about.
Tom, what is he saying?
He won the bet.
What bet? What do you mean? Oh, you're just as drunk as he is. You don't even know what you're saying.
No, he's right, Miss Edwards. I won the bet.
Tom, tell him to get away from me. Help me.
I can't help you, Joyce. I can't help you.
You might as well get used to the idea, Miss Edwards. From now on, there ain't gonna be nobody but...
Get away from me! You touch me and I'll kill you! I don't know how I'll do it, but I'll kill you!
Well, she'll get over that as soon as she calms down a bit.
Will she, Ezekiel? Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. Why shouldn't I be?
You heard her. She said she'd kill you first. Maybe someone's gonna stop you after all.
Hello, Mr. Cartwright. You should knock before you come into my home.
Get out of here.
No, Mr. Cartwright. Everything here belongs to me now. You see, I've taken Mr. Edwards' place. Even this chair belongs to me.
Come on, Joyce.
Well, now stay right where you are, Mr. Cartwright. I wouldn't want to have to hurt you. Now, you lay your pistol belt on that table.
you sit in that wheelchair? You're not crippled.
That's right, I'm not. I just want to get the feel of it. I want to know how Mr. Edwards felt when he sat in it. I want to know how Mr. Edwards felt about everything.
Come on, Joyce. Let's get out of here.
No. Now, you can't, Mr. Cartwright. She belongs to me, too. Don't you understand? Look, I have it all here. I kept track of every bet I made with Mr. Edwards. He gambled away everything. And tonight he gambled away his wife.
Well, if you won everything from him, why did you kill him?
Well, he tried to go back on a bet. You know a man can't do that.
Ezekiel, you see, you're very tired. Why don't you rest and we can talk about it? Go on, Joyce.
No. Where's she going?
Just outside.
No, she can't. Now, Mr. Edwards told you that if you tried to steal his wife, he'd kill you. I'm the same as Mr. Edwards now, so if you try to take her, I'm going to have to kill you.
Joyce, this is what you want to do.
I've had a lot of time to think this past week, and, well, I have friends in Denver. I'd stay with them, and then I'll move on east.
All right, you go, and after a few weeks or months, well, then you can decide what you want to do.
Now, whatever you do, don't sell the mill. You use it.
Joyce, when you come back...
Ben, I love you. But I could never come back.
I need you.
Remember you told me once that when little Joe's mother died, you had to get away, had to meet new people? Well, think of it that way.
Drive into Virginia City.
I'd rather we say goodbye here. It isn't easy for me either.
big help. You know, I had that gal sweet-talked, eating right out of my hand. You two have to bust in and hustle me out of there.
No, you just be grateful we got you out of trouble before it happened.
But you know what I think?
Well, it couldn't be much. It takes brains for thinking.
Yeah, well, I think you're jealous. Just because I find the only pretty gal in town who's not wearing some man's brand.
Didn't I tell you he's short on brains?
Ah, but she was wearing some man's brand, Casanova. And he was rounding up a few of his friends. And they were fixing to take you apart, but there was no talk about putting you back together again.
And me and Adam, being the charitable fellers we are, we just decided your hide might be worth saving.
Not that we care, but Pa might have been a little upset.
It's 45.
Sounds like it came from old Pete Redfern's place.
He don't own no 45.
Pete.
They got everything. 3 years' work gone.
Pete, did you get a good look at him?
It was wearing masks. One of them was a big redhead.
A red-headed man?
Hat fell off. There was 4 of them.
Pete, don't you worry. We're going to get a doctor for you out of Virginia City.
How is he?
It's just fine. Old Pete ain't hurting no more.
Cartwright?
Denver around?
Yeah, inside. Walk about 6 foot off the ground. Nervous as a rustling church.
He hasn't had this buggy out since that school teacher left. Now, don't tell me he's getting married.
Oh, ain't gonna get married, don't have to. Gonna have a woman around the place again.
Connie's coming home.
Yep.
By golly.
4 o'clock stage.
Yeah?
Tell you, Mr. Cartwright, that man's scared to death. You know, reckon since she's been back to that Eastern school going on 4 years, he figures she's the Queen of England.
Well, you know, she's going to see a lot of changes in this place. Yeah, Denver's done a good job with it in 4 years. Well, for the love of Zachary P. Taylor. That you, Denver?
Yeah, that's me, Denver.
Where you preaching?
Nowhere. But I wish I was. Behind a pulpit, I could take off these doggone gaiters. Ben, do you think a man's feet keep on growing?
Well, I've heard that when a person gets older, his body shrinks. I don't know about feet, though.
Well, I haven't had these gaiters on since the Harrelson wedding, but I swear, either they're a size smaller or my feet are a size larger. Ben, you think I look all right?
Well, you know, if I didn't know better, I'd swear you were a senator.
I'm going in to meet Connie.
I know.
Miles tell you?
Yeah, he told me.
Sure, I told him. I ain't forgot how to talk.
Doesn't seem like 4 years, does it?
It does to me. I tried to get the house fixed up so Connie'd have a decent place to come home to. I don't know. You think she'll like it?
Oh, it looks real nice.
I had some new curtains made
Yeah?
for her room, some kind of lace. They're real pretty to me.
Well, then it is real pretty. Now, what are you worried about? That little girl won't even know the place.
I know, but she's grown up now. 18, her last birthday.
You make it sound like she's an old maid.
When she left here, she was a kid. What do you know about it, you old goat?
Who's an old goat? I ain't more than 2 years older than you are.
That makes you an old goat.
For 2 cents, I'd quit.
For 2 cents, I'd fire you.
Now, hold on, you two. How long have you known each other?
Too dang long.
Since before Connie was born, that's long enough.
Well, Denver, if I were you, I'd hold on to Miles as a foreman.
You give me one good reason why I should.
Well, if you don't, Connie will have you hide.
Well, you better get going, Denver. That stage liable to be early.
It hasn't happened yet, but I suppose it could. Ben, you wouldn't want to ride in with me, would you? Well, no. You two have a lot to talk about.
Yeah, guess you're right. 4 years is a long time. Well, you sure I look all right, Ben?
Well, I told you.
Yeah, like a senator. Ben, you can't lie worth a hoot.
Well, and like a state senator, then. Oh, there is one thing.
Yeah, what's that?
Well, I was thinking, it's a little short notice, I know, but this is Saturday night, and Connie coming home. I thought I'd like to give a little welcome home party for Connie at the Ponderosa tonight.
Well, that's fine, Ben. If I can get these gators broke in by that time.
Well, if you want to, you can come barefoot.
Thanks, Ben. Connie will like a party.
Well, I guess I'd better get along home and have the boys spread the word around about the party.
Oh, I won't be able to make the party, Mr. Cartwright. Somebody's got to watch the store.
Oh, sorry about that, Miles.
That's all we found on him, Paul. We followed the 4 men until we lost their trail, and then we went back and buried Pete.
Not very much to leave after a lifetime of hard work, is it?
What could anybody expect to get robbing old Pete Redfern?
Well, I don't know, Adam. Some people say Pete did fairly well with that mine of his. He could have had some money stashed away somewhere.
Paul, this seems to me like it's an organized outfit. This is the 3rd robbery in less than a month.
No, it's the first killing.
Pete was killed because he got a good look at one of the men.
Oh, that's so? What'd he say about him?
Well, not much except he had red hair.
Well, I'll talk to Denver McKee. He might be able to pick up the trail you boys lost.
Yeah, he's probably good at that. Old Denver's about half bloodhound anyhow.
Well, meantime, you go ahead and pass the word around about the party. I don't think Pete would want to spoil Connie's homecoming. You keep quiet about this. I'll talk to Denver.
Right, Pop.
Hey, is that you I smell, little brother?
Well, it couldn't be you or Adam. You two smell like horses.
Smells a bit like the Wednesday afternoon ladies' society, don't you think?
Yeah, maybe Washington's livery stable.
Hey, we fellas take a long walk, like to China.
Well, now, little brother, we'd be happy to, but we got to hang around here to take care of your hide.
Well, I'll tell Connie McKee to be sure to thank you.
Oh, Joe, remember, don't mention anything about Pete Redfern at the party, okay?
Yeah, right. Did he have any kin?
No. According to Paul, his wife died a few years back, and that's how come he's out here mining.
Well, you boys see a red-headed man at the party tonight. Be sure to shoot first and talk about it later.
Hey, wait a minute. Josh Perkins is coming to that party tonight. He's red-headed and the best dang barber in Virginia City. I sure wouldn't want to shoot him.
Oh, you know, I would if I were you. Look at the haircut they gave you.
Here you are, Charlie.
Wonder what's keeping Denver McKee and that daughter of his. They're late.
Now, listen, Fleming, have you ever taken a woman anywhere and be untied?
Little Connie McKee, you know, the way she used to ride that horse, I thought she'd break her neck before she got a chance to go to school.
Wonder whether she changed the East or the East changed her.
I guess the East rubbed some rough spots off her, but I imagine she's still the same girl she was. At least I hope so, for Denver's sake. He was shaking like a leaf when he went to pick her up at the stage.
Here's to Denver McKee, the greatest sheriff Colorado ever had.
Here's to Denver McKee, the best Indian scout in the U.S. Army.
Here's to Denver McKee, the most frightened father in Nevada. Oh, there they come.
It's got to be Connie because she's with old Denver.
I don't know. It don't look like Connie to me.
Now, you want to know something, fellas? I don't really care who that is. Welcome home, Connie.
Hello, little Joe. It's so nice to see you.
Hey, wait a minute. Is that the way to say hello to an old friend?
In the East, that's the way we treat freshmen.
Looks like you two are going to take up just where you left off 4 years ago, still fighting.
Hello, Hoss. It's so good to see you.
Hi, Connie. Doggone it, we like not even recognize you. You wait right here. We got a real big surprise for you.
All right. Adam, how are you?
Oh, Connie, you have changed.
Not so you could notice. You still got that same old sweet temper.
Hello, how are you?
Welcome home, Connie.
Thank you. I didn't expect a welcome home party like this. It's so wonderful. Oh, I'd forgotten how beautiful the Ponderosa is.
Well, she put on her best party dress for you. Denver, she's your daughter. You better introduce her to the guests.
Thanks, Ben. Folks, most of you remember my little girl, but for those who don't, Connie McKee. Welcome home.
Welcome home, Connie.
Oh, it's beautiful. But it's a shame to cut it.
Well, we can't eat it till you do.
Well, just make a wish first and then blow.
She's a real beauty, Denver.
She sure is, Ben. I can say that, because I can't take any credit for it. She's the spitting image of her mother. Yeah. I only hope I've done right.
But what?
Connie, how do you know about girls, Ben? You see, I didn't want her to grow up here like a wild bronco, marry the first saddle tramp that asked her. Or to get tired of the ranch and head for San Francisco to twist the town by the tail. I wanted to give her what you've given your boys. Security. Background. I wanted to have a chance to see something besides steers and horses and a kitchen stove.
Well, you've done it. And I know it hasn't been easy.
Here's a little peace offering. Why don't we call it a truce?
Well, seeing as you started the war, I accept.
There'll be another war, little Joe, if you try to hog the guest of honor.
Connie, why don't we go somewhere we can draw up a peace treaty?
I have a better idea. Let's have some punch.
Hey, that is a good idea. Why don't you two go ahead? Well, come on, fellas. Connie and I are old friends.
But Connie wants to make new friends, don't you, Connie?
Since you've been east, little Joe's a changed man, Connie.
He doesn't seem any different to me.
That's just on the surface. Underneath, he's wilder than a locoed steer. Right, Mort?
Wilder sometimes. In Virginia City, they have what they call the Girls Protective Association. When little Joe comes into town, all those mamas go into action.
Why, little Joe, I had no idea.
Miss Connie, would you care to meet some of my friends?
Yes, I'd love to.
Oh, Connie, I
hope she isn't really mad at little Joe.
No, she's not mad at Joe. She's trying to show him that he isn't the only man in Nevada. Do him good.
What's the matter, little brother? You having trouble?
She acts like I got typhoid fever or something. What's the matter with me, anyway?
Got a couple hours, I'll tell you.
Never mind. She's not the only girl in Nevada.
She's the prettiest.
Oh, come on. You're not going to really eat the rest of that.
It's too good a cake to let it go waste, Joe.
Thanks so much for everything, all of you. That even includes you, little Joe.
Thanks, man. For a while there tonight, you made me forget Connie'd ever been way at all.
Well, the short straw stays. The rest of us get Denver, see if we can pick up the trail of the killers. Well, guess who's got it? Guess you stay, Joe.
I still don't see why we all can't go.
Well, somebody has to stay here.
Make yourself useful, Joe. Help number one cousin with the dishes.
That's pretty good shooting there, Denver.
We use this way to spend money, Ben. just started wondering if I still had the touch.
Well, I guess it's a little like swimming. Man never forgets. You ready to go?
Yeah, I'm ready. I guess we better get started.
Get started where?
Connie, I didn't want you to be bothered with any of this, but you see, yesterday, an old prospector named Pete Redfern got killed, his life savings stolen.
Oh, that's terrible.
Well, it's more than that. Last night, 2 men got killed, and the Silverado mine payroll was taken. We're just going out, scout around, see what we can find out.
I see. But why do you have to go?
But, Connie, I just told you, 3 men have been killed.
I'd almost forgotten about the violence in the West and the fact that nobody is immune or wants to be.
Well, we mean to try to put a stop to this before there's any further violence.
Do you? Or do you enjoy it?
We're just trying to do what we feel we have to do.
Well, leave my dad out of it. He spent most of his life with violence. It wasn't a game with him, it was his business, and he's retired. Can't you leave him alone?
Connie, these are neighbors asking me to help because I know about these things.
Connie, last year 200 head of steer vanished completely without a trace. And 50 men couldn't find them. Now we're looking for 4 men. Now, the sheriff needs all the help he can get. Now, if we find the men, and I hope we do, well, it's not going to make us feel good. Not going to make us feel big and brave.
That's right, Connie. None of us get any joy out of this. Just something has to be done.
I'm sorry, Mr. Cartwright. You will be careful, won't you, Dad?
I didn't get this old being careless. Connie, you try not to think about it. Where'd you leave little Joe? Back at the Ponderosa?
Oh, he's got a few chores to do. Not too many.
Nice day for a ride.
If little Joe wants to see me, he knows where I am.
The only trouble is he can't leave the ranch.
Well, let him stay there. I certainly have no intention of running after him.
Are you late?
Don't tell me you were expecting me.
Oh, Pa didn't tell you I had to stay here and do a few things around the house, huh?
I really don't remember because I really don't care.
Oh. Well, in that case, you probably wouldn't be very interested in a little present I was fixing up for you.
A present for me?
Mm-hmm. Yet, if you don't care, there really isn't much point to it.
Did I say that?
Hey, well, didn't you?
Well, I may have, but that was before you mentioned a present.
Oh. Well, they really taught you a lot in that girls' school back east. How to be mercenary in one easy lesson.
You're so wrong, little Joe. No woman alive needs that lesson. She's born that way.
Oh, I just didn't know they admitted to it. But since you did, how do you like him?
Oh, little Joe, he's beautiful.
Well, if that's the way you say thanks, it'll just take me a second to rustle up about a dozen more just like him.
Never mind. One beautiful horse like this is enough for anybody.
Maybe so, but I don't hardly think one kiss is enough for anybody.
Why, little Joe, I thought you had to stay back at the ranch.
I know when I have something better to do, like kissing my best girl.
You mean kissing girls, don't you? Any girl?
Well, now, where in the world did you get that notion?
It wasn't hard. Almost everyone at the party last night volunteered that information. And more.
Oh, you're not going to believe them.
Well, why shouldn't I?
Well, because they're lying.
You mean there's no such girl as Joan Curry?
Oh, sure, there's such a girl as Joan, but she's a...
And, how about Carol Childress and Judy Polk and Sally Putnam?
How do you do it? You haven't been back 24 hours, and you know every girl I've ever talked to.
I have only mentioned 4. Would you like me to tell you the rest of the list?
No, never mind. Of course, you didn't do anything when you were back east, except maybe knit socks.
Oh, you know very well I went to a girls' school.
Yeah, only the way I heard it, there was a boys' school right down the block. How long's your list?
You'll die wondering, little Joe.
Look, Connie, those girls didn't mean anything to me. They were just...
Girls?
Yeah, that's right. They were just girls.
Well, that's exactly what I am. A girl.
No, you're a very special girl. There was something I wanted to ask you. Are you going back east?
Well, I'm not sure. Why?
I just don't want you to go back, that's all.
Well, that's hardly reason enough.
Because I think you're very beautiful.
That still isn't much
Because
of
I
it.
like you very much.
I've only been back for 24 hours, little Joe. Tell me the same thing in 24 days.
Now, if we cut across the rim rock, and we can come in through the breaks.
How come you 3 are back so soon?
We lost the trail.
4 horses? How'd you lose a trail like that?
It wasn't easy.
They went into the Flint Canyons up near the timberline. Rock's so hard there, you can drive 1,000 head of cattle through that part and never leave a sign.
They gotta be up here in the Sierra somewhere. Up one of those high meadows, probably. They gotta have grass and water.
Yeah, but Adam, there must be 100 places like that up there. We could ride for a year and not find them all.
Oh, you could find them the first day. They've had all the breaks so far. It's about time we had one. We'll ride out at dawn.
Pa?
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can't go with you.
Oh? You mean there's something you prefer to the high Sierras?
Well, no, it's just that, see, I didn't expect you to be back so soon, so I promised Connie I'd take her into Virginia City.
Hey, Joe, ain't you afraid you might be overcourting that little gal? I mean, you keep on like this, and she's liable to think you want to marry her.
Joe, I think you ought to ride up into the mountains with us. Well, there's a lot of snow up there, and maybe it'd cool you off.
Yeah, what's your big rush anyhow, Joe? You done without that little gal for 4 years. One more day ain't gonna hurt nothing.
Pa, you want me to ride with you? I will.
No, you go ahead with your plans with Connie.
Thank you.
You know, I think our little brother's coming down with a real bad case of lovitis.
Well, never mind the lovitis. Let's get back to this. Now, look, we get up through the high meadow.
Oh, I'm getting about half tired of this canyon. We must have been up here 7 or 8 times.
I'm not only tired of the canyon, I'm just plain tired. But this is... Denver lost the trail, so this is where we start hunting.
Start and finish. Above here, there's a half a mile of flint and wash rocks, 4 canyons, and all the points of the compass to choose from.
Paul, what if they ain't up there at all? What if they just come this far to make us think they're going up there?
With us behind them, they'd have to head for high country.
Now, just slow down. What do you got in mind, boy?
Well, sir, a fox will double back on a hound, won't it? How come a man can't? I mean, they could lead their horses across the rocks and get over into Little Branch Canyon and go all the way back down the valley and then leave us hunting up here in the big country.
Yeah. That might be just worth looking into. Come on.
4 or 5 horses, Paul. They did double back.
Well, one sure way to cover up your tracks is to ride down the busiest road you can find. They did take quite a chance, though. They might have been seen.
Yeah. Well, I'm thinking that they just didn't care if they were.
What do you mean, Paul?
He means that the killers aren't strangers.
That's right. They could afford a double back. I'm beginning to think that they could even be one of our neighbors.
Keep your finger off that trigger.
Wasn't my fault one of them saw us coming. Can still be easy. I'll throw enough lead into them to keep them busy. Brennan can work around back of the cabin and drop a torch on the roof.
Go, boss.
Corey! Here, sit in this barrel. Easy.
Come out of nowhere. 1 minute it's quiet as a church. The next minute, Jess is down and bullets are whizzing like bees that is swarming.
Did you get a look at any of them?
Saw 4 of them, all masked but one. Hat on the back of his head, red hair showing. I never seen him before, but I'd know him if I ever seen him again.
There was no use, Pa. They had fresh horses. Ours were done when we got here.
What about the others, Corey?
Masked, like I said, but there was one. Clothes, maybe, or the way he moved. I couldn't put a name to him, but I swear I've seen him a dozen times.
Looks like you was right about them being our neighbors, Paul.
Yeah. Let's get Corey to a doctor, and then we'll make a few social calls. Easy, Corey. Easy, does it?
Well, the boys seem happy. How about you?
Don't like the way things are going.
Why? What's wrong?
There weren't to be no killings. We decided that when we started all this.
Now, look, when you point a gun at a man, sometimes he has to go for his own. When that happens, he's got to pull the trigger. If I learned one thing as a sheriff, it was that.
You never learn to shoot no man in the back. Harley's killing those 2 payroll guards. Got this whole valley stirred up.
Well, maybe Harley was a little hasty. Won't happen again. I'll take care of that.
Meantime, we've got a posse on our necks.
Why worry about that? I've led other posses around in circles till they got dizzy and quit. I can do it again.
This ain't other posses. This is Ben Cartwright and his boys. They ain't gonna quit.
It was simple, honest cowmen, from sunup till dusk, just chasing strays out of the draws.
Denver, they're not strays. Any good cowman rides by, he's gonna see you just drifting a few head up and down the valley.
Now, we've been in this a long time. How come you're getting sweat up about it now?
I'm thinking of Connie like we both was when we started.
Miles, I know you love that kid like she was your own daughter. I know you're worried about her finding out. She won't. A couple of more jobs like the last one, we'll have everything we ever wanted for her.
I don't figure it that way. Now, wait a minute. You getting ideas about quitting me? We both ought to quit, Denver. But I don't think we can. What are you getting at? First it was just you and me. Then you sent me out to the Colorado Badlands. Pick up a lot of hard cases. Give them big talk about big pickings. Well, they've had a taste of it. You can't expect them to let go now. I can call this thing off any time I want to. Can you? Holly! Brennan! All of you. We heard talk about some of you boys wanting to pull out.
Where'd you hear that?
With the payroll we've piled up, we bet on $30,000 now.
That's nothing to what we're gonna do. We got more men coming in. Good men.
Denver here was wondering how you men felt about a man quitting with his share if he wants to.
Why, nobody better even think of pulling out. We come here to clean up. That sits real good with me, and that's what I'm aiming to do. Not the way you feel about it, boss?
Sure. Yeah, Miles and I just wanted to see how you felt.
Don't worry, boss. The first man tries to run out on us, I'll kill.
Fellas look as if you could use a drink.
A little water be right fine.
Trouble?
Well, they jumped Winkler and Corey. You know, they put up a fight. Winkler got killed and Corey got hit.
Bad?
Well, not too bad, thanks. Got on the shoulder. He'll be all right.
Did he recognize any of them?
Nope. But we ran across the trail of one of them before. A redhead.
That redhead had to be the one that killed old Pete Redfern.
Ran across the trail of another one of them. Corey tells me that he's seen him before. Recognized him by his walk, set of his shoulders. Corey says he must have seen him a dozen times somewhere.
Without his mask, he'd be somebody we know. Might even be a neighbor.
A neighbor? I find that hard to believe, Ben.
Well, I didn't want to believe it either, but we picked up that trail today. They doubled back on their tracks right down the main road.
Didn't have to worry about being seen because he's seen there every day.
More killings every day. That's why we're here, Denver.
I spent the better part of my life as a peace officer, Ben. I was lucky. Only caught one bullet. You got a sheriff. You got all the men you need. Don't ask me to press my luck.
You pressed it when you went out with us the other day. We're all taking the same chance.
Not according to the odds. I've been riding a streak of luck for 30 years. I don't intend to press it any further.
So far, they've only hit the miners and the mine payrolls. They might decide to branch out. You could be helping to put out a fire in your own house.
My own house? All right. About time I started taking care of my own house. Taking care of other people's houses for 20 years. What the devil would ever get me? $100 a month, a lot of plaques on the wall, pat on the back, and a bullet in the shoulder.
Denver? I had no idea you felt this way.
Well, now you know. I'm sick and tired of taking care of other people's troubles. Don't you think I owe something to my own kid?
Yeah, well, I guess you got a right to your own way of thinking. Not gonna press you. But we're going out after those killers. Come on, boys.
Hey, where'll I put these?
It's a good thing she ran out of money. You'd have had to send in the hay wagon.
Oh, little Joe, you know perfectly well I needed every one of these things.
I'm sure you did, Connie. Stay to supper?
No thanks. I better show my face around the Ponderosa. I'm gonna forget I'm a member of the family, start charging me room and board.
He'll change his mind. I'm gonna put these things upstairs, then I'll be down to cook supper, Dad.
You'd better stay, little Joe. She's a pretty good cook.
Hey, you got a wonderful girl there, Mr. McKee.
That's what I always wanted her to be.
I wanted to talk to you about Connie and me.
Well. What's on your mind?
Well, sir, Connie and I have known each other for a long time. Haven't we, sir?
Yes, you have. Quite a long time.
And I know you've probably heard a lot of stories about me and those Virginia City girls, but I just wanted you to know that they didn't mean a thing to me, not any of them.
I hope you didn't tell them that at the time.
Well, no, sir, not at the time. Anyway, that's not the way it is with Connie and me. I'm very fond of her, sir.
Oh, yeah.
And if Connie'll have me, Well, what I'm trying to say is, sir, I'd like to ask her to marry me.
Well, I don't think there's any way I can keep you from asking her.
Does that mean you'd rather I wouldn't?
I don't mean that at all. All I ever wanted was for Connie to be happy. Have the chances other girls have.
Sir, that's what I mean to offer her.
Suppose I knew all along this would happen. I should have known. I should have known.
I'm sorry I upset you, sir. Be getting on home now. Tell Connie I'll see you soon.
Little Joe gone?
Yeah, he just talked to me.
I was hoping he would.
Like that, is it?
Yes, it's like that.
He mentioned marriage.
One thing at a time, Dad. First you fall in love.
I thought you'd done that already.
Uh-huh. But you have to give it time to grow, to build dreams, to be so filled with happiness and the wonder of it that you're about ready to explode. And then you get married.
Did all that we talked about, selling all this, heading east, you were so dead set on that when you first got here.
I know, but I didn't realize then.
You thought you couldn't be happy out here. I didn't think so either.
That's what I didn't realize. That geography has nothing to do with happiness. Oh, Dad. I know why you were talking about selling out and going east. And I'll always love you a whole lot more because you were doing it for me. But now, you know.
I know. Baby, all I ever wanted for you was happiness.
Well, all right, go ahead and say it.
What do you want us to say?
Oh, come on, Adam. You've been walking around it like it was a rattlesnake. All right, it's somebody we know, a neighbor. Well, come on, say the rest of it. You think Denver McKee had something to do with it?
Now, nobody said that, Joe.
Nobody's even thinking it.
Oh, no? Then why do you tell me what Denver said about not wanting to help, then you drop it so fast I could hear the thud when it hit?
The only thud you hear is your heart when somebody mentions the name of McKee.
Pa, what do you really think?
Well, I'd stake my life that Denver had nothing to do with it.
Well, I hope you're right, Pa. But we have to face the truth. There was only one man that wasn't at Connie's party the night the Silverado payroll was stolen.
That's right. Miles Briscoe.
You know, when I was telling Denver about the party, Miles was with him. He said he couldn't go to the party because he had to look after things at the Flying M.
All right, so he wasn't at the party. Does that prove anything?
No, of course it doesn't, Joe. but it's worth looking into. Hoss, why don't you ride out to the McKee place? Have a look around, and if Miles leaves the ranch, trail him.
How long you want me to stay, Paul?
No, one of us will relieve you in the morning. Now, come on, don't look so worried.
Scared me to death. You must be avenging. You was plumb up on me before I knew it.
I ain't see anything?
Not a thing. I think we wasted our time.
Well, we're young, brother. We got plenty of time.
Maybe so, but as slow as it went last night, I feel like I'm 90 years old already. I'm gonna go get me some sleep.
Right, breakfast all ready.
It is? Mm-hmm. Then sleep's gonna be the second thing I get.
Hey, Hoss. Take a look at that. Red-headed man, stranger, Miles in Denver.
Go on, let's go get Paul now.
Right. I'm telling you for the last time, don't you come around this ranch anymore. That red hair's like a lantern. You've been seen twice.
Don't make any difference. The two that seen me ain't done any talking.
Well, you're wrong. Pete Redfern identified you before he died. And Corey, the miner you shot yesterday, he's still alive.
I must be out of practice.
You're not out of practice, you're just out of brains.
I think we ought to lay low for a while. Things quiet down.
You fellas sound like you're getting a streak up your backs. You set up this play, Denver. The rest of us have been taking all the risks. Sure, we had to do a little shooting.
I want you to clear out of here. You think I want my daughter to see you?
No, I don't think much about your daughter one way or the other, Mr. McKee. And I'm tired of sleeping up in those rocks. You got a bunkhouse back there. I mean to use it.
Good morning, Ben.
Morning, Denver. You know this man?
Sure he knows me, Ben. What about it?
We've been looking for a red-headed man.
You're the only red-headed man in the area, other than a barber in Virginia City.
Since when is being red-headed a crime?
Since we found out that a redhead killed 2 men, maybe 2 others.
Do you figure to do anything about it?
You take Connie back into the house.
Come on, Connie. Come on.
Now put away your guns, boys. You won't need them.
You're taking a lot of chances, aren't you, Ben? I could outshoot you any day you live.
Maybe so. There's no reason for it to come to that. Denver, why? I'd have staked my life. You had nothing to do with this. Why?
That's very simple, Ben. I ran out of money. I did what I had to do, and I'm not backing down from it.
There are other ways.
What other ways? I did a good job as a marshal. When I needed money, I turned to what I knew best. I did a pretty good job at that, too.
Denver, I'm gonna have to take you in. You give me a gun.
Oh, no, Ben. You got to take it.
Oh, he means it.
Yeah, Ben, I mean it.
No, Denver, no.
Denver. Now, don't you go blaming yourself, Ben. The man pulls a gun on you, you gotta draw your own. You got to pull the trigger.
He could outdraw me any day of his life. And he could shoot a lot straighter than that.
You sure you want to go?
I have to go, Joe. I have to get away. I need time to think and time to forget.
I understand.
I love you.
Where's the Ponderosa?
You're on it.
Yeah? What's your name, Bug Rider?
My name's Horse Cartwright. My pa owns this land.
You're Benjamin Cartwright's boy?
That's right. Can I help you?
How could you help me? I ain't stuck in the mud.
You're a mountain man, ain't you?
Why you get that funny hat, Sonny?
I don't think it's funny. Mister, you gonna pick that hat up?
You going to make me pick up that hat?
You get down off that horse.
Well, Big Mouth. What you going to do to make me? Hey, the cow has to get you out now, my nephew.
Nephew?
I am your Uncle Gunnar. Long time since you seen me, sonny, yeah?
Howdy, Uncle Gunnar. Hey, Paul. Come see who's come since.
What'd you say?
Hello, Benjamin. How long since the last time I see you? 20 years? Hey, you got a touch of snow around your ears like me.
Gunnar Bergstrom! What a wonderful surprise! What are you doing around this part of the world?
Oh, I go lots of places. You know that, Benjamin. Who are you?
I'm Adam, Uncle Gunnar. You don't remember me, do you?
Ah, little Adam.
Not anymore.
We got another brother now, Uncle Gunnar. Little Joe, but he's off visiting some friends, a female friend.
Gunnar, where you headed?
Oh, who knows? Dakota, Canada. A few compadres followed this old Swede to the north to seek their fortune.
Compadres, huh?
Yeah, men like myself. Men with no ties, no roots. We make camp in the mountains.
How come they didn't ride down with you, Uncle Gunnar?
Because they ain't so sociable as me, that is why. I ride all these miles just to see my relatives. Maybe my sister's husband invite me for supper, huh?
Oh, Gunnar, please forgive me and all the excitement. Of course, you'll have supper with us. Come on in.
Ah, good. Maybe I take a bath, too, huh? I think maybe I don't smell too good at supper. I eat different from you, yeah?
You eat a lot, that's for sure.
I think a pig have better table manners than me. But I spent my life in brazos de Dios, in the arms of God, under the stars like an animal.
You sure been lots of places, ain't you?
Since I last seen your father, I've been in 26 countries, across 5 oceans.
26 countries and 5 oceans. You hear that, Adam?
I sure did. That was an Indian lance you were carrying, wasn't it?
That big sticker? Yeah. I got that from a Comanche chief. He didn't have no more use for it. Maybe because he was dead, yeah?
You fight the Comanches, Uncle Gunnar?
I fight anybody. You ought to know that by now, my nephew.
Gunnar, you say you fought the Comanches. You ever trade with them?
Well, when we don't fight, my compadres and I, we trade. Why you ask?
I was just wondering if you ever ran across a bunch of renegade buffalo hunters, Comancheros.
Yeah, I have heard of them.
Pretty wild bunch, I hear. Now, they raid the white settlements, and then they trade off the goods to the Comanches.
Is that so? Maybe that's why they call them Comancheros. I never seen none of them.
Buenas tardes.
Hello?
There is my compadre. Buenas tardes, señores. I thought maybe I found you under this roof also.
What you doing here, Vaca?
I think it's very cold on the mountain sleeping, and my serape is very thin. I thought maybe...
Oh, we have some extra blankets you could use.
He don't need none.
It's all right. I'll get him.
Oh, you must be a very rich man to own such a magnifico hacienda.
You get back to camp, Vaca. Pronto.
And you also, when are you coming back to camp, huh?
I go when I am ready, Vaca.
Maybe you like it so much here with your relatives, you're gonna stay, huh? Oh, gracias. I'm gonna sleep good tonight. I very much enjoy meeting you, rancheros. Maybe Happy Man or Vaca will meet you again sometime, huh? Adios.
Adios.
I'm sorry Dot wouldn't come here.
Oh, that's all right.
I gotta keep a strong hand on that one.
Well, the food was good, Benjamin. I go now.
What, so soon?
Hey, wait a minute. Hey, Paul, how come you can't stay in that extra bedroom? There ain't no use in him going back out on that mountain.
Well, of course he can. He'll sleep the night here.
Oh, no, I don't think so, no.
Of course you will.
Oh,
Why,
come
it's cold
on.
up there.
We'd be glad to have you.
Well, where would I sleep?
Right there in that extra bedroom. You make yourself at home.
There we are.
All right.
Ah, good.
I don't sleep in a fine house for a long time. If I snore, you pound on the door, yeah?
We'll pound hard.
Good night.
Well, that's quite an uncle we got, Hoss.
He sure is.
Sure hate to have him get riled up at me. You know, he reminds me of an old Viking.
Yeah. I'll bet you Uncle Gunnar would like being called a Viking.
The Vikings were ruthless raiders and killers. Not much better than the Comancheros. Come on, we got a lot of work to do tomorrow. Let's get to bed.
Yeah? Well, Benjamin. The last time I see you was at the funeral.
Yes. Yes, that's right.
She was a good woman, my sister.
Yes. She was a good woman. A wonderful wife.
We had much fun, Inger and me, when we were young. And all I had in my mind was dreams of glory and gold. It is good to dream when you are young, Benjamin.
Oh, you can dream when you're older, too?
Yeah, but now, when the fur is flying and the iron is hot, there is no time to dream.
No, the fur was always flying with you, Gunnar. I remember you as a boy. Always had to have a new pot of devil's brew every day.
Not used as a boy all the time. All the time, I lead a good, strong life, a man's life. Reap the rewards and pay the piper when he calls. That's Gunnar Borgstrom.
You ever lonely?
Lonely? Lonely for what?
Companionship? A woman?
I never lacked for the company of women.
But you never got married.
Marry, Gunnar? I was not cut out for fathering and farming, Benjamin. I had to move with the turning tide of things. Not sit on my backside like a Yucatan turtle.
Well, I never exactly considered myself a Yucatan turtle.
Oh, you ain't, Benjamin, you ain't. You got a good ranch here, fine boys. It's use the Almighty didn't cut us all in the shape of plowmen. You can't plant a roving man's feet in the earth.
Maybe that's because a roving man doesn't want to stand still long enough to take a look at himself.
I ain't a young man now, Benjamin. And I got no regrets for the sins I commit in this world. I see what I want and I take it. And I'm not going out on my back a-begging forgiveness from nobody.
Gunnar? Now, why did you come here?
I come to see my sister's boy. My blood. Maybe I don't get no other chance. I am tired now, Benjamin. I go to sleep now. Good night.
Good night, Gunnar.
Benjamin. You have a dream, Benjamin?
Well, sometime.
I always have the same dream. It's night. Black. black and velvet it is. And there's a warm August wind blowing. And it's on a great ship I am. And I'm flying with that wind over a smooth sea, chasing a wisp of a small boat. It always seems to hold its lead far ahead of me. And so dark it is. So dark I can't make it out. But somehow I know I got to catch it.
Vaca, my friend, did you find El Oso?
See, I found him. Visiting with his relatives. Stuffing his face with good food. While we sit up here and eat dry bread.
When do we move? Gunnar said we would find fat Peking here.
Promises. Promises, that's all he does anymore. Promises. It has been a month since we have made a good raid.
I trust Gunnar. He's been a good leader to us.
He's an old woman. Warming himself by the fire. Is that the kind of leader you want?
I do not care who leads hers. Just so we raid and get rich.
We will raid, Dusak, I promise you. And we will get rich, too. And the first fat goose we will pluck will be the Ponderosa.
Morning, Uncle Gunnar. You sleep good last night?
I sleep good. I sleep good.
That mattress is chock plumb full of real goose feathers, you know.
Goose feathers. I got off them goose feathers. I sleep on the floor. I ain't so used to goose feathers as you.
I reckon we are getting a little soft around here at that. Hey, how about me showing you around the Ponderosa before you leave? We ain't had much of a chance to get to know each other. And, well, it ain't every day that a man just finds an uncle.
Sure, Sonny. I guess I got the time. Maybe I don't come back again so soon, yeah?
Yes, sir. I sure would like you to meet little Joe before you leave, too. He's over at the McLean's helping them build a fence. He ought to be back any time.
Aren't you even going to stop work long enough to have a drink of water?
Carrie, just looking at you is more refreshing than anything you've got in that bucket, but I can use some of that, too.
Your flattery, little Joe, is exceeded only by your ability to build a fence.
Since you walked all the way out here, why don't you stay a while? Let me show you what I've done.
Oh, I know what you've done. Uncle Abe has been singing your praises all morning. He thinks you're just about the finest thing there ever was.
And, how about you? What do you think?
Well, I told you I was glad you came over to help out, didn't I?
Mm-hmm. Is that the only reason you're glad?
You know it isn't. It's just that I want you to know I think it's wonderful the way you and your pa and Adam and Hoss have helped Uncle Abe and me since we've been here.
Well, it's pretty easy to help a man like your uncle. Especially when he's got a beautiful niece to say thanks for him.
I think you're a flatterer, little Joe. Just like your pa.
Thank you, ma'am. We try to please.
Can't you ever be serious?
You know how proud we are of your uncle. He's done a lot more with this place than we ever thought possible.
Because you Cartwrights have helped him, little Joe. He was so discouraged when he came here. The drought and the wind and crop failures. We had such big dreams.
Well, I think his biggest dream was raising you after your folks died. He's done a real fine job.
Hasn't been easy for him. Sometimes I feel I've been a burden.
Hey, better not let him hear you say that. He's proud as a peacock of you. I'd say with good cause.
I feel guilty about you working around here so much.
Mm-hmm. I wouldn't mind becoming the permanent fence fixer around here.
There it is, Uncle Gunnar. Ain't that the Prettiest little pond you ever saw.
Yeah, this is a good place. A quiet place. Pretty as a pond I never see.
Uncle Gunnar, there's something I've been wanting to ask you. You know, I was just a little feller when my mother died. I don't remember much about her. Pa's tried to tell me everything he could, but, well, I thought maybe you being her brother, you could add something to it.
Well, we didn't get along so good. I was a wild one, and she didn't like that so much. But she had a soft heart, that girl.
Pa says she sure was pretty. Great big blue eyes and blonde hair.
Blonde as the snows of Dollarna. But it ain't good to talk about the dead, sonny. You can't bring nobody back once they're gone.
No, I reckon you can't. I guess that's why I want to know as much about you as I can before you have to leave.
You want to know about me. You wouldn't like what I had to tell.
Maybe I wouldn't. Then again, maybe I would.
I think you wouldn't.
Uncle Gunnar, what you gonna do in Canada?
Canada?
Yeah, that's where you going, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. I think I go there.
Why don't you stay here with us?
Because I ain't no Yucatan turtle, that's why.
You ain't know what?
I got to move with the tide and turn of things. So I don't have to take a good look at myself. Yeah, this is a good place, sonny. It's quiet here.
Well, you fellas have a good ride?
Sure did, Paul. I took him out to the lake.
Yeah?
That's a pretty good mud puddle you got up there, Benjamin. Hey, what you doing there?
Oh, making a new batch of soap.
We make our own out of hog lard and light water. It's a little bit strong, but it sure will get you clean.
Well, what'd you think of the Ponderosa?
Well, I think if you work hard, you can have what you want, too.
Gunner, you have what you want?
Yeah, I got what I want.
Pa, Horse and I got to get at that hay, and I think I'll ride over to McLean's and remind little Joe that he has work around here, too.
Oh, he'll be back pretty soon.
Well, I got to go now, boys. You got a fine ranch here, Benjamin, and fine boys.
Gunner, it was wonderful seeing you again. Wonderful.
Good dog, Benjamin.
Goodbye, Uncle Gunnar.
Good dog, Adam.
Bye, Uncle Gunnar. I wish you could have met little Joe.
Well, them compadres, they vamoose without me if I don't show up. And I got to hear other saddles creaking besides my own. Goodbye. I don't remember giving no orders to move out.
You didn't give it. I did.
You think you're a man enough to be the padrone of these Comancheros, Vaca?
Sure. I ain't got no relatives.
What does that mean?
When a man got ties, he gets soft in the belly.
I ain't got no ties.
No? These hombres, they eat your dust all the way from Teos because they believe what you tell them. They begin to wonder now if what you tell them is the truth.
When I get ready to strike, I will tell you.
The Comancheros, they're beginning to think maybe you're getting a yellow streak. The bear makes a big growl, huh? But how sharp are your claws? Is El Oso a man of strength and power? Or is he a tired old viejo who should lie down and die?
I ain't dead yet, Vaca.
Prove it. A big plunder is down there. The Ponderosa.
The Ponderosa would not be easy to loot. There are too many men there. It would be dangerous.
I spit on them. What is danger to the Comancheros? Hi, Epimeno Vaca, I tell you, we're going to raid the Ponderosa.
I give the orders here.
Why did you bring us to this valley, huh? Why? So we could sit still in the middle of all this wealth while you go visiting your parientes?
There are other ranches in this valley. We seen one in the foothills we could take with our hands tied.
So you are tired of waiting, yeah? Your blood is hot. And you wait for the word of your padron. Well, I give you that word. We raid that ranch in the foothills. Get the horses ready to move out.
I hope you're real hungry, little Joe, because I baked an apple pie.
An apple pie, huh?
Don't you like it?
Like it. It's my favorite dish.
Vámonos, amigos!
Wait. Harry, wait!
Is this your sweetheart, my little mosquito, huh? If he ain't, maybe I can be your sweetheart, huh? What's your name, muchacho?
What's it to you?
I want to put on your tombstone. I don't want you to lie in a grave which is unmarked.
Well, the name's Cartwright. Joe Cartwright. Be sure to put it in big letters so everybody can read it.
You say you got no ties, eh? Or maybe we take one of your relatives for hostage, eh? I mean, you say you don't care about them, right?
He ain't no relative of mine.
He say his name Joe Cartwright.
Get up, Sonny. I don't know no Joe Cartwright. Tie them up. We take them back to camp. Andale, pronto.
Nothing to be scared of. They're gonna let us go pretty soon.
No, they won't. They'll kill us. Like they killed Uncle Abe and Mr. Krager.
Carrie, don't start thinking that way. If they were gonna kill us, they would have done it back there.
I'm so tired, Joe. I wish I could sleep.
You like some cafecito? I'm sorry if you're not very comfortable.
Just save your breath. You're gonna need it when half this country comes looking for us.
Why are they looking for you? Do something special? Your papa's a very rich man, huh? Importante.
Yeah, importante. Yeah, enough to have the sheriff and 200 mountain men down on your back.
I do not think your papa do that, muchacho. Your papa got too many relatives to worry about.
What relatives?
Him. He's your papa's brother-in-law.
You're a liar.
I tell you the truth, muchacho. That old bear, he's your uncle. He's visiting with your papa. Or you were visiting with your sweetheart. You sure you don't want some cafecito?
Get the men to lighten the wagons. We move out tomorrow. I don't want any junk slowing us down.
Also, why don't you tell him who you are, huh?
He said you were my uncle.
Maybe I am. What difference would it make?
Ask him. Ask him if he ain't Gunnar Borgstrom.
Gunnar Borgstrom? Hoss's uncle?
Wait!
No, you ain't no uncle of mine. You couldn't be. You're a filthy, murdering skunk.
You got a big mouth like your brother Hoss.
I just can't believe it. He's been talking about you ever since we were kids.
I don't need any of his talk.
No, that's right, you don't. The only thing you need is a box big enough to bury you in.
I have been with El Oso a long time. I see something in his eyes that ain't been there before.
Like what?
Like pain, where there is no wound, no blood.
Maybe he's sick.
See, with a sickness which drains a man of his fire. He's dying, my compadres. He's dying of conscience and remorse. Soon he will crawl into his hole and shut off the world behind him.
Then why we not just wait and see?
Because it is dangerous to those around him. And because I want to see him squirm before he dies. Squirm in his belly, in his heart. Tusak, find me a culebra.
A snake?
With an angry face and death in his mouth.
El Oso does not like snake, you know that.
I know that very well. We're going to have some fun. Maybe we watch the big bear dance tonight.
Abe McLean, Paul.
Is he alive?
Just barely. Well, let's get him inside.
Just un trago.
Hey!
Hola, Comancheros. I bring you His Majesty the King of the Chamiso Bush. The Shiratlo Snake.
Dusak, bet you $5 he goes north when he comes out of that bag.
And I bet you...
I bet you $5 he goes south.
Hey, Dusak, where'd you get that chicken snake?
Hey, don't let him out of that bag or we'll all be dead chickens.
He's no chicken snake. He's 100% rattlers. And he can spit and strike like the devil.
Tusak.
Hey, go!
So this Cartwright don't mean anything to you, huh? Look at him, my compadres. Sweating like a stuck pig. I ain't taking no more orders from this old woman. His orders are to protect his parientes, not us. From now on, I give the orders here.
Look like I shoot the wrong snake.
This snake can strike like the devil, too.
Drop that gun, hombre. There are any more snakes among the Comancheros. Gunner wants to know about them. No? All right, then. Go to sleep. We move out at dawn.
You should have seen that place. Old man Traeger was dead. Everything was ransacked, looted, busted up.
Was there any sign of Joe and Carrie? Only signs of where he was working, Pa.
Pa, if it was Indians, they sure didn't leave no sign.
They couldn't have been Indians. They needed wagons to haul away as much stuff as they did.
What difference does it make who it was? They've got Joe and Carrie, haven't they? It's all right. Abe, it's Ben Cartwright. Take it easy now. Everything's all right.
Ben?
Abe, who was it?
The leader was on a big black horse. Old man with a beard. Big Mexican hat.
Abe. Was he carrying an Indian lance?
Boy, it just can't be.
No, it's like Gunnar said. He was born like an animal under the stars.
Boy, it just don't make sense. The other day up at the lake...
Don't try to understand it. You just can't look that deep into a man's soul to see what he's really like.
Let's go get little Joe.
one of the men to look after, Mr. McLean.
Looks like we lost the trail. This rock's so hard, nothing to make a track on it. Paul, I think we ought to split up.
I don't know if that's such a good idea. Must be a lot of them.
It's the only way we'll find them, Pa.
Besides that, it'll be a lot quieter.
All right. On one condition. That none of us tries to get Joe out of there by himself. And they must have camped somewhere around here for the night. All right, whoever finds that camp, we don't do anything about it. We meet on top of that ridge about an hour from now, and then we decide what to do. Agreed?
Keep running.
I can't leave you.
I said
Joe.
keep running.
Ah, muchacho.
Everything's gonna be all right. Now, where's Joe? Gary, where is he?
He's dead, Hoss. He's dead.
What are you talking about?
I saw it. He shot him.
Gary, are you sure? Where did it happen?
He's back there in some rocks. Oh,
Come on.
Oh, no, Hoss.
Carrie, now you listen to me. I ain't gonna leave you here, and I ain't turning back. Now you come on, you hear? Come on. I used to lay in bed at night when I was a little boy, wondering where my Uncle Gunner was, and wondering what he was doing.
I told you, you did not like what I had to tell.
You killed little Joe. And uncle or no uncle, I'm gonna kill you.
Oh, no, Hoss, no.
You stay out of this.
Hoss! Look, Hoss! Oh, Joe. Oh, you hurt bad, Joe.
Hey, Punky, I thought they done killed you, boy.
No, not this time. Where's your uncle, Hoss?
Yeah, I know.
He saved our lives. And then he helped us get away.
I tried to tell you, Hoss.
Amigos! I'm going to kill you, amigos. Don't move. I know the old man pretty well. When I kill you, he will die too. Vaca! Don't move, old man! Don't move! You move, I will kill them.
Take your choice, Vaca. Them or me.
I just didn't understand, Uncle Gunner.
Don't you go getting stuck in the mud, Sonny. Sometimes it's not so easy to get out. I'm not asking forgiveness from nobody, you hear? What I done because I wanted. It's the strength in man.
Yes, sir.
Forgive me, Sonny. Bug.
Sheriff tells me the Comancheros pulled out. Posse's after him.
Uncle Gunnar liked this place. Said it was peaceful, quiet. Said it was a good place.
I guess that's what he was always looking for. Peace and quiet. That little boat that was always just out of his reach.
One little boat.
No. Boat he was always dreaming about.
Paul, you said that it wasn't possible for a man to see inside another man deep enough to know what he was really like. I think I did. Just before he died.
Come on, he wouldn't want us to mourn over him.
No, I reckon he wouldn't at that. He just wasn't that sort of man, was he?
Time you got here?
All right, hallelujah. What is it this time?
Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. I got grub cooked for 25 cowhands. Where's the cowhands? Or maybe me and you's driving them mossy-backed Texas critters all the way to Nevada by ourselves. I'm telling you right now, I quit.
This is the third time today you feathered out, hallelujah.
I got a reason to be feathered out. Grub for 25 hands is spoiling there in the kettle. No one to eat it.
They're coming on behind.
I've been up since day. Oh, 25 of them?
All 25 of them.
Cartwrights, I don't know what you're thinking about setting one man do all the cooking for a crowd like that. I've been up since daylight, cooking food, peeling potatoes, chalking the fire.
Throw up a picket line here.
Is that our hens?
Oh, just the advance party.
They sure are a scroungy-looking bunch, ain't they?
Well, I didn't have much choice. Not too many want to take a herd the way we're going. Oh, Brazos! Hoss, this is our new segundo. Brazos, my son Hoss.
Hi. Brazos what?
Brazos, that's all.
Brazos rounded up our crew. He knows the country we'll be traveling.
Where'd you round them up? Out of the nearest jail?
Some of them, maybe. Driving cattle up the trail ain't exactly my idea of a church social. I want the hardest boys I can find.
Well, it looks like you found them, mister.
Brazos, feed your men. We'll pull out at daybreak. Brazos, let's not have any trouble.
Trouble, Mr. Cartwright? You know, trouble only comes to those who can't handle it.
His face in the frying pan, on his head.
Howdy.
Figured on eating, drag up some wood and get some water in the barrel. Tree's right down there, creek just below the rise.
You driving a herd north?
Now, what would put an idea like that in your head? We're just sashaying these critters up and down and up so they'll get an appetite for the victuals. Won't get too fat in the middle. Yeah. Tree's right down there.
Who's the trail boss?
Mr. Ben Cartwright. I declare you're nothing but questions. Here. Creek right there below the rise. Take about 10 buckets to fill the barrel.
Yes, sir. This here Mr. Cartwright, is he doing any hiring?
Now, boy, I got a passel of hungry trail hands to feed, and I ain't got no time to waste answering foolish questions.
Yes, sir. Maybe you could put in a word for me. My name's Sam Jackson.
You are the dangdest, gabbiest fella when there's work to be done. Maybe I'll put a word in for you, and maybe I won't.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Who's that?
Who's a young fella riding grub line? Seems to be a nice willing boy, too.
Yeah. I see you done put him to work. Hallelujah. What do you got against cutting your own wood and hauling your own water?
It ain't in keeping with my position. Mr. Hoss, my job's driving mules and cooking, and I'll thank you to keep your big, fat, cow-smelly hands out of my donuts.
My hands ain't neither cow smelly.
Well, if you want to eat, you go and help that boy get in some wood. And somebody got to haul me some water.
went to town to buy me some goods. Found myself walking a piece of wood.
Hallelujah, you undoubtedly got the worst voice I ever heard in my life.
Good enough for the mules. They like it.
They probably think you're some kin. That axe ought not to be that heavy, kid. Ought to tuck you out like that.
Don't you tell me nothing about axes. I've been swinging axes all my life.
How many of them did you ever swing on an empty stomach? Yeah. You go nowhere and sit down. Oh, hallelujah, ought to know better than send a man out on a job like this on an empty stomach. You looking for work?
I sure am.
What can you do?
Ride, rope, drive cows.
All right.
I can read and write and cipher up to the 12 times table.
You can.
And I know more about cows than any of them ragged-tailed brush poppers you got in your drive.
Well, that ain't saying a whole lot. That ought to be plenty. We don't want to spoil old hallelujah. Come on, let's pick our meal, take it up, and get on back.
Okay.
Hallelujah, this ought to hold you for a while.
When you gonna get the rest of it?
Got us a new hand, Paul.
Looks like I might tug it out.
Yeah, I reckon he ain't been feeding regular. Hey, kid, come here a minute. This is... Dang, I don't think I got your name.
Sam Jackson.
Sam?
Sam's educated, boy. He can read, write, cipher, and keep a tally book the whole shooting match.
Well, you looking for a job, son?
Yes, sir. I sure could use a job real handy.
Brazos? Yes, sir. Segundo. Brazos, this is Sam Jackson. Put him to work and fix him up with a string.
All right, Mr. Cartwright. This way, Sam, and I'll get you fixed up.
Looks like a nice boy. Something wrong?
No, Paul. I reckon everything's all right.
Kid. Sam Jackson, huh? When did they let you out, or did you bust out?
Now, look, Brazos, let's get this straight. You don't ask me no questions, and I won't cause you no trouble.
Now, you look. Nobody's causing anybody any trouble. Now, you and I always had the same kind of ideas, kid. And we still have.
I went to jail. You didn't.
That a good book?
Yeah, pretty good.
Let me see. Hey, Paul. Pickwick Papers by Dickens. It's quite a book. You like it?
Yeah, I like it fine. I had it with me ever since I left home.
Where is home, Sam?
Back a ways.
Back a ways, which way?
I'm from Nacogdoches.
Fur piece. You don't sound much like a Texan.
Well, I ain't to begin with. My mom moved down with her relatives after Pa died.
Sam, how come you happen to be on this trail?
Well, I thought I'd like to make something of myself. And there ain't much opportunity for that in a place like Nacogdoches. If you'll excuse me, I think I'll go check my horse. Good night. Good night, sir.
Good night. I like that boy. I said I like that boy.
Yeah, I heard you, Paul.
You know, what's bothering you?
I don't know for certain, Paul. There's something about that boy. I can't lay to exactly what it is, but sort of the same thing I feel about the colts every year at breaking time. They're a little uncertain and uneasy, and if you spook them the wrong way, they'll go bad on you every time.
Johnny. Same old Johnny. Smooth with the tongue, fast on the draw.
The name's Sam Jackson.
Take it easy, kid. We gotta make some plans.
What I'm doing is personal, something I gotta take care of myself, and I don't want you spoiling it, you hear?
Oh, I ain't gonna spoil it, Johnny, but I want in on it. I got whipped out of town by that Sheriff Logan. I still got the marks on my back. Man, don't forget that.
I'm sorry, Brazos. I'm going it alone this time.
Paying off the men, Captain?
Well, they're entitled to part of their wages.
Being entitled to it's one thing and money in the hand's another. Them galoots hit town with money, they're going to raise more devilment in one night than you've seen in your whole life. Well, they'll tree that town like a possum.
Hallelujah, will you tell me one thing?
Sure.
Why'd you folks name you Hallelujah instead of Jeremiah?
Jeremiah. Show him who's Jeremiah. Ain't you going to town with the rest of them border hellions?
If you want to spend the money, Mr. Hicks, I'm saving.
No. What you saving your money for, boy?
Well, I want to make something of myself, and it seems a man needs money to do that.
You know, I worry when I hear a young fella talking like that. I really do. Ain't natural.
I understand you aim to hold your herd here. Plan on letting your men go into town?
Is there any law against it?
My name's John Logan. I'm sheriff for Waycross Station. I suggest you keep your men right here in camp.
My name's Ben Cartwright, Mr. Logan. My hands have come a long way with that herd, Mr. Logan. They're entitled to ease up a little. I won't stop them from going into town.
There's a deadline on Front Street. Any of your hands go above it, I'll run them in for disturbing the peace. If they resist, I'll kill them. Good day, sir.
Mr. Logan? Enforcing the law is one thing. Killing a man's another. You kill any of my men, I'll come after you myself.
Mister, you've been fairly warned. Johnny?
You made a mistake, mister. The name is Sam. Sam Jackson.
Yeah, that's right. I made a mistake. I thought you were somebody I once knew. A long time ago.
It's nothing like meeting old friends again, huh, kid?
I've changed my mind, Mr. Cartwright. I'd like some of my pay.
Are you going into town after all?
I'm going into town.
This is it, Mr. Cartwright.
What happens if we go beyond this point? What stops us?
2 barrels a buck.
I guess this is as far as we go, boys.
kind of an outfit are you running, Captain? Letting the town constable push you around.
Well, Brazos, I should have known you'd be along.
You know my foreman?
I know him.
Don't pay any attention to this tin star. Don't mean a thing. Why?
Go for your gun, Logan. I won't wait.
Put down that gun. Put it down. There'll be no killing. I'll obey the law. First man that starts anything will answer to me. That holds for you, Sheriff. You'll answer to me for any brutality to my crew.
Just see that they obey the law. All right, man, the town's yours. That part of it.
You heard the man. Sam, I want to talk to you. Why'd you throw in with Brazos like that?
He's riding trail with us, ain't he?
Isn't that carrying loyalty to your outfit a little too far? What have you got against Sheriff Logan?
Mr. Cartwright, I just don't know what you're talking about.
Don't play cozy with me, boy. You answer my question.
He's my pa.
Your pa? You're gonna throw down on your own father?
That's right. And just as soon as I get the chance, I'm gonna kill him.
Exactly what I mean.
I'm an honest businessman. No badge toter's gonna come in here and tell me how to run that business.
You're a tin-horn cheat, and you'll do exactly as I tell you. Goes up the street. Pass that around.
Hostile, ain't he?
He's ruined this town. You give $100 to be rid of him.
If I were you, I wouldn't make that kind of an offer. Somebody will have to take you up on it. Time?
It's all right.
Pretty Injun.
I guess so.
Don't play Injun with me, boy. I can tell just looking at you what you're thinking. Want to meet her?
Don't do me any favors, Brazos.
I owe you a favor for siding me out on the street. Come on. Sam, meet Melinda Bowers. Melinda, meet Sam. He's all right.
Well, I'd just love it if your friend would sit down and buy me a bottle of wine, Brazos. We could talk, get to know each other better.
We sure could. Sam, buy the little lady a bottle of wine.
I'd be real pleased, Miss Melinda.
I'll order it for you. Logan?
Well, what can I do for you two gentlemen?
Mr. Logan, either my son or I would like to accompany you on your rounds.
Oh? What good would that do?
Well, you said you didn't want to see any trouble on the part of my crew. Thought we'd like to prevent that trouble before any of it ever gets started.
And you think that your talk would be more effective than my scattergun?
Well, they're my crew.
Mr. Cartwright, how many trail drives have you made up from Texas?
I've made my share.
Mr. Cartwright, I drove a half a dozen herds before I turned peace officer. I didn't have any more control over my trail gangs than you do.
I'm aware of the problems, Mr. Logan.
Mr. Cartwright, you've got the scum of the border driving your herds. You're completely at their mercy. Now, you tromp on them hard enough to keep them in line, they'll quit you, leaving you with 2,000-3,000 head, 900 miles from a market. You can't afford that.
They're my cattle. Let me worry about them.
I'm not talking about cattle. I'm talking about some crazy boozed-up trail hand.
Thinks it might be fun to blow out all the glass windows on Main Street. Well, if he tries it, I'm going to have to stop him. And if I have to kill him, I'll do that too.
Don't you think that's a mite unreasonable?
Either of you men ever see a town get treed?
No, sir, I can't say we have. Must be quite a sight.
Yeah. Yeah, it's quite a sight. Property smashed. Men beaten up for no reason at all except some drunken cowboy feels like it. Buildings set on fire. And the women. Oh, the women. A lot of broken, weeping women left in a town after it's been treed by a trail gang.
I've heard of things like that happening.
You've heard of it? Well, I've seen it right here less than 2 years ago. And your foreman, Mr. Cartwright, fellow they called Brazos, he was in on that fandango. When it was all over with, I tied him to the tail of a wagon and black-snaked him out of town. Now he's come back, looking for more trouble.
What about your son? Did you black snake him out of town, too?
You know about that?
I know about it.
My son's pushing to get himself killed. I don't want to oblige him. Well, now it's started. What are you waiting for?
Don't you come near me. Don't you come near me. I am bad and I am mean.
Oh, I'll bet you are.
He knows what he's doing.
You're just about the meanest and baddest thing I run into in my life. Why, a man could die downright happy just after shaking the hand of a mean killer like you.
You want to shake my hand? Is that all? Ain't gonna kill you?
Why, sure. I tell you, it'd be an honor and a privilege getting killed by a bad man like you. I don't think tonight's a real good night for killing, do you?
Your old friend. How could I ever think of killing an old friend like you?
All right, Hoss.
Yeah, I'll take him down to the livery stable and let him sleep it off, Paul.
Good idea.
Can't you find anything better to do than sit in a saloon?
I'll see you later.
You two boys know each other?
We met.
What do you think you're up to, boy?
I don't see as how that's any of your business, Mr. Cartwright.
You signed on as one of my trail gang. Getting those cattle back to Nevada is my business. You stay away from Logan. Hey, keep this gentleman here for a while.
What was that all about?
Well, and I just buy you another bottle of wine, Miss Melinda.
Some other time. I'm through work now. I'm going home.
I'll walk you home.
Well, what about that fellow you work for? You heard what he said.
He didn't say anything about not taking you home.
Been a long time since anybody worried about me getting home. I'll get my cape.
You're a little lady hitting love pretty good, ain't you, kid? You gonna take her home? Yeah. She lives across the deadline. You know what that means, don't you?
I said I was taking the lady home.
You ready?
I'm ready.
Something on your mind, cowboy?
I was wondering about you. Your face don't match the way you talk. And sometimes your talk don't match, well, the things you do.
Well, I'm sorry I don't have time to explain it to you. This is as far as you go. That's Sheriff Logan's deadline.
Warning. Trail hands forbidden beyond this point.
You read good. That means you.
I don't care about that tin horn, Sheriff. I'm walking you home.
All right. We don't have far to go. I live right around the corner at the hotel.
Miss Bowers,
Why don't you call me Melinda? Other cowboys do.
well, there's something I'd kind of like to ask you.
I'll bet a pretty it's gonna be, how did I ever get into this life?
I didn't mean to pry.
No, it's all right. I'm used to it.
What I meant was, well, you ain't always worked at Jake Rudabaug's saloon, have you?
Ever since those men on that trail gang, I did.
What trail gang? What men you talking about?
Just a bunch of fellas having a good time, at least to start with. Men like yourself and Brazos and the rest of you. There was one I liked a lot. Had more fun I ever had in my whole life. But then they went wild and hoorah'd the town. By the time John Logan organized things and cleaned them out, well, the decent folks just wouldn't give a job to anybody that had anything to do with the trail gang. So there was nothing left for me to do but go to Rudabaug's saloon.
Sounds to me like all you was doing is having a little fun.
Try and tell that to the good people of Waycross. Good night, kid.
Good night, Melinda.
There's a lot more to being a peace officer than just busting up fights. Now, when there's a trail gang in town, I make the rounds all night long. Never try to walk the same route twice. You might run into some...
Evening, Hoss.
What are you doing here? You're over the deadline.
I can't see as I'm doing any harm.
No, you never did any harm, did you? Well, I'm taking you in.
So, Logan, you ain't taking me in. I told you a long time ago, you ain't never taking me in again. And don't you even try.
Thanks. Help me take him in. In there.
How long are you figuring on leaving him in there?
Overnight, anyway. If somebody wants to take responsibility for him, they can bail him out in the morning.
Sam, I'm sorry to see you get yourself into this trouble. I reckon you kind of brought it on yourself going across that deadline, though.
Wasn't this? It'd have been something else. He's out to get me is all it is. He always has been.
Oh, Sam, I can't believe that.
What do you know about it? You want to know what kind of a father he is? He sent me to prison when I was just a kid.
Prison? What'd you do to go to prison?
Nothing. Not a thing. I was running around with some fellas. Brazos was one of them. They hoorah'd at town one night, just letting off some steam. Some woman got hit by a stray bullet. Could have been anybody's bullet. But I spent a year in jail. Because my pa wanted to show the world how tough he was.
Sam, did
Do you ever think that maybe you did that to save you some bigger trouble later on?
Yeah, I thought about it. I thought about it plenty. All the time I was locked up, I thought about how I was going to get back at him for what he'd done to me.
Boy, you can't carry that with you the rest of your life.
Oh, I don't intend to. I'm going to kill him.
Cost $25. Don't put it on until you're well out of town.
Wait for me outside, Sam. I told you not to lean too hard on my men.
And I told you what the limits were and what would happen if your men set foot over that line.
The boy was doing no harm.
He broke an ordinance.
Whose ordinance? The town's or your own little ordinance? I can appreciate a hard man doing a hard job the hard way. I can understand, I can like a tough man, but I can't understand and I cannot like a man who would do a thing like this to his own son.
I never let personal considerations interfere with the law.
Is that why your son was so willing to kill you when you placed him under arrest?
Mr. Cartwright, that's none of your business. Is no. I'm not going to open up the town.
Now, see here, John. Let's talk this over like sensible men. The town is losing money.
Judge Armbruster is right, Logan. It isn't just this crew we'll lose money on, but all the other crews coming up the trail behind them. If they find out the town's closed, they'll avoid us like the 7-year itch.
This town used to collect $600-700 in fines alone from trail hands. Almost enough to pay your salary, John.
75% of that money went right into your pocket, Judge. Your court clerk got the rest of it.
Now, look here.
Look here, nothing. When you brought me here to clean up this town. There's only one way to do it. Let's keep it closed. Closed tight. There'll be no compromise while I'm sheriff.
Well, maybe you won't be sheriff much longer.
All right, do it your way for a while. When you're sick of it, let me know. I'll be here waiting. A good day, gentlemen.
Say hallelujah about that cut on your face.
Hallelujah. Take a look at this, please.
You heard the owl, seen the elephant, huh? Sit down there on that stool and let me have a look at that face. It's fine. That horse got a real professional touch when it comes to buffalo. Yes, sir. That boy learned how taking care of his little brother. Seems those two never go to town on Saturday night. Horse don't come home carrying little Joe across the saddle. Bet he saved his skin 100 times or more just trying to keep him out of trouble.
You can keep me out of trouble.
And when the way it was told to me, that don't amount to much. Slow down your eating for a couple of days. Don't spoil your appetite.
What happened, Johnny? It's like I told you, a man ought not try to do a job alone.
I'll get to Logan yet.
Sure, Johnny. But now we'll do it my way. Now, Logan's plumb ticklish about that town of his. If we were to ride in there and start taking it apart...
I told you before, this is something between him and me, personal.
But you wouldn't object to me and the boys flushing him out into the open for you, would you?
Brazos?
Yes, sir. Said we'd do it my way, Johnny. Yes, sir.
Brazos have decided to pull out first thing tomorrow morning.
Is that right, Captain? Well, in that case, I better try to get the boys back from town early.
Nobody goes to town. You've had your fun. Go back into town, it'll mean trouble.
That's right, Captain. But if you try to stop me and my boys from going back, that's going to cause trouble, too. Unless you figure that it's no trouble for you and that boy of yours and that stove-up cook of yours to drive this herd to Nevada all by yourselves.
You threatening me, Brazos?
Oh, now, Captain, don't get sudden. There's no call for it. No call for it at all. It's just that I've got a personal interest in Sheriff Logan and that town of his. No man blacksnakes me and gets away with it.
I'm not interested in your personal grudges.
You ain't, Captain? Well, you should be. The rest of these boys, they're interested in my personal grudges, ain't you, boys? I guess I should have told you at the start of this drive, Captain. These boys do what I say, not what you say.
You pack your war bag and get. The rest of you settle down. You hide honest trail hands, and by thunder, you'll finish this job.
You're gonna have to back that up, Captain. All right, boys. Tell him to put his gun away.
Boss.
How about you, Johnny? You coming along? You kind of wanted to pay your pa another visit, didn't you?
Stay out of this, Sam.
I don't reckon I can stay out of this, Mr. Cartwright. I got a personal grudge, too, that ain't finished yet.
How about you, Cookie?
I'm sticking with the captain.
Well, suit yourself and get over here. All right, you two. Take their guns and keep your eyes on them. I don't want anybody spoiling our fun. Come on, boys.
Boys, we're right glad to see you. After last night, we wanted a chance to show you just how sorry we were for what happened. Judge Armbruster, tell these men what we decided on for today.
Well, we want to see you boys enjoy yourselves. Spend your money in our stores. We've lifted Sheriff Logan's deadline, and our merchants are staying up late in order to serve you. The town is yours.
Well, ain't that nice? Boys, ain't that the nicest thing you ever heard in your lives? Tell you what, Judge. Maybe you can get Sheriff Logan to come down and have a drink with us. Socialize a little.
Well, I'm afraid, sir, I have no control over Sheriff Logan's movements.
What kind of a judge do you call that? Boys, I just elected a new judge, namely me. You're in contempt of court, mister. Show the man how we treat contempt of court.
Come on, Judge, meet the boys.
Gentlemen, please.
Get back in there.
Enjoy yourself, but not with the judge.
Around,
Come on, man, take it easy.
Boys, the drinks are on the house. They're all free.
Why should I?
Gentlemen, please, there's no reason to destroy the property. Wait a minute.
bad you boys got stuck with this job, miss all the fun. Say nothing, all the liquid refreshments.
Yeah. Old Brazos is probably buying drinks for everybody in town, don't you reckon, Hallelujah?
Yeah, buying them or stealing them. Anyway, he's getting them.
Hallelujah. You still got that bottle of whiskey back there?
Sure have, Captain. We ain't had many snake bites this trip. Will you fellas care for a swallow? Ought to know better than to ask you. Now, let me see. Where'd I hide that the last time? I was always getting... It ought to be in here somewhere, right next to the beans.
Find it yet?
Not yet. I'll find her. She's around here somewhere. Let's see, I had her right behind the flower night before last. I'll find her. Here it is. Here it is. I know it was there somewhere. Ain't much left in it there. Here you are, Captain.
What'd you put in that bottle?
Coal oil. Didn't think I'd leave any whiskey in the bottle, did you?
Yeah, well, I'll give you back a full bottle of whiskey from town. Hey, look out the thing.
Why don't he come out, Brazos? What's he waiting for?
He'll make his play when he's ready.
Why wait on him? Let's go in after him now.
You hurry, we got plenty of time. The boys ain't hardly liquored up enough yet. Hey, boys! Come on, there's plenty more free liquor in the saloon.
Let me go in there and get Brazos right now.
Never mind, they've got a sheriff in this town.
Well, it don't seem to me like he's doing a very good job.
Maybe he's got something in his mind.
Well, are you satisfied, Mr. Cartwright? Did you take a good look at what can happen to a town?
You were right, Sheriff. We couldn't control them.
And you can't control them now. It's just going to have to run its course.
Mr. Logan, you got a job to do, and you're getting paid to do it.
Paid to do it? The good citizens of this town told me not to interfere with their money-making enterprises. Well, it's those enterprises that pay my salary. I was reminded of that.
You mean you're not going to do anything to stop them out there?
I am going to sit right here until I get orders from the people who pay me.
Since when do you wait for orders? What's your real reason, Logan?
What do you mean?
Your son is out there with that gang. Could that have anything to do with your decision to stay here inside? What are you ashamed of, Logan? Being a father?
What do you want me to do? Go out there and kill my boy?
Buy you a bottle of wine, kid? I owe you one.
What are you doing here?
You think of a better place?
After all that's happened, I didn't think you'd come back.
Why? Just another trail gang to me. It's happened before and it'll happen again. It's always the same.
You don't think things can change?
Sure, they can change. Enough people decide to back up Sheriff Logan.
Well, I wouldn't count on him for anything.
Then you don't know him very well.
Don't I?
He's my father.
Your father?
That's right. And I'm here to kill him.
Hi, Sam. Linda, what did I tell you? He's a pretty good boy, ain't he?
Yeah. He's the best thing that's happened to me in a long time.
What's the matter with her?
Nothing. Ain't it time yet?
Yeah, it's time.
Come on, boys, let's go!
Come on out, Logan!
I guess it's time.
Logan, don't you go out to him.
Come on out!
Let me talk to him.
He's my boy. He's my problem.
I've been waiting for this for a long time, Mr. Logan. Make your move.
All right, boy. Get it over with.
What are you waiting for, you stupid kid? Shoot! Why are you yelling? No good.
Look out, Logan!
It's your father, boy. But you gonna help him?
Are you all right?
Sure, son.
All right, men. We still got a bunch of cows to drive to Nevada.
Haddon? Those pig stickers mean what I think they mean?
Yeah, Indian for barbed wire.
Why?
Oh, graves. Indians hereabout believe their ancestors are buried yonder. They call it the Mountain of the Dead.
Sort of a sacred burial ground?
Yeah, I guess you might say that. Even the Indians won't go much past here.
Hey, wait a minute. We're not going in there, are we?
Of course we're going in there. Burial ground or no burial ground. That's the best fur trapping country west of the Missouri.
trappers passed the Lancers. They set foot on the mountain.
They were punished. We are not here to take scalps, but to find the spirit of White Buffalo Woman. Daco, you are my son, but I ask that you go beyond the place of the Forbidden Stone to seek the spirit.
If my brother is to go beyond the Forbidden Stone, I will go with him, my father.
You know that you go to your death.
We know, Father.
Daco. Tolka. By these tokens of my medicine, the spirit woman will know you, my sons. You must not fail.
Our lives are pledged, Father.
Let the lances remain as a warning to others.
We've got fences to build, timber to cut.
What do you mean I wouldn't?
Right now, this is Yorktown, Bunker Hill, and Valley Forge all rolled into one.
I'll say this just once more. This is no time for a trip to Nevada City.
Pa's winning.
The only time. If I miss Ira Fairbanks this trip, who knows when I'll get another chance to see his windmill.
Listen, anytime Adam's talking like that, he's winning.
Now, you know as well as I that we have Roundup facing us next week, and you talk to me about windmills.
Yes, windmills. And you know as well as I that it'll take a miracle to get the water up on that north section, and Fairbanks Windmill might be it.
Fairbanks Windmill. All this man has is a theory. We know nothing about him or his reputation. Now, you can't leave us short-handed just to go to talk to a man who's probably a crackpot.
Crackpot?
Yes, crackpot.
A long time ago, a man fooled around with a thing he called a cotton gin. His name was Whitney, and they called him a crackpot, too. And they said the same thing about a man called Watt, until his steam engine made history. And before that, there was a man who thought the world was round.
You missed one.
Who?
In between those last two gentlemen you mentioned, there was another man who rode around looking for windmills, and his name was Don Quixote, and he was a crackpot. You and your education.
Education is progress. Now, what have you got against it?
I don't have anything against education, as long as it doesn't interfere with your thinking. All right. Let's get back as soon as you can.
Thanks, Pa.
Hey, Adam, what?
Nice day for a ride.
Hey, Paul, I'd have bet you'd have won that argument.
Windmills. Guess a man just has to do something about them.
must hear my word. Come down. Spirit woman.
I carry the medicine of the Shoshone and the power of our shaman, my father Chato. Our people die in their lodges. We have need of your medicine.
I'm sorry that your people are sick, but there is nothing I can do for them.
I have already vouched my life. My people wait.
I'm sorry.
I promise to bring you back. You are flesh. You are as I, as other people, even as a young squaw of our tribe.
Please, you must not do that. You must not touch me.
I touch you, and I live. My father would not believe that...
I don't care about your father. Let me be.
I will take you to my father. He must see that you are nothing but a white squaw, that you cannot help the Shoshone, that your very presence here on this mountain of our dead is a shame and a desecration.
Get away from me. I don't care about your superstitions. Stand up for me. I know what would happen in your village. You would kill me.
Squaw, I would kill you here and now.
Put it down. I said put it down.
Who are you? Help me.
Come back.
Who are you? I couldn't hurt you if I wanted to.
If I wanted your life, I would not have returned.
Will you tell me who you are?
I'm called White Buffalo Woman.
White Buffalo Woman. The spirit woman of the legends of the Plains Indians? I hope you know what you're doing.
Don't move.
Thanks.
The great white warrior.
Halverson. Born 1810, Bergen, Norway. Married Elizabeth Carr, Bridgeport, Connecticut, 1838. Daughter Ruth, born August 3rd, 1840. Wife died 1846. July
14th. We left St. Joe this morning. The soldiers said it was too late in the season to start, but Daddy laughed at them. He is not afraid, for at home in Norway he was used to hard winters and heavy snow in the mountains. October 8th. Our axle is broken, and Daddy left yesterday in the morning and hasn't come back yet. It is cold, and we can hear the howling of the wolf.
That blade would not have missed in the lodge of a bannock.
And in the home of Ruth Halverson?
You heard my name?
A white buffalo woman is a myth. But Ruth Halverson is, or was, real.
Remember this. You are here because you helped me. Stay until you can travel. But keep away from me, or I'll forget I owe you anything.
In other words, welcome. Aside from your many other accomplishments, I see you also run a trap line.
I trade the pelts for supplies.
Well, now, I'm a fair hand with hides. Could I help? Until I can travel, you're going to have to put up with me. Now, there's no reason why we can't try to understand each other.
How?
We could start with Ruth Halverson.
Ruth Halverson was a child.
What happened after your father left the wagon?
I never saw him again. In the spring, a bannock hunting party found me. They took me to their village. I stayed there as one of them. Until the hunters came. White hunters. They wanted our furs. And when we refused, they attacked us. All the braves, the women, the children, they killed. I found my way here. To the mountain of the dead. Shoshone saw me. Told his people he had seen white buffalo woman raised from the grave. To them, I'm a great spirit woman. Until today, they have left me in peace here, in my own world, to live my own life.
Ruth, the only real life for you is with your own people.
Since the Bannocks died, I have no people.
Sons, we waited at the place of the forbidden stone. There is no sign of Daco or Tolka.
They would have returned by now if they could.
My sons have failed. But perhaps where a son fails, a father can succeed. I will go to the mountain of the dead.
We shall go with you, shaman.
this the mountain of the dead.
What do you want?
Nothing, it doesn't matter.
Wait. Is something wrong with you?
No, there's nothing wrong with me. That's just it.
Then what is it you want?
Well, there was a razor with your Bible. Well, it can wait.
Why do you want a razor?
Well, for shaving.
Shaving?
You can't remember it. It's a little difficult to describe. You see, most men...
I know. I remember watching my father. I'll get it for you.
No. It can wait.
There is something the matter. What is it?
My education just interfered with my thinking for a minute. But it's all right.
Paul Adams' horse just came in.
Adams' horse?
Yes, sir. He's still got the saddle on him.
There's no marks on him, Pa. No nothing.
Horse seems to be all right.
Yeah. Nobody's ridden him for a while either.
Well.
Fool boy. Probably got down for water.
Come on, Pa. You know better than that.
Paul, I think we ought to go after him.
Joe, you get some food ready.
All right, Pa.
Hoss, saddle up the horses. Better bring a spare.
My father had a big strap to make his razor sharp. Does it hurt?
Little. Has to be done, though. Otherwise, the beard would be down here. Some men let the beards grow, but others shave them off.
Ouch. I think you would be better off with your beard down to here.
You know, I think maybe you're right. You're very nice when you smile.
You've done enough. I can finish. It looks much better.
Naturally, it takes a real engineer.
Let me help you.
Anytime.
Sit down. Building a roof with one leg?
Man has to earn his keep.
Not with a wound like this.
Do you know what your name means?
My name?
Ruth. Means compassion, pity. Until now, I never believed it.
You will be able to leave very soon.
Why are you afraid of me?
I fear no man.
Ruth, You forgot this.
No, Casca, no. Do you too wish to be struck down by the medicine of the white buffalo woman, as my son was? Her powers are greater than all the medicine of the Shoshone. That is why she must go back with us. Only she can save our people from the great sickness. Tiowa, Casca, find her camp, then return to me.
And a certain man of Bethlehem, Judah, went to sojourn in the country of Moab, he and his wife and his 2 sons.
You read very well. The Old Testament book of Ruth. Like you, she'd gone into a strange land.
And the name of the man was
Elimelech, and the name of his wife, Naomi.
Entreat me not to leave thee,
or to return from following after thee.
A long time ago, my father used to read it to me. That part of my life died with him.
Finish the quotation.
For whither thou goest, I will go, and where thou lodgest, I will lodge.
And thy people shall be my people, and thy God my God. Ruth, come back with me.
Back? Where?
Where you belong. Leave White Buffalo Woman where she belongs, with the graves of the past.
I found peace here.
The people who are buried here have found peace. What you found is a hiding place.
What can your world offer me that I don't have right here?
People of your own kind.
I know nothing but evil of my father's people.
Look, Ruth, you say this is your home where you belong. Well, it can't be.
Why can't it be?
Because you're alone. I have a stubborn father and 2 hard-headed brothers. To me, they're home, no matter where they live.
I have no one.
On this mountain, you're a legend. And a legend leads a lonely life. In the world out there, you wouldn't be alone. Music, books, sound of laughter. All you have to do is come back and let me do the rest. Ruth, come back with me.
No, let me be.
Ruth, you can't keep on running. Whatever you're hiding from must be faced, and now.
I can't. Please let me go.
Ruth, tell me now what really happened.
2 of those men caught me. I fell and they were there laughing. They grabbed me and one of them hit me and I got my hand on a knife. His face. He screamed and I broke away and ran.
And now you can forget it.
Chato, shaman of the Shoshone, brings you tribute.
I accept your tribute, Chato. But not your presence here with your warriors.
Only the spirit of the great white buffalo woman can conquer the sickness that has come to our lodges.
My heart cries for you people. But the white buffalo woman must stay here with the ashes of the past.
The ashes of the past are the lies of a white man.
To the spirit woman, Chato, all men are brothers. It is for me to judge who is welcome on the mountain of the dead. You have my answer. Take your warriors. You must go.
Not without you.
But Adam, don't you understand? They'll kill you.
I won't go without you.
Then we'll find a way past the Shoshone together.
Wait here and watch. When the white man is alone, take him alive. She will hear my words or watch him die.
Dear Lord, accept these souls into heaven. May they rest in peace forever and ever. Amen. From the signs, Adam got this far. But he didn't meet the same fate these two trappers did.
Where do you think he'd go from here?
Must have gone into the mountain.
Adam would know better than that.
And maybe he had no choice.
Well, we're not going to find him standing around here.
You weren't asleep at all.
Didn't you ever hear of the spider and the fly? Now I know why they gave me my name. My folks must have known that I belonged in the Garden of Eden.
I wonder if they knew about me and the Shoshone.
Ruth, we'll leave tonight. I want you to have something. When a man is betrothed to a woman, he gives her a ring. And as long as she wears that ring, they belong to each other.
Adam, I will be your wife.
I love you very much. Love, honor, and obey. I kind of like that last word.
That last word, Mr. Cartwright, we'll talk about when I get back. Adam? It's a beautiful ring.
We must have missed something. There's only one thing to do. We'll go back to where we buried those trappers. We'll start all over again. We'll turn over every rock if we have to.
Shall I bring the spirit woman now?
No, Casca. The spirit woman must come to us willingly.
She won't come here.
She will for you.
It won't work. You got the wrong bait.
She is here.
Ruth, get out of here!
You dare violate the sacred lodge, a white buffalo woman?
You would not hear my words.
And this one? Did the Shoshone make war with the wounded?
My people must have the medicine of the spirit woman, or they will die.
And the white man?
He will die, unless you go with us.
Release him, or you will die now by the hand of white buffalo woman.
Then destroy us now. We will not go without you. My people need you.
Ruth, don't!
Stop! Spare his life, and you shall have the medicine of white buffalo woman.
Cut him loose.
Ruth, you can't. I won't let you do it, baby.
Ruth, no, don't run! Get out of here, Ruth! Ruth, go!
Whither thou goest, I will go. I'm ready, Shaman.
When we are beyond the mountain of the dead, take him to the camp of the spirit woman. He will find his way back to his people.
I'm ready, Shaman.
We must hurry, spirit woman. Already too many of our people lie dead.
Even your sons.
Even my sons.
We will do all we can for the Shoshone who still live.
Let's turn him over.
Easy. Easy with me.
Adam?
Huh? Ruth? Easy, boy. Dadgone, Adam. Looks like you tangled with a grizzly.
Got beat.
Shoshone took Ruth. Who? The girl that saved my life. She lives here.
Girl here?
Fever.
She's not imaginary, she's real. Her name's Ruth Halverson.
There's a Bible in the hut.
How come the Shoshone took her, Adam?
I thought she was a spirit. Reincarnation of one of their gods. I'm going after her. I gotta find her. You try to stop me, I'll walk all over you, both of you.
Pa? Found the Bible. Some writing in the front. There's Olaf Halverson, daughter Ruth, born 1840. There's something inside marking a page.
I gave her this ring. I wanted to marry her.
If she left this ring behind, then she must have gone of her own free will.
She did it to save my life. That's why I've got to go after her.
If you do that, you sign her death warrant for sure. Now, she's a girl. She's not a spirit woman. That's true, but the Shoshone believe she is. And if you destroy that belief in her, you destroy her. You destroy them, too.
That's right, Adam. If they believe in her that strongly, then maybe she'll be able to be of some help to them.
You've got to let her go for now, Adam. Maybe someday. Come on, let's get some food.